captain will see you now." With a smile for the unhappy players at my back, I strode forward and followed on the captain's heels as the gate slammed shut behind me. So far, so good, I thought to myself. The shaman, of course, resided in the central keep. The goblin captain led me through its labyrinth interior to a large hall on the 3rd floor. Nodding to the 2 guards on either side of the door, he waved me through, not entering himself. Inside, I found Shaman Hyek. Expected. It didn't matter, though. "And are you also aware that they plan on heading south to your own fort once the Longfangs have been defeated?" Hyek said nothing, but the slight stiffening of his face betrayed him. I smiled. "I see that you were unaware. Consider the information, freely provided, a gift, a gesture of goodwill." Hyek studied me for a drawn-out moment. "Even if what you say is true," he said slowly, "it is of little consequence. The red rats will shatter on these walls." "Are you so sure of that?" I asked lightly. "They outnumber you 2-1. "Their numbers mean little," Hyek said, unperturbed. "My men are better trained, and our defenses are strong." Both true, sadly. Strolling nonchalantly through the chamber, I seated myself without permission on the other side of the table. From the tightening of the shaman's lips, I could tell that doing so irritated him. "Strong enough to repel an army of players, too?" I asked, resuming the conversation. The shaman leaned back in his chair. "What mischief are you trying to stir? I've been warned about you, you know. Do not think I am unaware of the bounty the spider goddess has placed on your head." He smiled toothily, revealing teeth filed as sharp as his fingertips. "I'm inclined to claim it myself." I laughed, showing him how little his threat bothered me. "Oh, you won't do that." "Why not?" the shaman asked, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Because right now, you and your allies are not on the best of terms," I said evenly. "Allies? What allies?" the shaman asked with pretended ignorance. But he had waited a breath too long to make his denial. I had surprised him. I smiled. "Do not bother with denials, Hyek. I already know that your tribe has pledged its allegiance to Ishita." The shaman fell silent again, and this time the sense of menace in the air was palpable. "You play a dangerous game," he said softly. "I could kill you here, and no one would care." He hadn't denied my accusation, I noted. That was all the confirmation I needed. "Again, Hyek, I don't think you will do that. If you did, you would not learn of things vital to your tribe's survival." "Go on," he said tightly. "Enlighten me then." "I'm sure you're wondering why one of Ishita's sworn slew a barrack full of your men." I paused, waiting to see his response. Hyek grunted, unimpressed. "They claim you did that." So, Ishita's followers had already got to him. I chuckled, outwardly at ease. "And why would I do that?" I leaned forward across the table. "More importantly, how could I? You must know my level. Do you really believe me capable of the slaying of, 40 of your men?" I asked, deliberately getting the number wrong. The shaman had himself under control now, though, and he betrayed no reaction at my words. I shook my head. "No, it wasn't me. Nor were the killings senseless. There was a reason Zrex did what he did." I held his gaze. "It is," I went on slowly, "because the Red Rats and the Awakened Dead have forged their own alliance. Stain himself has pledged to gift the Red Rats this fort once your delegation has been destroyed." I paused, then drove home the point. Your alliance with the Awakened Dead is no more. You have been discarded, Hyek. Unable to keep himself in check any longer, the shaman's face contorted in fury. "Lies!" he roared. I held his gaze. I have proof, I said evenly. Show me, he demanded, breathing harshly. Silently, I extracted Stain's letter and slid it across the table to the shaman. With trembling fingers, Hiek picked up the parchment and began to read. I waited, striving to betray no sign of my own nerves. Will he recognize the handwriting? I wondered. I'd played my final card. Now it all depended on what Hiek made of my proof. No, the shaman whispered, his face paling. No, 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 he roared, his voice increasing in volume with each utterance. The tension eased out of me. I hadn't been certain the shaman wouldn't reject the proof I presented him with, or that he would draw the right conclusions. But my gamble seemed like it was paying off. Bowing his head, Hiek rested it on the table, saying nothing further. Observing the shaman's despair, I felt guilt stir in me. I squashed it ruthlessly. The Howlers were my enemies, as were the Red Rats and anyone else who called Erebus master. The Howlers may not have attacked me outright yet, but I was certain that if Erebus or Ishida ever commanded it, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. I do what I have to. I spoke quietly into the hushed silence. The time to move openly that Stain talks about, that time has come. The shaman looked up at me, his face still ashen. Why would Erebus and Ishida do this? I sighed. I don't know, but it has been my experience that the awakened dead cannot be trusted. Hiek laughed harshly. You players, we are nothing more than pawns in your game. He shook his head and looked at me bitterly. You would not have brought this information here if you didn't want something. What is it? He demanded. I looked over the goblin carefully. The moment had arrived for me to make a choice. Chapter 123. A Difficult Choice. Day 5, Early Morning. Two obvious choices lay before me. Fulfill Mariga's task or Talon's. The druid wanted the Howlers forced into a bloody war with the Red Rats, while the captain wished to secure their allegiance for Tartar. Of the two envoys, I trusted Talon more, and if the choice I faced was one between the pair, then my decision would have been simple. But in truth, my loyalty belonged to neither envoy. It was only to the direwolves that I was truly beholden. If I convinced Hiek to ally with the Tartan Legion, then this sector would be claimed by the Dark, and while the Tartans seemed a better sort than the awakened dead, I suspected they would no more allow the wolves to roam freely in the valley than the awakened dead would. It did not matter that I felt a greater affinity to Talon and that there was something about Mariga that repulsed me, nor did it matter that hundreds of the goblins would die. I had to see the wolves protected. I had to convince the Howlers to go to war. You know already that I am no friend of Ishida's sworn, I said slowly. I need your help to lure them here. Why? The shaman asked, his gaze fixed unerringly on me. To kill them, I stated baldly. And why should I help you? Hiek asked. I jerked my chin down to the parchment still lying between us on the table. Because of that, I said softly, and for revenge. For a long moment, Hiek did not say anything. Then he shook his head. My heart cries out to do as you ask, but my head says otherwise. The awakened dead may have abandoned my people, and me and my soldiers will likely be dead soon. But I must consider the fate of the rest of my tribe too, those in our home sector. The shaman sighed. If I move openly against the spider goddess, she will wreak her own brand of justice. Not only will my people in this valley be killed, but the goddess will also see to it that my entire tribe is destroyed. For a drawn-out moment, The shaman's response had me stumped. I'd been hoping he'd be as bloodthirsty as the other goblins I'd met, but it seemed that to sway Hyek, I would have to dangle more than the prospect of revenge before him. It left me with fewer options. "I do not ask you to move openly against Ishida," I said finally. "I only ask that you summon her delegates to a meeting here and leave the rest to me. You may lay the blame for the killings squarely on me." Hyek chewed over this for a moment, still not looking convinced. "Then what?" I exhaled soundlessly. I had no choice now but to play a card I'd been hoping not to. I slid the second parchment in my possession across the table to the shaman. "Despite what you may think, there's hope for your people yet, Hyek." Disinterestedly, the shaman picked up the letter Talon had penned and read it, only to inhale sharply a moment later when he digested its contents. "The God Emperor will extend his protection over my people?" he asked, with barely disguised hope. I nodded. "If you ask for it. But there is a condition." The shaman blinked slowly, shuddering the emotions that peeked through. "What does the Tartan envoy require?" he asked in a monotone voice. "The God Emperor will not accept just anyone within his legions. You and your people must prove yourselves worthy first." Hyek nodded, seeming to accept my assertion without question. "How?" "You must march out of the fort and meet the Red Rats in open battle. The captain will see to it that no awakened dead players interfere. If you face the Red Rats and acquit yourselves well, the God Emperor will accept your tribe's pledge of allegiance." For a long moment, Hyek did not say anything. Then finally, he uttered the words I'd been waiting to hear. "I accept your terms, player." "Your task, forging dark alliances, has been updated. Shaman Hyek has agreed to pledge allegiance to the God Emperor in exchange for the Tartans' aid in the Howlers' war against the Red Rats. Objective 1 revised. Obtain Captain Talon's agreement to the terms of the alliance you've negotiated between the Tartans and the Howlers." Once Hyek agreed to my conditions, matters moved swiftly. A guard was called and dispatched to the gate to summon Ishida's sworn. I was tired and impatient to complete my business at the fort, but resting would have to wait until matters here were seen to. While the shaman and I waited for the guard to report back, I idly turned to the Howler leader and said, "There is one thing I still don't understand." Hyek was pacing impatiently up and down across the floor. At my words, he swung around to face me. "What's that?" "If you're already allied with the awakened dead, how is it that they don't own the sector already?" The shaman snorted. "So, you don't know everything," he muttered. "Our alliance with Ishida is an informal one only. Erebus promised to finalize our agreement after his business in the netherworld has concluded." "I see," I murmured, then asked casually, "And what business is that?" Hyek threw me a sharp glance. "When can I expect the Tartan captain to formalize our alliance?" he asked, ignoring my own question entirely. "As soon as you have defeated the Red Rats," I replied smoothly. Hyek scowled. "What assurances do I have that your captain will not betray me like Erebus did?" "None," I responded in a clipped tone. "But the captain is an honorable sort, nothing like Erebus. He will keep his end of the bargain if you do to yours." The shaman was not best pleased with my answer, but he didn't have the luxury of choices. Swallowing his displeasure, Hyek resumed his pacing. "Although," I added after a moment, "you probably don't want to mention your dealings with Erebus when you meet the captain." "Why not?" the shaman demanded, pinning me with a glare. "I haven't told him about it," I said simply. "He might take a dim view of your previous allegiance." Hyek muttered something under his breath, too soft even for my sharp hearing to pick out. Whatever it was, I doubted it was complimentary to me. Before we could resume our conversation, a guard stepped in. "They're on their way, sir," he said, saluting the shaman. I rose to my feet and, sweeping my 2 letters off the table, stowed them back into my pocket. "I best be going, then," I said. I glanced at Hyek. "Don't forget the plan." His face still dark with anger, the shaman nodded mutely. Knowing that there was no time to extract further assurances from Hyek, I had to be satisfied with his response. Without saying anything more, I slipped out of the room. He better not betray me. Concealing myself in a side room directly adjacent to the shaman's own chamber, I waited for the mages to arrive. I was walking a dangerous path, one held up by little more than lies and mistruths. A single misstep, and it could all come crashing down on me. But I could see no other way to accomplish the goals before me. If matters went awry, the Tartans would number themselves among my enemies, and the God Emperor, I suspected, would be a much more difficult foe to elude than Erebus. But even if everything went according to plan, the Tartans might still be angered. But there was no turning back now. I would have to live with my choices. Hearing that tread of footsteps, I broke off from my musings to open my mind sight and study the ones approaching. It did not take me long to identify the pair. It was Ishan and Warka. I bit back my disappointment. I'd been hoping that Zrex, leader of Ishida's Sworn, would come himself. If anyone was certain to know the location of the shield generator, it would be him. Nonetheless, I had to contend with the 2 that had come. The 2 mages strode boldly into the shaman's audience chamber. With my ear pressed up against the wall, I listened intently. "It is good of you to consent to see us," Warka said diplomatically, even though I knew it was the shaman who had demanded they meet. "Ha!" I heard Ishan mutter to himself. "Uppity bastard, summoning us like bloody commoners. Someone needs to teach him his place." "Where is Zrex?" the shaman asked. "I requested that he come in person." "Who in blazes do you think you are?" Ishan growled. "You don't get to demand." He broke off abruptly, and I guessed his companion must have restrained him. I smiled. What had possessed Zrex to send the volatile human as his representative? "Given the accusations levied against him, Zrex decided it might be in everyone's best interest if he didn't come himself," Warka said. "Less chance of any unfortunate accidents happening that way." "Then the lizard man denies slaying my soldiers?" Hyek asked sharply. "He does," Warka said. "Whoever did it, it was not—" "And does he also deny that you are allied with my enemies, the Red Rats?" Hyek demanded. The resulting silence was deafening. Even Ishan had nothing to say this time. "Where did you hear that?" Warka asked, after the silence had drawn on too long. "You do not deny it, then," the shaman said heavily. I heard him walk away and mutter to himself in a low voice that I was sure the other 2 players did not pick up. "So it is true. We are betrayed." Realizing that she had erred in her response, Warka spoke up hurriedly again. "Forgive me, shaman. I was simply caught off guard by your words. Of course we deny it. Your tribe is important to our faction. Whoever has been telling you these lies is only trying to stir up trouble between us." But Hyek was done listening. His footsteps had been the signal, and right on cue, a goblin warrior entered the room. "Sir!" he yelled in panic. "You must come immediately. One of the barracks is on fire." The shaman whipped about. "Lead on, soldier. I am coming." "We can help," Warka began. "No," Hyek hissed. "I do not trust you two. You will both wait here, and when I return, we will finish our discussion." Not waiting for their response, Hyek and the goblin warrior strode out of the chamber, slamming the door behind them. Chapter 124. The Spider's Spawn. Day 5, mid-morning. The shaman's hurried exit was part of the plan, of course. The fire was real too, and would give Hyek deniability for what was to come next. Before creeping back into the chamber, I spent a moment further listening to the two mages. "Damn, I don't think he bought it," Ishan said, stating the obvious. Warka blew out a frustrated breath. "This has not occurred by happen chance. Someone is working against us." "Forsyth was right. It must be that damn mind stalker," Ishan growled. "I told you and Zrex that we should never have let him go. We should track him down and kill him. Repeatedly." "I'm beginning to think you're right," Warka said softly. I'd heard enough. Slipping into the shadows, I padded softly into the room through a side door artfully concealed behind a tapestry. "2 hostile entities have failed to detect you. You are hidden." The two mages had their backs to me. Both stood at one of the chamber's few window slits, observing the fire that raged in an emptied-out barracks below. They were unaware it was unoccupied, of course. "That's no natural fire," Ishan remarked. "Who do you think started it?" "I don't know," Warka murmured, "but I'm certain we shall be blamed." I padded closer, hands on the hilts of my blades. Halfway to my targets, I analyzed both. The target is Warka, a level 108 Dark Summoner and Elf. The target is Ishan, a level 96 Spellweaver and Human. I knew nothing of either's class, but based on both temperament and level, Warka was the bigger threat, and I angled my approach to come up behind the elven mage. "What do we do next?" Ishan asked finally. "We investigate that," Warka replied. She jerked her head downwards towards the still-raging fire. "Then we prove to the shaman that we were not responsible for the killings." 2 hostile entities have failed to detect you." I was 2 yards away and about to enter striking distance. I unsheathed my blades. "And if we fail to do that?" Ishan asked, sounding more worried than I'd yet heard him. He shivered. "The goddess will not be pleased." 3 steps away. The mages remained oblivious. Coiling back, I prepared to attack. "Let Zrex worry about—" "A hostile entity has detected you. You are no longer hidden." The elven mage's words broke off as I lunged forward, the tip of both of my blades heading straight towards her back. She had sensed my presence too late, though. Nothing could stop my attack now. An inch from driving through my target's heart, my swords found resistance. "Warka's spell shield has triggered. Your target's shield has blocked your attack, absorbing its damage." "No," I cursed, as a bubble of shimmering black snapped into existence around Warka. The damnable mage was shielded. Warka spun around, a pair of wands dropping into her waiting palms. Realizing her intent, I threw myself sideways. A bar of liquid blackness scorched the air, missing me by inches. It was followed closely by a glistening arc of burning cold. "You have evaded Warka's wilting ray. You have evaded Warka's frostbolt." Contorting wildly, I managed to avoid both attacks, but my evasive maneuvers had forced me farther back, giving my foes some much-needed space. 3 yards away, I rose to my feet. "It's him!" Ishan shrieked. "Shut up and kill him!" his companion snapped. At the human mage's outcry, my gaze jerked towards him. No similar shield surrounded his body. That means he is vulnerable. With my gaze fixed squarely on my new target, I raced forward. Warka cast a second volley of ice and darkness my way. Not slowing my charge, I ducked beneath the first projectile and sidestepped the second. "You have evaded Warka's magical attacks." "You missed him! How could you miss?" Ishan screamed. Fumbling for his own wand, the human mage launched his own attack. Dark flames of shimmering black and purple roared out at me. I one-stepped, leaping over the fire, and somersaulted through the air to land behind my target. In nearly the same motion, I thrust both my blades forward. Ishan has trigger cast Dark Repulsion. You have failed to resist the spell. An instant before my blades made contact, a shock wave of air detonated outwards from my target. The force of the casting was too immense to resist. Picked up as easily as a leaf in a storm, I was tossed away. Flying clear across the chamber, I crashed into one of the chamber's unyielding stone walls and slid to the ground in a heap. Ishan has injured you. You have failed a physical resistance check. You are dazed. The wind had been knocked out of me, and my back felt like one bruised mass, but there was no time to acknowledge the pain. Move, Michael, I yelled at myself, knowing that a follow-up attack was imminent. Picking a direction at random, I rolled across the floor. An instant later, a barrage of magical fire scorched the spot I'd just occupied. I kept rolling until the waves of nausea assaulting me receded. Then I lurched back to my feet and beheld another, larger magical storm descending on me. Damnation! For a fraction of a heartbeat, I froze. There were too many magical projectiles hurling towards me to count. How am I going to get through all that? The full length of the room separated me and my targets. To get to them, I would have to wade through the onslaught of magic. It was impossible. The exit from the room beckoned. It was much closer than my targets. Should I flee? For an instant, I almost did. By God damn no, I swore. There was no escape and retreat. If I fled now, I lost. Perhaps forever. I can do this. I must do this. Rushing forward, I dived into the hurricane of magic. Letting go of conscious thought entirely, I let instinct guide me. Twisting, leaping, ducking, and sliding, I danced through the onslaught. You have evaded a wilting ray. You have evaded a frostbolt. You have evaded a flame dart. You have evaded... How's he doing that? Ishan screamed, his voice reedy with panic. That's not possible! That can't be possible! I don't know, Worka replied coolly. Keep attacking, she continued, calm and unruffled. I'm going to try something else. I barely heard the two. All my senses and nearly every thought were trained on the maze that was the spell storm and weaving a path through. An eternity later, or was it only a few seconds, the hurricane petered out. I increased my pace. Avoiding the few magical projectiles still heading my way was almost trivial now. My focus slid back to my foes. Worka had stopped attacking. The elf had dropped her wands and closed her eyes. Her lips were moving, chanting the words to a spell. Whatever she was about, there was nothing I could do to stop her. My gaze darted to Ishan, mapping a path to him. Weaving deftly through the flames he shot at me, I closed quickly on the human. You have evaded 3 magical attacks. 5 yards separated us. I rolled under another pair of spells. You have evaded 2 magical attacks. 2 yards away. Springing off my hands, I leaped over the mage's latest projectile and the largest one he'd yet thrown at me. A fireball. Ishan's head whipped upwards. Following the arc, I cut through the air. I'd timed my move perfectly. If my flight continued uninterrupted, I would land squarely on the mage. But I didn't expect that to happen. 2 feet away from my target, I cast one step and threw myself higher. Then, exactly as I expected, and almost on cue, Ishan activated his spelled defenses. Ishan has trigger cast Dark Repulsion. You have evaded the spell. A second wave of air exploded outwards from the mage, but this time I was unaffected. My aerial maneuver had put me out of the spell's reach. I fell back to the ground, eyes fixed on my target. In speechless disbelief, Ishan watched me. I landed softly on the balls of my feet and less than a foot from the mage. How did... he began. He got no further. Slashing out with both my blades, I ripped out his throat. You have killed Ishan with a fatal blow. You have slain a sworn servant of Ishita, increasing her ire towards you." I bared my teeth wolfishly. One down, one to go. Whipping about, I faced my next foe. Worka had fallen silent, I realized belatedly. Whatever spell she had been about was completed. A tear appeared in the air, and from within, something was stepping out. Chapter 125. Born from Darkness. Day 5, mid-morning. "Worka has cast Summon Giant Stygian Spider." My mouth dropped open in shock. Bloody hell, what now? Images of the spider Sabin had transformed into flashed through my mind. I can't face something like that, not on my own. Heart in mouth, I watched the emerging shape. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Worka with her hands on her knees and gasping for breath. Whatever she had summoned, it had taken a lot out of her. 2 spindly legs appeared in the luminous slit of light hanging open mid-air in the chamber. It was quickly followed by 6 more. A spider scuttled out. The creature's form wavered in the air, indistinct and blurry. A dark miasma surrounded it, one that even my night vision had difficulty piercing. The little that I could see of the spider led me to believe it was covered in midnight black chitin. But as scary as my latest foe's appearance was, at only 3 feet tall, it was small, at least as giant spiders went. The breath whooshed out of me in relief. That doesn't look so bad. Reaching out with my will, I analyzed the summoned creature. The target is a level 51 giant Stygian spider. Contrary to conventional belief, the nether is not empty. The black void houses entities that, over time, have evolved to thrive in its depths. The Stygian beasts are one such family of beings. The Stygian spider is neither the largest nor most feared of its kind, but against foes from the physical realms, unprepared for its unique nature, it invariably provides a fatal challenge. The game's response was certainly ominous sounding, but there was nothing that couldn't be killed. Bloodied blades in hand, I rushed forward to put an end to the spider. The creature scuttled forward, just as eager to meet me. Raising a foreleg, the spider lashed out at me. I sidestepped the blow easily, noting in passing that it was slower than me. Lunging forward, I launched my own counterattack. Both my swords sailed unopposed past the creature's guard. My eyes gleamed, imagining the moment of impact. I struck. My blades cut through the creature's chitin shell as if it wasn't there. My eyes widened. There had been no impact. It felt as if I'd hit nothing but air. A level 51 giant Stygian spider is immune to physical damage. You have failed to injure your target. What the? Balance momentarily lost at the lack of contact, I stumbled forward and threw the Stygian spider's body myself. There was no resistance, or none of the type I'd expected. It felt as if I'd waded through a cloying ichor filled with gelatinous lumps. I emerged on the other end. I was unharmed, but then so too was my foe. Repressing a shiver at the strange sensation, I spun around. 2 of the spider's rear legs were whipping downwards to lash at me. Throwing my body into motion, I dodged the first, then parried the second. I failed. The end of the spider's shadowy and immaterial limb passed unheedingly through my blade, leather armor, and left forearm. But where my sword and armor were undamaged by the contact, my flesh was not so fortunate. You have failed to block a giant Stygian spider's attack. A giant Stygian spider has injured you. Gasping, I staggered backward, only then realizing the true nature of my foe. The spider had no true physical form, which meant I couldn't damage it or even block its attacks. The creature, though, as it had just demonstrated, could hurt me. Its attacks are magical in nature. In the wake of the spider's limb, the muscles and bone of my arm withered away. A necrotic attack of some sort? I retreated further, clutching my suddenly weakened left arm to my body. The spider scuttled forward again. Turning about, I fled, using one step to open the distance between us. I needed space to think. A tired chuckle floated through the air. "You didn't think killing my pet was going to be easy, did you?" From a safe distance away, I spun about to face the elven mage. She was still encased in her shield, and even though some of the weariness had left her, she didn't look fully recovered from her spellcasting. "What is that thing?" I hissed, one wary eye on the spider while it resumed its advance on me. "It's a Stygian spider from the depths of the abyss," Worka said, seeming to have no compunctions about sharing the information. "They are the perfect counter to fighters such as yourself. You can't hurt it." She paused. "The reverse doesn't apply, though," the elf added dryly, if unnecessarily. The spider was drawing close again, and I fled to the far end of the room. The perfect counter to fighters, I wondered, a sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. I didn't want to take my foe's word for it, but I had ample evidence already that it was immune to my attacks. How am I going to kill it? Other than my mind spells, I had no magic of my own, and the mind spells I did have, none of them dealt damage. Ugh. My gaze flitted back to the elf. She seemed content to let the spider do the work, not even bothering to attack with her wands anymore. Catching my glance, Worka added, almost conversationally, "My pet won't stop. It will keep going, chasing you down until you're dead." I guess that means it won't be unsummoned anytime soon. There was only one thing left to try. Worka's assessment of me was mostly true, but she'd gotten one thing wrong. I wasn't just a fighter. I was a mind stalker. And while I didn't have many mind spells, I had one that served me well time and again. Keeping a careful eye on the spider to make sure it didn't interfere, I cast Charm. Tendrils of my will expanded outwards to Worka, slipping effortlessly through her shield and into her mind, where they were unceremoniously severed. "Worka is immune to Tier 1 and Tier 2 mental attacks. You have failed to charm your target. Your mental intrusion has been detected." Really? I stifled a groan, not about to let the mage see my despair. The elf's laughter rang out again. "Did you think we would not prepare for you?" She languidly held out one hand for inspection as the spider hurried closer. Forced to reposition again, I dashed across the room and closer to the mage. She seemed inclined to chat, and I saw no harm in listening to her, because as much as I hated to admit it, I was out of ideas. Defeating Worka was looking more and more like it was beyond me. "What are those?" I panted, studying the bejeweled fingers she held up. "Rings of protection," Worka replied easily. She pointed to the large violet jewel on one of her fingers. "This one is the most useful. It stops mental attacks." The elf shook her head sadly. "I'm afraid you're outclassed. Now, why don't you surrender? It will please Ishita if I bring you to her on bended knees. Perhaps enough so that she might even be merciful." "No," I growled, not even needing to think about it. Worka sighed. "Well, then, I guess we are done talking. Time to die, human." Lowering both her wands, the elf pointed them at the floor and barked out a word I didn't understand. Realizing I didn't want to feel the effects of whatever spell she was about to cast, I one-stepped through the air and onto the nearby stone table. "Worka has cast Stygian Web." Dark silken web strands appeared in the center of the chamber and expanded rapidly outwards to cover the entirety of the floor in a heaving mass of black silk. This situation keeps getting Better and better, I thought, eyeing the floor. I was trapped on the table. If I stepped onto the mess of webs, I was sure to be entangled. The Stygian spider, though, was unaffected, gliding gracefully over the strands. Worka's ploy with her latest casting was clear. Stuck in the web, I wouldn't be able to flee the creature whose only weakness seemed to be a lack of speed. I didn't have much time remaining. The spider would be on me soon, and this time I had nowhere to retreat. My gaze flitted to the elf. Head down, she sagged against the wall. The second spell had drained her nearly as much as the first, but the gleaming black dome that protected her physical form looked as impervious as ever. I couldn't kill her, not as quickly as I needed to, and with the webs on the floor, I wasn't even certain I could get close to her. There's only one thing left to try. Chapter 126. Back to Darkness. Day 5, mid-morning. Turning back towards the spider, I cast Charm. It was the only thing I could think of trying. It was that, or flee. Strands of energy extended from me to the creature, and where my blades had failed in their attacks, my mind spell did not. Finding purchase in the creature's consciousness, Psi leashed it to my will. A giant Stygian spider has failed a mental resistance check. You have charmed your target for 10 seconds. A few yards away from me, the spider froze mid-motion. A triumphant smile lit my face. Bloody hell, it worked! What did you do? The elf gasped, sensing the sudden change in her summoned pet's demeanor. I grinned at her. You're about to find out, I said, ordering the creature to advance on its former master. Worka's eyes widened as the spider reversed course to dance across the floor towards her. Making use of the momentary lull in the battle, I extracted one of my healing potions and downed its contents. You have restored 10% of your lost health with a minor healing potion. Your health is now at 100%. Healing waves of energy pulsed through my body, restoring the flesh in my left arm and mending the bruises on my back. Straightening, I flexed my left hand. The weakness in it from the spider's attack had dissipated. My minion, meanwhile, had completed its advance and hovered just outside the ebony bubble protecting the mage. Let's see if this works, I thought, and ordered the spider to attack. My charmed pet passed as easily through the magical shield as it had through my own blades. My grin began to widen. It's work. An instant before the spider's limbs could make contact with its former master, a game message opened in my mind. You have taken hostile action against your minion. Control of target lost. Huh? My brows furrowed, struggling to make sense of the perplexing development. The game had interpreted the spider's attempted attack against Worka as a hostile action against the creature itself. Why had it done that? It can only be because summoned creature and summoner are inextricably linked. Kill the summoner, kill the pet? It was the only thing that made sense. Freed of my compulsion, the spider had turned about and was advancing on me again. Worka was sputtering, convulsing with laughter, if of the somewhat hysterical kind. I knew it, the elf whispered, her eyes shining. I knew that wouldn't work. I didn't believe her. Her manner reeked of relief. Nor was I despondent. After my initial dismay at the spider's failure, I'd realized something else. Even if I could not force the creature to harm its summoner, I could, at the very least, draw out the encounter into a stalemate. Ignoring the mage's outburst, I focused my attention on the approaching spider again and recast Charm. You have charmed your target for 10 seconds. This time I didn't bother sending my minion to attack the elf. Ordering the creature to the furthest end of the room, I turned my gaze downwards and studied the glistening web. On closer inspection, I realized my earlier observation had been mistaken. As dense as the black silk was, it did not cover every inch of the floor. There were random spots of emptiness, some no more than an inch across, others as much as a foot wide. If I'm careful, I can reach the mage. It would take time, though, and concentration, but it could be done. Mapping a route out in my mind, I set to it. Gauging the distance carefully, I leaped off the edge of the table and landed lightly on one foot in the first safe spot I'd marked out. My hands flew out, breaking my forward motion. For an instant, I swayed precariously, then regained my balance. Phew! Still on one foot, I eyed the next spot, about 2 feet to my right. Casting one step, I walked on air to touch down squarely on my target destination. A look of sheer panic fluttered across Worka's face. Pushing off the wall, she raised a wand in a visibly trembling hand and directed it my way. The sight heartened me. For one, the caster did not attempt fleeing, and for another, she aimed only a single wand my way. It led me to hope her mana was nearly spent. A bar of blackness burst out from Worka's wand and in my direction. I was prepared for the attack. Remaining stock still until the last instant, I dropped down. The elf had targeted my chest, aiming high enough for me to duck beneath the magical projectile. "You have evaded Worka's magical attack." I uncoiled slowly, careful not to move my feet so much as an inch while doing so. Worka stared at me, mouth agape. Staying in place, I threw the elf a feigned smile while I checked the remaining time on my charm spell. There were a few seconds left on it yet. I waited patiently. Worka's gaze slid past me to the spider, which was standing idle at the far end of the room. Raising a shaky hand, the mage pointed her wand at me again. I stood my ground, waiting. Perhaps recognizing her chances of hitting me with a magic projectile was poor, the elf didn't cast. "What do you want?" she demanded harshly. "Tell me where the shield generator is," I said evenly, "and I may just let you live." While we spoke, I reached out to the spider with mind sight, my back was to the creature, and began recasting charm. The spell about it was about to expire. I was not sure if Worka was simply playing for time. Perhaps she thought recharming the spider would distract me long enough for her to get a shot in, but if she was about to be sorely disappointed. "I can't tell you that," she replied bitterly, still keeping her wand trained on me. "Nothing you can do to me will be as bad as what the goddess will do if I betray her." "You have lost control over a giant Stygian spider." Watching Worka carefully, I saw her lips twitch upwards in a half-smile before she regained control of her expression. The mage had sensed the exact moment I lost control over my minion, and was waiting for her moment. Without taking my eyes off Worka for an instant, I slipped a new leash about the spider's mind. "You have charmed your target for 10 seconds. The expression of disappointment that flashed across the elf's face was almost comical. A second later, she sighed in resignation and released the spelled attack she held ready. This time, she'd aimed low. I sprang upwards, flipped over in the air, and a heartbeat later, landed in the exact same spot. "You have evaded Worka's magical attack." The elf did not react to her miss. She'd realized her chances of hitting me were slim. With another smile at her, I resumed my slow, torturous path through the maze at my feet and towards my target. With carefully timed leaps, steps, and lunges, I closed the distance between me and my foe, cutting a jagged path across the web. Worka, recognizing she could not stop my advance, had long since stopped trying. Instead, hands at her sides, she waited. A little later, I stood before the mage and, without pause, slashed down on the protective bubble encasing her. "Your target's shield has blocked your attacks, absorbing their damage." "You will not get through," Worka jeered weakly. She had not raised her wands again, I noted, Was her mana entirely spent? I suspected so. "I will," I said with a mocking grin of my own. "It's only a matter of time." I struck at her again, this time empowering both my attacks with piercing strikes. "Your target's shield has blocked your attacks, absorbing their damage." Was it my imagination, or had the luminescent glow about the mage's shield dulled a touch at my last two blows? I hit it again with twin piercing strikes. This time, the change in the shield's intensity was unmistakable. I smiled grimly. My attacks were having an effect, and no matter how long it took, I would break through. "Worka's Stygian shield has been destroyed." The bubble of magic protecting Worka collapsed quicker than I'd expected. Still, it had taken me a few minutes to break through, during which time I had to recast Charm multiple times and avoid the occasional feeble attack from my trapped foe. But at last, our standoff was at an end. My left hand snaked out to wrap around the elf's throat and yank her up, while the blade in my right flashed forward to stop an inch from her wide-open eyes. "Last chance," I growled. "Tell me where the shield generator is." "No," the elf replied stubbornly. I gnashed my teeth in frustration. I could sense not an iota of fear in the mage at her impending death. She is more afraid of Ishita than of death. I'm not going to find out what I need to know this way. "Then die," I said, "and tell your fellows I'm coming for them, too." Not waiting for her response, I drove the tip of my short sword forward, killing her instantly. "You have killed Worka with a fatal blow. You have slain a sworn servant of Ishita, increasing her ire towards you." The moment the mage died, the charmed spider vanished, as did the Stygian webs. I barely noticed as I sank down onto the floor. Despite my display of false bravado for Worka's benefit, I knew I was in trouble. I'd been banking on discovering the location of the shield generator from the mages, but with them now forewarned of my intentions, the chance of me catching any of them exposed and vulnerable was slim to non-existent. Damn it all to hell. What do I do now? Chapter 127, A Goblin's Revenge. Day 5, mid-morning. The door to the chamber opened so quietly that I almost failed to hear it. My head jerked upwards to see the Howler shaman and a squad of guards appear. My gaze slid from Hyek to the soldiers at his back. They looked tense. I rose slowly to my feet, bare blades in hand, and showing no sign of being intimidated by the shaman's show of force. "You've been observing all this time?" I asked casually. The goblin's re-entry was too well-timed to be a coincidence. Hyek nodded wordlessly as his eyes swept the chamber. "I underestimated you." I jerked my chin towards the soldiers. "Is that why they are here?" The shaman smiled. "I thought you might need the help." I sheathed my blades. I had begun to fear he meant to betray me. "Thank you," I murmured. "I managed just fine." "I see that," Hyek chuckled. "Not many can break through a mage shield so readily." "What do you know about them?" I asked curiously. He sounded knowledgeable about the spell. "Even the weakest mage shield requires a magic skill of rank 10 to cast," the shaman replied easily. He glanced at Ishan's dead body, "which is why most players can't learn the skill until after they've reached level 100. A few mages survive long enough to get to that point, though." He kicked at the corpse and bared his sharpened teeth. "More's the pity." I eyed the shaman askance. He appeared more at ease than when he had left the room not long ago, and interesting as his information was, I was more curious about why his mood had improved. "I take it you do not doubt my information anymore," I guessed. Hyek nodded. "The behavior of Ishita's dogs was enough to confirm your tale." He shook his head. "I should never have trusted them in the first place." Before I could respond to that, the shaman went on. I also took the liberty of contacting the God Emperor's envoy while you were busy here. He met my gaze. As a precaution, no more. You understand. I stilled in sudden trepidation. Oh? I asked, readying myself for anything. And what did you learn? His response was most swift, Yek replied, his eyes narrowing as if he sensed my renewed tension. Captain Talon confirms that you have indeed been authorized to act as an intermediary on his behalf. The shaman paused, then added, It seems you are trustworthy, after all. I snorted and folded my arms. You should not have disbelieved me in the first place. The shaman inclined his head in acknowledgement. And you should have told me what you were after. Then there would have been no need for this, he said, gesturing to the corpses. Although I suppose there is a certain satisfaction to be derived from their deaths. I inhaled sharply, not missing his implication. You have the shield generator? I asked, my gaze fixed on Hyek. The shaman shook his head. No, I don't, but I know where it is. My people are the ones who helped the mages install it. Where? I demanded tersely. In the last place anyone would think to look, Yek said mildly. In the lair of the Wyvern Mother. Closing my eyes, I lowered my head into my hands, fighting off a sudden wave of despair. Of course, why would it be anywhere else but there? After he'd delivered his unwelcome news, the shaman and his escort rushed out of the chamber. Now that his tribe's survival seemed assured, Hyek was almost jovial and eager to go to war. Whatever enmity lay between the two tribes, it was great enough to cause even the otherwise rational shaman to become overcome. He is a bloodthirsty bastard after all, I thought, watching from the window slit as the gigantic goblin strode through the courtyard below, shouting out orders to the soldiers. By Hyek's own estimation, his people would be ready to march out from the fort before noon, and if the shaman got his way, before day's end tomorrow, the Howlers and the Red Rats would meet in battle, and the rats crushed. It was an attitude that suited me just fine. I wanted the goblins gone quickly, lest the shaman took it upon himself to have a longer conversation with the Tartans. So far, it appeared my web of lies was holding up, but I was not sure how long that would last. After the two tribes met in battle, I expected at least some of the mistruths I'd told to come to light, but by then I hoped to be long gone. Turning away from the window slit, I surveyed the chamber. It was a mess of half-burned banners, knocked-over ornaments, and, of course, drying blood. Examine the bodies first, I thought. Striding to the two corpses, I searched them thoroughly, stripping both of their valuables. You have acquired 6 enchanted rings, 1 enchanted bracelet, 2 enchanted robes, and 3 spellcasters' wands. It was a tidy haul, but somewhat lacking, I felt, for such high-leveled players. Other than the items I'd looted, the rest of the mage's gear was worthless trash. The pair hadn't even been carrying coin pouches. Perhaps they feared being ambushed. Rightly so, it turned out. Further inspection of the loot revealed that only 3 of the items were usable by me. Before equipping them, I took the time to examine each more carefully. This is a rank 3 bracelet of natural armor, Troll's Talisman. This item decreases the damage you sustain by 6% and stacks with any armor you may be wearing. This item has no requirements to equip. This is a rank 2 ring, the Gift of the Unbound. This item has been enchanted to allow its user to resist Tier 1 and Tier 2 entanglement spells, these being spells that restrict motion. Its enchantment can be replenished with mana. This item requires a minimum dexterity of 8 to use. This is a rank 2 ring, the Band of Stillness. This item has been enchanted to allow its user to resist Tier 1 and Tier 2 mental spells. Its enchantment can be replenished with mana. This item requires a minimum mind of 8 to use. Surprisingly, it was only Ishan that had a ring of free motion. It explained why Warka had not tried to flee. Her own webbed field would have trapped her. Without further delay, I equipped all 3 items. You have equipped the Rank 3 bracelet, Troll's Talisman. Status effect added, Troll Skin. You have equipped the Rank 2 ring, Gift of Unbound. Status effect added, Unbound. You have equipped the Rank 2 ring, the Band of Stillness. Status effect added, Still Mind. After I stowed away the rest of the loot, I finally turned my attention inwards and examined the waiting game messages. You have reached level 68. Your dodging has increased to level 48. Your sneaking has increased to level 59. Your 2-weapon fighting has increased to level 47. Your light armor has increased to level 40. Your skill in light armor has reached rank 4, decreasing your light armor penalty to 30%. Your chi has increased to level 39. Your telekinesis has increased to level 36. Your telepathy has increased to level 36. I had profited hugely from the battle, acquiring 5 more levels and earning multiple skill gains. Deciding how to invest my new attribute points was easy. If nothing else, the battle had shown me that I could not rely only on my swords to inflict damage. I needed to increase my repertoire of mind abilities, and soon. Your mind has increased to rank 26. With my player progression seen to, I hurried out of the keep and back towards the safe zone. After thinking the matter through, I realized while the shield generator's location complicated matters, it did not make escape impossible. I knew where the device was now, and I knew what dangers I'd face to reach it. I could still make it out of the sector with time to spare. I needed to make a few preparations first, though, and before that, I needed to find some rope. You have acquired a coil of rope. The goblins had more than enough rope lying around, and I'd helped myself to a decent length of it. As I approached the gate leading into the safe zone, I saw that it was still shut and that the goblin patrols atop the inner wall were still present. Hyek had told me that they would be the last to abandon their post. Once the rest of the soldiers had finished mustering outside the fort, the inner wall guards would join. The patrols had been instructed to let me pass, so with no more than a wave to the guards at the gate, I rushed up the steps leading to the ramparts. Atop the wall, the complaints and angry shouts of the players gathered outside the sealed gate carried clearly to me in the crisp morning air. Crouched down low to make certain I wasn't spotted, I crept away to an isolated section of the wall that was free of passing players. This will do. 2 nearby goblin warriors were watching me curiously. I waved one over. "You know who I am?" I whispered. He nodded emphatically. "You're the one that convinced Hyek to let us wipe out those scummy rats." He gave me a toothy grin. "Let me buy you a beer tonight." I smiled. "Some other time, maybe. Right now, I need your help." The warrior's gaze slid from me to the rope looped about my arm. "You want me to let you down?" "I can manage that well enough on my own, but when I'm down, I need you to throw the rope to me. I didn't want to leave it behind for some errant player to spot and use in turn. Can you do that?" He nodded vigorously. "I can." A short while later, I was back in the safe zone with the rope stowed away. My entrance had gone unnoticed, and if possible, I wanted to keep it that way. Stuffing my thief's cloak into my backpack, I re-equipped the mage's cloak that I'd looted what felt like ages ago. As disguises went, it wasn't perfect, but would serve in a pinch. Pulling the cloak's hood low over my head, I strolled leisurely into the village. The streets were busier than I had seen before, but no one gave me a second glance. I reached my destination without incident. Walking up to the closed door, I knocked softly. There was no answer. I kept knocking. Eventually, the door was yanked back. "We're closed! Now go!" Geller broke off as he got a close look at me. His gaze darted beyond me to the passing players, No one was paying us any attention. "Get in." I slipped past the gnome and into the room, taking a slow look around. The alchemist's chamber was unchanged since my last visit. Geller closed the door behind him and, seating himself on one of his couches, glared at me. "What do you want?" I sat down opposite him. "You seem more worried about my presence now than during my last visit," I said, deliberately avoiding his question. The gnome's scowl deepened. "Did you have to go and kill so many of Ishida's followers the last time? Do you know how long her blasted sworn questioned me after that?" At my blank expression, he waved irritably. "Bah, I see that you don't. Just tell me why you are here. You can't have slain the wyvern yet." Removing the alchemy stone from my pocket, I placed it on the table between us. Without prompting, Geller picked up the object. "Ah, you've been busy, at least," he said grudgingly. Pulling out his pipe, he puffed energetically on it as he inspected the stone. "For these ingredients, I'll give you—" "I don't want money," I said, interrupting him. Geller lowered his head and peered at me over his spectacles. "What do you want, then?" "Antitoxin." The gnome stared at me wordlessly for a moment. "To take on the wyvern, I suppose?" He paused. "You really mean to try slaying the beast?" "If I must, I will," I replied obliquely. "Can you make something that will cure her venom?" He nodded. "With what you've given me, yes." I exhaled in relief and waved at the stone. "Will the other ingredients in there cover the cost of making the antitoxin?" "They will," he replied. After a moment, he added, "There will be a fair bit left over, too. Do you want anything else?" Whatever else the gnome was, he appeared fair. About to reply in the negative, I paused as something else occurred to me. "What about healing potions? Can you make any of those?" Geller snorted. "Not with the ingredients I have available in this sector." He chewed on the end of his pipe for a moment in thought. "But I do have some in stock already. I warn you, though, they are pricey." I sat up in sudden excitement. "How much?" "I have 3 full healing potions," he said. "Each will cost you 50 gold over and above what I'll give you for the ingredients in the alchemy stone." I winced at the price, but it didn't matter. I needed the potions. "I don't have that much with me, but I will get it," I assured him, wondering if there was somewhere I could sell my looted items. The tartans would have been a good bet, but I wanted to avoid the captain until strictly necessary. "You have at least a few hours to come up with the money. It will take me that long to brew the antitoxin." Geller stared at me, his gaze unwelcoming. "I expect you have somewhere to wait." I stifled a yawn. Thus far, adrenaline alone had been keeping me going, but now that I'd sat down, the aches in my body were making themselves known again. I needed rest, I knew. "I'll be at the tavern," I said. Rising to my feet, I waved farewell to the gnome and slipped out of the shop. Chapter 128. An Unexpected Arrival. Day 5, mid-morning. The tavern was packed, more crowded than I had ever seen it before. Standing in the doorway, I scanned the room from under my lowered hood. No one had looked up at my entrance. They were all too consumed in their own discussions. The topic on everyone's lips, of course, was the Howlers. The reason for the goblins sealing the village's gates had become common knowledge, and speculation was rife amongst the players about why Ishida's Sworn had committed the killings. It was telling that no one seemed to doubt they had. Amongst the tavern's patrons, I spotted George and a few other tartan recruits. I looked away. Sooner or later, I would have to deal with the captain and explain the deal I'd made with Hyek. When Talon found out what was going on, I expected he would try to prevent the Howlers from leaving or engaging the Red Rats. To tempt Hyek into open war, I'd been forced to dangle Talon's offer of the God Emperor's protection before the shaman. Unfortunately, that meant an alliance between the Tartans and Howlers was now all but inevitable. If it was concluded while the goblins remained garrisoned in the fort, the sector would near instantly revert to Tartar's control. I couldn't let that happen, both for the wolves' sake and my own, which was why I wanted to avoid Talon until it was too late for him to change the course of events. Slipping through the crowd unnoticed, I crossed the floor and made my way to the stairs leading up. The upper level was quiet, and I found the room Benedine had allocated me without trouble. The chamber was simply furnished with only a single bunk, chest of drawers, and wash basin in evidence. The sight of the bed alone was enough to start me yawning again. Not bothering to clean up, I shrugged off my backpack and slumped down on the bunk. In a matter of moments, I was fast asleep. I awoke with a groan. My head was ringing, literally. Rubbing away the sleep from my eyes, I sat up. The buzzing was from the game notices calling for my attention. All right, I'm getting to it, I groused. Turning my attention inwards, I let the messages scroll through my mind. The Longfang contingent in the sector has been destroyed, fulfilling all objectives of the task, Aid the Pack. You have completed a task. Your deeds have furthered the interest of Artem. The marks on your spirit signature have changed. In aiding the direwolves, you have strayed from the pursuit of self. Once more you acted to protect the weak, but this time without any tangible benefit to yourself. The dark disapproves. Your dark mark has lessened. In the future, beware of such acts of generosity. Every such one weakens you. Once again, you have acted selflessly, striving for the betterment of your allies, heedlessly endangering yourself on their behalf. Light approves. Your light mark has deepened. You have begun redressing the imbalance in the sector and rectified a long-standing wrong against the Valley's direwolf pack. Shadow is pleased. Your shadow mark has deepened. The wise wolf knows that when it comes to defending one's own pack, there are no rules. To protect the pack, Wolf demands you act ruthlessly, without mercy, and with every tool at your disposal. You have done that and more. Wolf is pleased. Your wolf mark has deepened. A shiver of excitement rippled through me, banishing the last clinging tendrils of sleep. The red rats had done it. They'd destroyed the Longfangs. Without any goblins hunting the pack, the wolves would be safer. And now, at long last, there was nothing keeping me in the sector. I could leave with a clear conscience. Even if I did no more, the pack would survive, if perhaps not thrive. I still needed to figure out a means of escape, though, and find a way of keeping the sector from falling to the dark. Not to mention deal with the wyvern somehow. I sighed. All right. Maybe there is still a lot more that needs doing. But even that knowledge did not dampen my excitement, because with my task from Duggar complete, I could finally seek out the pack again. I rose to my feet. What time was it? Assuming Nizak had kept to his schedule, it had to be near noon. Past time I left the safe zone. After cleaning up and munching through a hasty meal, I dashed out of the room. Keeping my face shielded, I padded noiselessly down the stairs, intent on hurrying through the crowded room unseen once more. But when I reached the bottom, I froze. The room was empty. Or not quite. Benedine busied himself silently behind the bar, and a single patron, staring straight at me, sat at one of the tables. It was Ultak. The half-orc rose at my appearance. Why was he here, and how had he known where to find me? There was no doubt in my mind that the tartan recruit had been waiting for me. Feeling sudden trepidation, I nodded to Benedine in passing and approached Ultak slowly. "The captain wants to see you," the half-orc said, his face expressionless. I scrutinized his face carefully, but caught no hint of his emotions. "What about?" "About the Howlers, amongst other things," he replied. I nodded slowly. I didn't have to go with him, of course, but I owed it to the captain to hear what he had to say and, if it came to it, to explain my actions in person. "Lead on." Wordlessly, Ultak turned about and marched through the door. The streets proved as empty as the tavern. "Where is everyone?" I asked in surprise. The half-orc glanced at me sideways as we passed through the silent village. "They've all left. Not an hour ago, the players trapped in the safe zone decided to mob the gates. Eventually, they broke it down, only to find the fort abandoned and the howlers vanished." He eyed me again, a glimmer of suspicion in his gaze. "You wouldn't happen to know where they've gone, would you?" "I do, actually," I replied easily, having no intention of keeping the howlers' whereabouts secret. In fact, I was surprised that the Tartans didn't already know. My response seemed to catch Ultak off guard. Had the captain feared I had betrayed him entirely? It seemed that way. "That's good," Ultak said after a moment's pause. "It's why the captain wishes to speak to you." In contrast to the emptiness of the village, the Tartan barracks were a hive of activity, with players rushing back and forth. I was escorted into the captain's chambers without fuss. There, another surprise awaited me. Sturm had returned. I nodded to the young player, standing at attention next to the seated captain. Seeing the pair together, their relationship was obvious. "So, you made it back," I remarked casually, despite the tension I sensed in the room. Sturm scowled at me. "No thanks to you." I shrugged and, without being asked, seated myself in the chair across from the captain. "I freed you, didn't I?" "Then abandon us in the middle of the forest, and at night, too," he growled. I rolled my eyes and very carefully did not call him a pampered fool. I still wasn't sure what was going on, but Sturm was easy to read. He held himself stiffly and moved jerkily when he spoke. There was no doubt the youth was angry. Talon's own feelings were harder to decipher. Was he angry on his son's behalf? I couldn't tell. The captain was a pond of stillness, silently observing but giving nothing away. "We could have died," Sturm shouted, resuming his tirade. "So?" I asked disinterestedly. "You're a soldier, aren't you? Surely a night in the forest didn't scare you." Sturm's face turned red with outrage, but before he could yell at me again, the captain intervened. "Enough, boy," he said mildly. His son's mouth closed with a snap. The captain leaned forward and stared at me expressionlessly across the desk. "Sturm has told quite the tale." "Oh?" I remarked. This meeting was not going the way I'd expected. Instead of grilling me about the howlers, the captain seemed more interested in his son's unhappiness. Talon nodded sagely. "First, you somehow managed to get the Red Rats to abandon their camp. Then you slew 2 squads of elite goblin warriors, all on your own. And finally, you traveled cross-country, alone and at night." "All true," I said simply. The captain's eyebrows tilted upwards at my confirmation. "Sturm thinks you only accomplished all that because you are secretly an agent of the awakened dead." I couldn't help it. I laughed. "Really? And what? I killed over a dozen awakened dead players and 2 of Ishida's sworn." The captain's brows rose higher at that. "Just to remain in character? That's ridiculous," I scoffed. "It's not," Sturm protested. "No one could have." The captain raised a hand, silencing his son. "Sturm, leave us." The young recruit stiffened, but he did not protest his father's orders as he marched angrily out the room. "Ordinarily, I would agree with you, Michael," the captain continued, without acknowledging his son's departure. "The idea seems far-fetched." He held my gaze. "But recent events have given me pause." "Ah, now we come to it." I said nothing, waiting for him to go on. "Where is the Howler army?" Talon asked, his voice going cold. "Marching north to do battle with the Red Rats," I replied evenly. Some emotion, too quick to parse, flickered across the captain's face. "Why?" He had not, I noticed, questioned the veracity of my statement. Maybe because he knows it to be true already. I shrugged. I needed a means to win the shaman's trust, so I showed him Stain's letter. I paused. So far, everything I said was true. Now for the lie. His reaction was unexpected. Hieck was outraged at Erebus's duplicity and wanted revenge. The captain leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers before him as he considered my words. So, the Howler shaman abandoned his fort and committed his people to a pitched battle against what is likely to be a combined force of red rats and awakened dead because of a single letter? Talon asked, his voice dripping with skepticism. I shook my head. No, not only. I also assured him that the Tartans would support him. The captain whipped forward so quickly I barely caught the motion, and instinctively, my hands dropped to my blades. Chapter 129. The Gift of a Blade. Day 5, afternoon. You did what? Talon whispered, staring at me from only a few inches away. How had he moved so fast? The captain seemed unconcerned by my clenched fists wrapped around the hilts of my swords, and I had to remind myself we were in the safe zone. You asked me to secure the tribe's loyalty, I said, not backing away from the captain's frosty glare. This was the only way how. Hieck has assured me that if your soldiers join the Howlers in battle, they will pledge allegiance to your god emperor. The captain said nothing, but nor did he back away. Second by second, the tension in the room built up again as Talon scrutinized me intently. I kept my own face smooth and my gaze unflinching, waiting. You are certain of this? He asked finally. I nodded. It was their only condition. The captain sat back, frowning. Volunteering my people was presumptuous of you. I shrugged. The decision on whether to uphold the terms I agreed upon is yours alone. If you do as the shaman requests, then he will make his pledge after the battle. Talon's frown remained in place. Why didn't you come to me earlier with his terms? I sighed. As your son told you already, I traveled overnight across the length of the valley to get here, and then had to fight 2 of Ishida's sworn. I lowered my gaze in pretended embarrassment. I'm sorry, but I was tired. I planned on reporting as soon as I got some rest. What about that business with the mages? Talon asked, not contesting my explanation. You don't expect me to believe they just happened to visit the fort when you were there? I smiled. No, I had Hieck summon them to explain the killings in his barracks. The captain stared at me. It was you who killed the Howler goblins? I nodded. Sturm was right, Talon muttered. You play your own game. I never concealed that fact from you, Captain, I replied evenly. I'm not one of your God Emperor's soldiers. The ends I serve are my own. I paused. But I've secured the Howler's allegiance, if perhaps not in the manner you anticipated. Talon sighed. You've been more successful than I expected, and if I'm being honest, that you manipulated events to your liking isn't unusual. It is the rare Darksworn who isn't playing his own side game. He paused. Perhaps you're more suited to the dark than you know. Before I could respond to that, Talon held up a hand. But fair warning, Michael. He stared piercingly at me. If you've betrayed me, if the shaman fails to live up to his end of the bargain, I will grant you no quarter. The awakened dead will be the least of your worries. Do you understand? I nodded mutely. Good, the captain said. Leaning down, he retrieved something from behind his desk and set it down on the table. Now that is settled, this is for you. I glanced at the small leather satchel. What is it? Go on, open it, he replied. Leaning forward, I unhooked the clasp and peered in. It was full of gold bars, 10 of them, to be precise. Each of those bars is worth 100 gold, their payment in full for Stain's letter. Thank you, Captain, I said gravely, before taking the satchel and wordlessly sliding the letter in question across the desk. You have acquired 1,000 gold. You have lost Stain's letter. Your task, Forging Dark Alliances, has been updated. You have provided Captain Talon with definitive proof that Erebus is stymieing the Dark's efforts to secure the sector. Optional objective completed." The captain waved away my thanks and pocketed the parchment. "As for the second task, once the shaman completes his pledge, you will get your payment." "You will aid the Howlers in the battle against the Red Rats, then?" "I will. The players under my command here are already gathering. We will march out soon." Talon's lips thinned into a cold smile. Erebus's restrictions be damned. "Your task, forging dark alliances, has been updated. Captain Talon has agreed to the terms you've negotiated between the Tartans and the Howler shaman Hyek. Objective 1 revised. Wait for Hyek to uphold his end of the agreement and pledge allegiance to Tartar." "You yourself will march out?" I asked, looking at him in surprise. The captain nodded. "Stain's letter has freed my hands. I finally have the proof my master needs of Erebus's duplicity, and I need no longer abide by the awakened dead's rules." His eyes glinted. "There will be a reckoning." A moment later, he shook himself and turned back to me. "How shall I make payment?" I stared at him blankly. "Once the shaman pledges himself," Talon clarified. "How do you want your money? In gold bars again?" I shook my head. "I may be gone from the sector by then," I said. "But you may deposit the money into a bank," I added, and gave him the details of my Albion bank account. A frown flickered across the captain's face, but he didn't pry as to how I hoped to accomplish leaving the sector. "Well, if that is all, I best be going," I said, rising to my feet and turning towards the door. "There's one more thing," the captain said, stopping me. I turned around and, to my surprise, saw hesitation cloud Talon's face as he stood up himself. Patiently, I waited for him to go on. Withdrawing an elongated object from his desk, the captain placed it in front of me. It was a short sword. "This is for you too," Talon said, "as repayment for saving my son." Casting my gaze downwards, I inspected the sword. Both the blade and the hilt were jet black. The blade had been forged from a metal with a dull obsidian sheen, while the handle was wrapped in scaled black leather. It was a beautiful weapon, and from appearance alone, expensive. Probing deeper, I analyzed the short sword. "This is the rank 4 soul-bound short sword, Ebonheart. This item increases the damage you deal by 30% and bears the enchantment Unbreakable. Neither its edge, blade, or hilt will ever fail you in battle. This item requires a minimum dexterity of 16 to wield. The Ebon Blades are weapons carried by the Centurions of the famed Ebon Guard Legion and are regularly farmed from the Twilight Dungeon by them. Soulbound items are exceptionally rare. They will remain with a player even after death and cannot be stolen. The art of creating them is unknown to both players and powers alike. These powerful artifacts are one of the few truly game-created items, and once bonded, cannot be unbound. After a player's final death, it will be destroyed." My gaze whipped upwards to stare at the captain in shock. "Are you sure? This weapon seems priceless." "I am," Talon replied. "I'm not ungrateful for what you've done for my son, you know." He smiled wryly. "And neither is Sturm himself, no matter how much it may appear that way. If Erebus's minions took him down into that dungeon, my son would never have returned to me, no matter how many lives he had left." "But this, surely it is too much," I protested. Talon chuckled. "For my only son's life? Definitely not. And as valuable as the blade is, as soul-bound weapons go, Ebonheart is amongst the least of them. You will find many non-soul-bound weapons that have better enchantments. But when you've lost everything else, and you will at some point, Ebonheart will remain faithfully by your side." Seeing that I still hesitated, he added encouragingly, "Go on, take it." I did as the captain bade and took up the blade in my hands. "You have acquired the rank 4 soul-bound short sword, Ebonheart. This weapon is presently unbound. Do you wish to soul-bind this item?" "Ah," I breathed, as I replied in the affirmative to the adjudicator, and felt bonds slip into place between the blade and myself. "You have soul-bound Ebonheart. From this point onwards, this weapon cannot be wielded by any other, stolen, lost, or kept from your hands, except by the strongest of enchantments." The captain smiled on seeing my awed expression. "I can remember my first ebon blade. May this one serve you as well." He sat back down. "Now, if you will excuse me, I must prepare my people to join the Howlers, and I'm sure you have things to do," Talon said in what was a clear dismissal. I bowed to him, hand over waist. I wasn't sure when the captain and I would meet again, and I suspected when we did, it would be on less friendly terms. Still, I would not forget his generosity. "Farewell, Captain," I said, and left. Chapter 130. Another Task Down. Day 5, Afternoon. With Ebonheart in one hand and the heavy leather satchel in the other, I hurried through the tartan barracks, speaking to no one and ignoring the inquisitive stares directed at the black blade. Once on the empty village streets again, I removed my secondary short sword from its sheath and replaced it with Ebonheart. The captain's gift, no matter what he said, was priceless and left me feeling uncomfortable. I hadn't betrayed Talon's trust, not precisely. I didn't owe him any loyalty, but there was no doubt that I had twisted his ends to serve mine, accomplishing the letter of the task he set me while defeating the purpose behind it. Because of me, the Howlers would ally with his God Emperor, but also because of me, the Dark would not claim the sector, at least not immediately. I shrugged, setting aside my unease. What was done, and now it was time to look to the future. Looking upwards, I saw that the sun had moved past its zenith. I had one last bit of business to attend to in the safe zone before I could leave. Or perhaps two, I thought, considering the heavy satchel. First, though, I had to visit Galar. Reaching the alchemist's shop, I entered without knocking and found the gnome still busy. "Almost done," he called over his shoulder. "Make yourself comfortable on the couches, and I will be with you soon." I sat down as instructed, and while I waited, thought about what the next 2 days would bring. Objectively, I was unlikely to survive, not without dying a couple of times. I can't lug around all this gold, I decided. I would only lose it. Better I spend it and perhaps buy myself some insurance in the process. "Do you have a pen and paper I could use?" I asked, a tentative idea taking root in my mind. "Third shelf on your right, under that pile of books," Geller replied, without looking up from his brewing. I dug around on the indicated shelf and, sure enough, found blank sheets of parchment and ink with which to write. Sitting down on the couch again, I began to compose a letter. "What do you have there?" I blinked and shook my head, pulled out of my musing by Geller's question. I had completed the letter some time ago, and for the last few minutes had been staring off into space, wondering if sending it off was the right thing to do. "Nothing," I replied, and stowed the note in my pocket. I rose to my feet. "Have you finished?" The alchemist nodded and held up a stone flask for me to see. "Here you go. 1 rank 5 antitoxin." "Excellent," I murmured, taking the brew from his hand. "You have acquired a rank 5 antitoxin. This potion has been created from the essence extracted from a wyvern's venom and will cure nearly all known poisons." "Now, you best be gone," Geller said, shooing me towards the door. "Before Ishita's dogs hear you've been here." "Just a minute," I said. "I want those full healing potions." The gnome shook his head. "You can't have them. I shouldn't have told you about them at all. I don't know what I was thinking. And now I hear the goddess is going to increase the bounty on your head." He scowled at me. "Dealing with you is becoming too dangerous. You're lucky I was honor-bound to complete our previous transaction. But I can't risk further." Extracting 3 bars of gold from the satchel, I handed them to Gilar. "I want them," I said firmly, "and any other useful concoctions that you may have." The gnome's eyes grew round at the sight of the money, before his lips widened in what was the first smile of true pleasure I'd witnessed on him. "Of course," he murmured. "Come this way." You have acquired 3 full healing potions. You have acquired 5 fire bombs. Each bomb is highly combustible and will burst on impact, causing a small fire to spread outwards. You have acquired 5 smoke bombs. Each bomb contains a dense magical fog that will expand rapidly outwards when released from containment. You have acquired a rank 5 poison, refined wyvern venom. I left the alchemist's shop a little later, 3 gold bars lighter. As expensive as my purchases proved to be, I was satisfied with them. It turned out that Gilar not only made regular potions, but that he crafted incendiary devices too. Instead of spending the money I budgeted on regular potions, I bought the gnome's little infernos of destruction, as he fondly referred to the pellets. Each was no larger than my fist, and weighed about as much as a small stone. The alchemist had assured me they would burst on impact after being thrown. The last item I'd acquired was what little remained of the wyvern venom after Gilar had finished crafting my antitoxin. The alchemist had no use for such a small quantity, and had been only too happy to sell it to me. As for why I purchased the poison, I wasn't too sure. It was a whim, no more. Now to see to my final piece of business. Hurrying across the deserted village, I returned to the tavern. Thankfully, despite it being empty of patrons, Benedine remained behind the bar. "Oh, good," I said. "You're still here." The barkeeper gave me a morose look. "Where else would I go?" I smiled. "It's about just that I came to speak to you." He looked at me in bafflement. "You haven't changed your mind about selling the tavern, have you?" I asked obliquely. He shook his head. "No, but the chances of selling it are looking more remote every day." "How much?" "How much what?" Benedine asked, looking confused again. "How much do you want for this place?" I clarified. Benedine leaned across the bar, looking suddenly eager. "Don't tell me you know a prospective buyer." I grinned. "Something like that." The barkeeper pursed his lips. "Well, it cost me 900 gold to purchase, but considering the state of things at the moment, I'll settle for 500. I laid my remaining 7 gold bars on the bar counter. "How about 700? Benedine stared at me for a moment before picking one up. "These are stamped with Tartar's mark," he whispered, turning it over in his hands. "Where did you get them?" "Don't worry, they're not stolen." "Well?" The barkeeper blinked, seemingly still struggling to process my request. "You want to buy the tavern for 700 gold?" I nodded. "More precisely, I want to buy the tavern and a favor." Benedine's eyes narrowed. "What favor?" I placed my scribbled note in front of him. "When you leave the sector, I need you to deliver this letter for me." "To whom?" I told him, and the barkeeper frowned. "Can you do it? Will Ishida's sworn let you pass through the portal unmolested?" I asked. Benedine licked his lips nervously, but nodded. "I think so." "Good. Then will you do it?" The barkeeper still looked hesitant. "Will it get me in trouble with the dark?" "Not if you don't read the letter." I paused. "Or tell anyone about it." "All right," Benedine said after a moment. "All right? I'll do it." I shoved the stack of gold bars towards him. "Then, this is yours." Mutely, Benedine retrieved the gold before reaching into his pocket and handing me an official-looking piece of paper. "You have acquired a bill of ownership for the Sleepy Inn in the safe zone of Sector 12,560. All safe zone building bills of ownership are game-created items that grant you full control over the building and cannot be stolen or lost, even upon death." Note, if the building is unoccupied or unused for an extended period of time, ownership will revert to the game. This item must be freely gifted or traded to pass on to another. On final death, it will drop and be freely lootable. Thank you, I replied, storing away the item. When do I have to leave? Benedine asked, still looking shocked at his rapid change of fortunes. Immediately. Rising off my bar stool, I nodded at the letter. I will appreciate it too if you get that to its intended recipient as soon as you can. I will, Benedine affirmed. I shook his hand. Well, this is goodbye then, I guess. Lock the door behind you, and good luck in your next venture. Wait, he called, stopping me on my way to the door. I swung around to look at him. Why trust me with this? He asked, waving my letter in his hands. Because there is no one else, I said, turning back to the door. And sometimes you just have to take a gamble. I left the safe zone immediately after that. Just as Talon had said, the fort was abandoned. The entrances to the barracks and other buildings had been left wide open. Only the keep itself had been sealed shut. It felt strange walking past the eerily silent buildings. Hieck had kept his word and hadn't left even a token force behind. To all appearances, it looked like the Howlers did not plan on returning. I wonder what the awakened dead are thinking now. I chuckled in amusement at the thought. Whatever plans the faction had for the sector, it all seemed to be falling apart. The outer gates had been left gaping open, too, and I strolled through without pause. Then, increasing my pace to a steady jog, I headed northeast. I had only a vague idea of where to find the direwolves. According to the information Era and Orsk had provided, the pack had taken shelter in a network of caves beneath the eastern mountain slopes. Getting there, though, would take me the rest of the day. I jogged through the forest the entire afternoon without once being threatened by any of its creatures. I'd grown appreciably since my time in the valley, and now threats that had initially worried me, like packs of surlines and roving romadillos, did not even give me pause. I also didn't see any signs of goblins. From what I could tell, the Howlers had marched due north after leaving the fort, and our paths had diverged long ago. I reached the Longfang encampment just as the last rays of the sun disappeared beyond the western horizon. The camp was located at the base of the eastern mountain itself, and I figured it would be a good place to start combing through the slopes. The encampment was gutted. I wrinkled my nose, struggling to breathe through the awful stench of death and rotting as I drew closer. The deep trench that had guarded the southern entrance of the Longfang base was gone, filled in with corpses. Standing at the edge of the channel, I looked down. The bodies were all Longfangs. The corpses bore testament to the violence that had been done upon them. Wide, unseeing eyes, spilled guts and intestines, exposed bones, and mutilated faces. My stomach heaved. I had dealt my own fair share of death since coming to the Forever Kingdom, but this was a massacre on a scale I hadn't witnessed before. Yet, it was more than that. The Longfang's death could all be attributed to me. I was the one responsible. It will be worse when the Howlers and the Red Rats clash. I shivered uneasily at the thought, but despite all the deaths left in my wake, I couldn't find it within me to regret my actions. They'd been necessary, and the only way I could save the wolves. Still, I could never forget that what I did had consequences, nor dismiss the cost in lives. Breathing in deeply to fortify myself against whatever else I might see, I skipped over the trench and entered the ruined camp. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Tents had been torn asunder, belongings were scattered about, and the little furniture the camp had housed lay broken and burned. Nothing of value remained. The Red Rats had been most thorough in their destruction. Padding through the area, I reached the base of the cliff at its far end, then stilled as I sensed a presence above. My head whipped upwards. A direwolf sat there. It was Duggar. The direwolf alpha stared down at me with an inscrutable gaze. "Well met, human." He swung his head from me to the dead camp and raised his snout to sniff at the air. "And well done." Chapter 131, Amongst the Pack, Day 5, Night. "Hello, Duggar," I called back. My gaze drifted down the height of the cliff separating us. "How do I get up there?" "We will guide you," he replied. "We?" "We," Duggar repeated, sounding amused. My mouth dropped open. I hadn't projected the last thought, and I was sure the direwolf alpha had just read my mind. How did he do that? "There is much we can do that will surprise you," another voice responded. I spun around. Less than 3 yards away, a direwolf was sitting on her haunches with her tongue hanging out as she inspected me. I bowed from the waist. It was Sulan. "Greetings, Pack Elder." "You're still alive, I see." The white wolf's eyes gleamed. "And growing fast, too." "Where's Era and—" I began, then broke off as more bubbles of awareness appeared in my mind sight. My head whipped about, searching for the other presences that my mind insisted were a few yards to my left and right. Sulan snorted. "But still, you remain a pup." Before I could retort to that, she went on. "Show yourselves, brothers and sisters. The wolfkin is too blind to see you." Shapes coalesced out of the darkness, from within leaping distance, and my heart thudded in sudden fear, even though I knew I was in no danger. 5 other wolves accompanied Sulan, all strangers to me. Despite my enhanced senses, I had detected none of them. How had they gotten so close? Their stealth has to be damn high. I sensed Sulan's wince. "Stop shouting, pup!" she snapped. "Sorry," I muttered, trying to make my internal thoughts small. "Better," she remarked. "But when we get back to the den, we will have to teach you some control." "The den?" I asked in sudden interest. "That's why you are here, isn't it?" the elder asked. "To find out more of the wolf from the Pack Council?" I nodded in vigorous agreement. Sulan rose to her feet and turned tail. "Then follow us, and try to keep up." Sulan and the others led me deeper into the mountains, using forgotten goat trails and hidden paths. I scaled steep slopes, wormed through narrow crevices, and hiked across dry riverbeds. Thankfully, I had no problems following the wolves. Despite me being unable to spot them while hidden, my night vision was keen enough to pick out their silent forms slipping through the fast-deepening night. Eventually, we came to a halt before a darkened cave mouth. The den entrance, I presumed. Duggar sat before it, his bulk filling nearly the entirety of the space. "Come, Wolfkin," he said. "It's time you meet the council." Turning about, he slipped into the cave. I followed after him while Sulan brought up the rear. The other 5 wolves did not follow. I paused in my steps. "They will stay above, guarding the den entrance," Sulan said. I nodded and hurried after Duggar. The pack leader had not waited. A small tunnel was situated at the rear of the cave, and going down on all 4s, Duggar had crawled through. It was a tight fit, even for me. I had no idea how the larger Duggar was managing. Thankfully, after a dozen yards, the tunnel opened up, and we were all able to walk upright again. A few minutes later, the tunnel spilled out into an underground cavern. Stalactites grew down from the ceiling, glowing blue mushrooms sprouted out of cracks in the rocks, and a still, dark pond occupied the cavern's center. Gathered around it, at rest or at play, was the pack. Nearly 100 direwolves of all ages, from newborn pups to graying elders. It made for a picturesque scene, and I had to remind myself that this was a pack in exile. "We have arrived," Duggar said, drawing to a halt and looking over his shoulder at me. "This is the pack. Or, at least," he added, sorrow slipping into his mind voice, "all that remains of us." "How many have you lost?" I asked cautiously. "We numbered more than 300 before the goblins' coming," Sulan replied from behind me. My eyes widened in empathy as I turned her way. More than 2/3 of the wolves had perished. "Most of those who've fallen were amongst our best fighters, their lives stolen while protecting the pack," Sulan continued. "Now wolves too young, like Era and Orsk, have been forced to serve as our defenders." The white wolf sighed. "These are dark days for the pack." "But the Longfangs are no more," I said in an attempt to reassure her. "Your persecution has come to an end." "Or our troubles have just begun," Duggar interjected obliquely. "Your coming will not be without cost." My brows drew down, and I stared at him questioningly, but the Alpha's gaze remained maddeningly opaque. "Follow," he ordered, swinging around to advance further in the cavern. My face still scrunched up in confusion, I turned to Sulan for answers. The elder wolf sighed. "We are not ungrateful for what you've done, Michael, but Duggar is right. You bring your own brand of danger. Now the pack must decide how much to risk on your behalf." I opened my mouth to question her further, but she slunk past me. "Come, the council will explain everything." Duggar and Sulan escorted me across the cavern under the intense scrutiny of the rest of the pack. While none of them spoke to me, they did not bother shielding their thoughts. Emotions spilled into my mind: menace, anger, suspicion, and fear. I staggered under the mental avalanche, then stiffened my spine to walk with my head unbowed. Not all the direwolves exuded darker emotions, though. Some, the younger ones especially, quivered with excitement and curiosity. Still, it did not stop the tension from ratcheting upwards, and while I was not precisely scared, I was grateful for the presence of Duggar and Sulan. A yap of delight broke the silence. My gaze swung to the left to see 3 shapes of black and gray streaking toward me. I barely had time to brace myself before they crashed into me. My efforts were for naught, though. Sputtering in helpless laughter, I landed on my rump, my arms full of the gamboling pups. "It's good to see you fellows too," I chuckled, as the 3 tried to lick my face clean off. "Well met, Michael," Orsk and Era said in tandem. Lifting my head, I saw the 2 approaching me more sedately than their excited pups. "Era! Orsk!" I replied, struggling to contain my own relief. I hadn't realized how much I missed seeing them earlier. Era nipped gently at my hand in affectionate greeting, while Orsk ducked his tail in a more dignified manner. "We never doubted you would return successful," Era said. "Oh, I don't know about that," I replied with a laugh. "I had my own measure of doubts." "Yet you still freed us from the Longfang's persecution," Orsk replied. I was about to respond, then noticed an oddity. Both Era and Orsk were broadcasting their words, and I realized the rest of the pack was listening intently to the pair and their 3 pups. More remarkable still, the oppressive sense of mistrust and fear had vanished entirely. My gaze darted to Sulan and Duggar, and noticed both were watching the direwolf family and me just as closely as the pack. And while both had their emotions on a tight leash, I sensed a trace of smugness about Sulan. This was no chance-met encounter, I realized. This meeting had been staged to occur within the center of the pack. "What is going on, Era?" I asked softly, across the thinnest mental link I could manage. "All is well. The pack needed to be reassured," she replied, whisper quiet. And now, they are. Reassured, I wondered. It was obvious from the reactions I'd received that I unsettled the wolves, but why that was the case, I still did not understand. This was a test as much as a welcome, Michael, Era said. The council will have observed the pack's reaction and will take it into account when making their decision. My consternation only grew. Sensing this, Era added, Follow Sulan's lead when you meet the elders. She will guide you true. Neither Orsk nor I will be allowed to accompany you. It's time, Sulan said, gently pawing away the pups. We must go. The council grows impatient. Beyond the large cavern sheltering the greater part of the pack was a smaller cave. Shepherded by Duggar and Sulan, I ducked into its narrow entrance. 4 other direwolves waited there. Their coats varied in color from dusty brown to charcoal gray, but like Sulan herself, each had graying muzzles. They are old and past their prime, I thought. These must be the elders. 4 sets of piercing gazes swung my way. That we are, impudent pup, the smallest of the 4 said, a brown-furred wolf. From the flavor of her mind voice, I suspected she was female. Bah, past my prime, another growled. I'm not too old to fight. He bared yellowing but still sharp fangs. Or to gnaw through your bones. Oops. I needed to learn how to conceal my thoughts better, or they were bound to get me in trouble amongst the pack. Before I could think about how to soothe the offended wolf's feelings, Sulan slipped into the cave behind me. Barak, you old dog! Leave the pup alone. Taken him under your wing already, have you, Sulan? A wolf with a salt and pepper coat asked. I have, Lita, the white wolf at my back replied serenely. The largest wolf in the cave, and the only one of the 4 to have remained silent, rose to his feet and limped towards me. By appearance alone, he was ancient. His coat lacked the healthy sheen of the others. Tufts of his fur stuck out in patches, his claws were ragged and broken, and both of his fangs were chipped. The old wolf swayed slightly as he drew to a halt before me. Duggar padded forward to his side, letting the elder lean on him for support. The rest of the council fell silent as the oldest amongst them studied me, shoving his muzzle inches from my face. So, it's true, he said. A scion of wolf walks amongst us again. For all that his body appeared to be failing him, there was nothing weak about the elder's mind voice. Seemingly satisfied with his inspection, the old wolf limped back to his former position and slumped heavily back to the ground. Enough chatter, he pronounced. Let's begin. As you wish, Duggar replied, in the most subdued tone I'd heard him use. He swung back to me. Wolfkin, we 6 form the pack council. He gestured to the 2 as yet unnamed wolves. That is Suva, he said, pointing out the small female. And this is Monak, former Alpha, he finished, sitting down beside the aging wolf. I examined each of the council members surreptitiously. The target is Duggar, a level 67 direwolf Alpha. The target is Suva, a level 54 direwolf. The target is... Direwolves, once a populous species in the Forever Kingdom, have been hunted nearly to extinction. In days gone by, they were amongst the most respected and feared wolfkin, famed for their hunting prowess, size, and extraordinary mental feats. These days, dire wolf packs only haunt the remotest regions and sectors. Alphas are pack leaders amongst them, responsible for the protection of their individual packs and for overseeing the interest of all wolfkin in their domain. Unlike Era and Orsk, who were only rank 1 creatures, the pack elders were rank 5 and 6 beasts. While I'd been examining the council, Sulan had joined the others to form a half-circle around me. Today we will sit in judgment of you, the white wolf said. Judgment? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. Matters, I felt, were straying off course. I was here for one thing only, to find out about the path of the wolf. Whatever the council was about, I didn't have time for it. Erebus and his followers will be following on my heels soon. I must leave. We are aware of your time limit, Lita said. Nor will what we do here take long, Suva added. Besides, until you show yourself worthy, Barak interjected, with what was undoubtedly a bloodthirsty grin. We can't let you go. Can't? I repeated, jutting out my chin aggressively. Can't, Duggar affirmed equably. The bloodline you bear is awakening, and for the good of the pack, all the packs, we must decide your fate. I stared hard at the pack alpha. I didn't understand half of what he had said, but the threat in his words was unmistakable. If the direwolves thought I was going to lay down and let them pass judgment on me, they were sorely mistaken. I did not come here for this, I said, folding my arms. If you do not wish to help, Michael, Sulan interjected, trust us. This is necessary. She left it at that, saying no more. I glared at the white wolf, still bristling with anger. I wanted to fling back her words at her, but I could not forget she had saved my life, and at great peril to her own. My gaze drifted to Duggar, nor could I ignore the danger the Alpha had placed his people in to rescue me from the Wyvern. And I remembered that Era, who I did trust, had advised me to follow Sulan's lead. I let my shoulders slump and sighed heavily. All right, what do I do? Chapter 132, The Council's Judgment, Day 5, Night. For starters, you can seat yourself, Suva said. Mutely, I sat down cross-legged on the cold, hard ground as instructed. Now that I had decided to comply with whatever the council was about, I saw no reason to drag this out any longer than it needed to be. The quicker I get this done, the quicker I can leave, I thought, refusing to contemplate the possibility of needing to fight my way out. Tell us everything that's happened since you entered the Forever Kingdom, Lita ordered. And don't think to lie, Barak growled. We can sniff out any falsehoods you think to tell. I scowled at the brown wolf, but didn't retort. Taking a moment to gather my thoughts, I began telling the council my story, embellishing nothing and making no attempt to conceal my motivations. But I had barely started my tale when I was interrupted. Why pick the scout class? Didn't you think of refusing the familiar? Was it cowardice that stopped you from entering the dungeon first? Why did you not band with your fellow candidates? Are you a murderer? Those were just the questions in the first 5 minutes. They did not stop after that. If anything, the elder's queries only grew more expansive. On and on it went, as the wolves fired question after question at me. Initially, I could see no rhyme or reason to their interests. Some questions I had to ponder deeply on and seemed to cut to the heart of my motivations. Why did you refuse Loken? What prompted you to trust Ultak? How did you know Nat to be false? Others were almost trivial. What did it matter when I'd last eaten? But regardless of how inconsequential the questions were, I was closely scrutinized the entire time. As the hours wore on, I finally noticed a pattern to the elders' questions. Unexpectedly, they had no interest in my prior interactions with Era and Orsk's family, the subject I assumed would most concern them, but instead they focused primarily on my interactions with the powers and factions I'd encountered, Loken, Erebus, Tartar, and even Arena. What for and why, I didn't understand, but I was certain I was being assessed, and my every response weighed. And not only my verbal responses either, but also the unvoiced thoughts that accompanied each of them too. At times, I sensed the 6 wolves nipping at the fringes of my mind, tasting my emotions and the truth of my answers. both the words I'd left unsaid and those I'd chosen to voice. It forced me to a degree of care I found draining, and by the end of the session, I was drenched in sweat. Finally, Monak, the only one who'd had no questions for me, put an end to the interrogation. "Enough," he ordered. "The Wolfkin will do." I sensed surprise in the other council members at the aging wolf's pronouncement, but only Duggar was willing to question him. "Are you certain?" he asked softly. "I am," Monak replied. "He remains unbound, and for now, that is also what matters. Tell him what he needs to know." The Alpha did not protest further. Glancing at Sulan, Duggar inclined his head. "Go ahead." I sat up attentively. Finally, it seemed I was about to learn something of interest. I wasn't sure precisely what Monak meant by unbound, but I suspected it was a reference to me being unsworn. Sulan rose to her haunches while the others watched on silently. "What you are about to hear, Michael, is forbidden knowledge, held secret from most players. The powers have gone to great lengths to eradicate all traces of it. If you choose to share what we tell you amongst your fellow players, know that you will be endangering them, yourself, and the pack." She held my gaze. "Do you understand?" I nodded, sensing the seriousness of her tone. "What do you know about evolutions?" Sulan asked. My interest quickened. This was a subject of particular interest to me, and while Loken had told me a little on the subject, and implied more, I still did not understand enough on the matter. "Not much," I admitted. "I know that it is rare amongst players, and those that are capable of evolution use it to transform their classes, seemingly for the better." I rubbed my lips in thought, then added, "I suspect, too, that it is my ability to evolve that has attracted the interest of the powers." The white wolf cocked her head to the side. "Partially true." "Oh?" I said, wondering which part I'd gotten wrong. "All players can evolve," Sulan said. I sat up straighter. "What?" "It is the ability to evolve that separates players from non-players. Only by evolving can players train skills and accumulate traits, feats, and classes." I nodded slowly. I didn't know enough to dispute Sulan's explanation, but one thing didn't make sense. If that's true, if all players can evolve, what is the reason for the power's interest in me? "While every player can evolve, not all can do so equally," Sulan said. "Your own capacity exceeds most players. Where the average player's classes are bound by their initial choices, yours are not, or at least not entirely." "I see," I murmured. "In fact," Sulan continued, "your ability to evolve is strong enough that, with time and effort, you may transform from player to power." For a moment, I said nothing, having already suspected as much. "Does this mean that Loken and Erebus were once players?" I asked quietly. "Correct," Sulan said. "It is how all the new powers came to be." My eyes narrowed slightly. "New powers?" "We'll get to that soon enough," Sulan replied. "Do you understand the implications of what I've said?" I nodded. I understand why the powers would want to keep knowledge of evolution secret, but I knew, or suspected, the gist of what you told me already. There was no reason to interrogate me first, you know, I finished somewhat grumpily. Sulan chuckled, and I sensed amusement tinge the others' thoughts, too. "What's so funny?" I asked suspiciously. "You are, pup," Sulan replied, still laughing. "I have not come to the forbidden knowledge yet." I blinked. "You haven't?" She shook her head, amusement fading. "What the new powers do not share freely, even amongst themselves, is what gives players the ability to evolve." I waited, sensing we were coming to the heart of the matter. "It is What lies in your blood? Sulan said. I stared at her. My blood? The white wolf nodded. The blood of the ancients flows in your veins, and that of every player. My bewilderment deepened. Ancients? What was Sulan going on about now? Millennia ago, even before the advent of the game, the old powers, the ancients, roamed the Forever Kingdom, she replied in response to my unspoken question. Unlike the new powers, the ancients were true gods. Kill one, and they would simply be reincarnated. I scratched my head, truly perplexed. All right, but what does any of that have to do with player evolutions? Sulan's tongue lolled out in a lupin smile. Before players became players, they were called by another name, scions, bearers of the ancient blood. When one of the ancients perished, whether through foul means or fair, the blood of the house's scions would awaken, beginning their evolution into the latest reincarnation of the deceased ancient. My mouth dropped open in shock. The pieces were beginning to fall in place. Wolf was one of the ancients, I whispered. Sulan nodded. He was, as was dragon, lion, serpent, and many others. I pursed my lips, pondering deeply. If all that is true, I said slowly, why have I heard of none of them? Because, Monak said, at last joining the conversation, all the ancients are dead. More than 1,000 years have passed since the last was reborn. I stared at the aging wolf and former alpha of the pack. How is that possible? If, as you say, the ancients are immortal, then why haven't they reincarnated? It was Duggar who answered. For hundreds of years, none of the scions who awakened their blood survived long enough to transition into a prime. I glanced at him. And why is that? The new powers hunted them down, he replied with an angry growl. The new and old powers warred amongst themselves? I asked. Why? No one remembers anymore, Duggar said. Or if they do, they tell no one. What is clear, though, is that the war was lost by the ancients, and the new powers are determined to keep it that way. By preventing any of the ancients from being reborn? I asked. Exactly, Duggar said. And now, Lita added, knowledge of the ancients is so suppressed that most scions who have the potential to evolve into primes do not even know to try. It is only us, the gatekeepers, that still remember the old ways, Suva finished sadly. Which brings us back to the subject of evolutions, Sulan said. I turned back to her. Meaning? You are both scion and player, and may walk a multitude of paths. If you choose to follow the new ways, you will, in time, evolve into one of the new powers, be it of light, dark, or shadow. The white wolf paused. But if you abandon new for old and walk one of the now forbidden paths, you may eventually become a reborn prime. There was that word again. Prime? What does that mean? I asked. It is what the old powers called themselves, Duggar said, and refers to the title each held as head of their respective houses. I bowed my head and considered what I had learned. Around me, the wolves fell silent, allowing me space to think. I'd come to the pack to learn more about Wolf, yet I had discovered more than I'd bargained for. Now I also understood why the dire wolves were uneasy about me. If I truly possessed the potential to be reborn as Wolf Prime, and if the new powers were indeed still at war with the ancients, as the council implied, then my very presence amongst the pack imperiled them. Yet they seemed willing to shoulder the danger. What is it that you want from me? I asked finally. I suspected I knew that already, but I sought their confirmation. You know already, Sulan replied gently. This pack cherishes the old ways. Our lore is full of tales of a better time under Wolf and his brethren, and we would see a return to those days." She held my gaze. "I believe it is your destiny to follow the way of the wolf, Michael, and if you prove worthy, to become the Prime Reborn." "Don't push him, Sulan," Duggar chided. He turned to me, his mind voice grave. "You are approaching a crossroads, Wolfkin. Up until now, you've been treading lightly across many paths, both old and new." The Alpha's tongue lolled out in a rare smile. "Like the nomadic wolves of old, you've refused to settle and have held yourself aloof from all the factions, binding yourself to neither light, dark, shadow, or wolf. But all your marks are deepening, and whether of your own accord or not, you will soon find yourself bound." He paused. "Better you make the choice, consciously." If I understood Duggar correctly, he was telling me I could not stand aside. I would have to choose a path. Hamish had said something similar long ago in relation to the forces, but where he'd mentioned only 3 choices, light, dark, or shadow, the wolves were suggesting there was a 4th choice. "So what shall it be?" Barak broke in. "Will you become light-sworn, dark-sworn, shadow-sworn, or a scion of House Wolf?" "Choose carefully," Duggar said. He glanced sideways at Sulan, quelling whatever she was about to say. "And remember, the choice of which path to walk is yours alone." I closed my eyes and fell silent again, thinking. Minutes passed, and seemingly no longer able to remain silent, Barak snapped, "Enough dithering! What will you do?" I opened my eyes and scrutinized each of the elders in turn. My gaze rested longest on the oldest amongst them. Monak had said little and asked even less, and from his almost bored countenance, the old wolf seemed to have no doubts about my choice. And he is not wrong, I thought wryly. Despite still knowing little about Wolf, I felt an instinctive rightness about the path Sulan was urging me onto. There was something of Wolf about me already. I had felt it numerous times already, prompting my actions and swaying my choices. It was not an alien force either. The wolf within me had always been there, I thought, and it was as much a part of me as any other aspect of myself. Most of all, I could not deny that I yearned to awaken my wolf heritage more completely. Perhaps Sulan is right. Perhaps it is my destiny. "I will become a scion of House Wolf," I said at last. Chapter 133, Bloodlines, Day 5, Night. At my words, I felt excitement ripple through the minds of the others. My response was the one they'd both been hoping for and dreading. "Tell me what I must do," I said in the small silence that had fallen. Sulan was the first to speak. "To begin with," she began in a more animated voice than I'd yet heard her use, "your wolf bloodline must be fully awakened. Left to its own devices, your blood would eventually awaken of its own accord," Lita added. "But in these troubled times, that would be dangerous and leave you without the means necessary to defend yourself." "Be warned, though," Suva said. "Once your blood is awakened, there will be no turning back. Any other bloodlines you carry will be subsumed as your wolf bloodline rises to the fore." My gaze flitted between the 3 female wolves. "I carry other bloodlines?" "Almost certainly," Lita answered. "Over the years, the bloodlines of the ancient houses have so commingled that nearly every scion carries multiple strains. But this will not matter once your blood has been awakened." My brows drew down at the elder's answer, but I didn't pursue the matter further. "How will you awaken my blood?" I asked instead. "We won't," Sulan said. "You will awaken it yourself by completing the first wolf trials." I waited for her to go on. "Long ago, before the fall of his house, The Wolf Prime appointed our pack as one of his gatekeepers, Suva said. It is our sacred duty to guide suitable candidates to the first trial. I frowned. What is the trial? Some sort of dungeon? Not quite, the White Wolf replied. Dungeons exist only in the Nether. The first wolf trial is a closed sector in the ether. Sulan nodded to Suva, and the other elder grabbed something from the rear of the cave. Padding closer, she dropped it before me. It was a metal object consisting of 2 large interlocked rings, each inscribed with arcane symbols. This is a device used to open a portal, Sulan explained. With it, we will send you to the trial. A portal. It was potentially another means of escaping the valley. But I curbed my sudden spurt of excitement. I could not expect it to work, not given the shield woven over the sector by Ishida's sworn. Unable to resist further, I inspected the object. The target is a ring of astral walking, an artifact of unknown rank forged by the Wolf Prime Atirus himself. This item is a spirit portal device and may only be used by a circle of mind-linked direwolves. I glanced up at Sulan in confusion. What is a spirit portal? It is exactly what the name implies, Sulan said. A portal opened by this artifact will send your spirit to the first wolf trial. As to your concern about the awakened dead's shield, Lita chimed in, fear not. Their shield will not interfere with the workings of this device. I nodded to the smaller wolf in acknowledgement, then turned back to Sulan. Only my spirit? I asked. Why not the rest of me? You are still new to the ways of the wolf, Monak interjected. But in time, you will learn that Wolf is as much a stalker of minds as he is of prey in the physical realm. I rubbed at my chin, struggling to make sense of the old wolf's response. That's cryptic. The first trial is that of the mind, Sulan said, sounding amused again. To that end, you will undertake it without a body. I stared at her blankly for a moment. I guess there will be no escaping the sector through the spirit portal, then. What happens to my body while I'm in the trial? I managed finally. It will remain here, under guard by the pack, Duggar said. I nodded slowly. What challenges can I expect to face? That we do not know, Sulan said. None of the candidates the pack sent through since becoming gatekeepers have ever returned. This keeps getting better. And how many were those? Sulan looked to Monak. 6, he said. But you are certain this trial will put me on the wolf's path? I asked skeptically. You have already begun to tread the ways of the wolf, Sulan assured me. Your wolf mark has been deepening, hasn't it? And if I'm not mistaken, your mark has already had an impact on your class. The first trial will simply hasten your blood awakening and ready you for the next step. My brows rose at her words. It was true that when I'd fully configured my primary class, it had evolved from Scout to Night Stalker, and in part, that evolution seemed to have been a result of my wolf mark. The adjudicator had also referenced my wolf mark when I'd merged my primary and second classes into the Mind Stalker bi-blend. Sulan's right. I am already on Wolf's path. Which brought me to another interesting point. I glanced at the Pax Alpha. You said the new powers hunt down those who attempt forbidden evolutions, didn't you? Duggar nodded. I did. Loken, Ishida, Erebus, and probably also Tartar and Arena know that I'm a Mind Stalker by now, I said, turning back to Sulan. Won't they already be hunting me? The White Wolf shook her head. They will be wary of you, certainly, but no more. As yet, you tread the path of the wolf only lightly, and may still turn back. All that will change, though, once your blood is fully awakened, and your class evolves further. Then the new powers will consider you and every wolfkin you come into contact with to be tainted. She looked at me soberly. They will spare no effort in purging the taint. I swallowed. understanding the grave risk they took. Duggar eyed me carefully. "Knowing what you now know, will you still attempt the trial, Wolfkin?" I nodded firmly. "I will." Sulan rose to her feet. "Then get some rest. Tomorrow we shall open the portal to the sector containing the trial." I shook my head. "No, I can't wait that long. I must enter tonight." "That is reckless," the White Wolf scoffed. "The trial should not be taken lightly. Death there is permanent. Your player lives will not save you." My eyes widened slightly at that, but as disturbing as this latest tidbit of information was, it did not change my mind. "Still, I must enter now," I persisted. "Don't be foolish, pup," Sulan growled. "You will enter tomorrow." "Let the Wolfkin do as he wishes," Monak said, unexpectedly intervening on my behalf. Sulan spun about to stare at the former alpha. "Sometimes," Monak said, with a twinkle in his old eyes, "we must bow to the wishes of the young, as foolish as we believe them to be." Sulan stayed stiff-limbed for a moment before bowing her head in submission. "As you wish, Monak," she said. She glanced over her shoulder at me. "Ready yourself, pup. Your trial is about to begin." It took the wolves only moments to prepare themselves. Suva set down the ring of astral walking in the center of the cavern. Then the 6 wolves lay down around it and closed their eyes. I stood by the entrance, where I had been instructed to wait, and watched curiously. In my natural sight, nothing seemed to be happening. To all intents and purposes, the elders were asleep. But in my mind sight, I saw something entirely different. Strands of psi spun out of the 6 and wove themselves together in an almost seamless circle of energy. Then from Duggar and Sulan, anchoring the circle from opposite ends, more psi reached out to the astral artifact and ignited it in violet fire. The twin rings forming the device, that I would have sworn were indelibly fused together, separated and slid across the ground until they were about 3 feet apart. A moment later, the arcane script etched onto the ring's surfaces lifted to tear open the air into 2 rectangular portals of light, one above each metal band. "A ring of astral walking has been activated. A spirit portal to the first trials in Sector 214 has been opened." "Step into the portal," Sulan ordered, sounding strained. I straightened from my slouch at the entrance, my gaze flickering between the twin portals. "Which one?" "Either," Sulan snapped. "And hurry!" I dashed forward, not bothering to unequip any of my items. According to Sulan, they would remain behind with my body. Choosing the closest of the hovering rectangles of light, I stepped through without hesitation. "Entering the first spirit portal gate. Corporeal separation commencing." A weird sensation rippled through my body, quite unlike what I'd experienced with any other portal. It was as if thousands of tiny knives sliced through my flesh simultaneously. I screamed and almost retreated, but I knew that would be a mistake. Persevering against the pain, I pushed through the portal until I passed through its other end and stepped into the space between the 2 rings. "Astral release completed. Your spirit has been successfully untethered from your body." I was in 2 places simultaneously. One part of me, spirit, stood erect, while the other part, unanimated flesh, fell to the ground. I glanced downwards. Only one of my 2 forms responded, the one that was a ghostly shape of white light. It, or rather, I, was unclothed spirit. My discarded body was heaped on the floor, unmoving and still. "Well done, Wolfkin," Sulan said. "Now step into the second portal and enter the trial." "How will I get back?" I asked, only now thinking to ask this vital-seeming question. "Should you complete the trial, the way back for your spirit will automatically open," she replied. "Good luck, Michael." I stepped forward and my spirit form responded as my body would have. Standing in front of the second portal, I took a second to gather myself. This is it. Time to write your destiny, Michael. I took the next step. Entering the second spirit portal gate. Astral transfer initiated. Leaving Sector 12,560. Entering the first wolf trial. Chapter 134. Atiris's Gifts. I landed on my feet without fuss and without experiencing the transition at all. One moment I had been in the cave, the next I was elsewhere. Behind me, the portal receded and then vanished entirely. Before turning my attention outwards, I considered myself. I remained a being of pure spirit and without body. Still, my ghostly limbs responded to my commands in the same manner as my real ones did, and for now, that sufficed. Pivoting about in a slow circle, I took in my surroundings. I was in a crudely fashioned log cabin. A closed wooden door was directly opposite, and behind me was a simple table and chair. A few objects lay on the table, but I ignored them as I took in the rest of the room. To my left and right lay two wide-open windows through which sunlight streamed in. I puzzled over that for a bit. It had been dark when I'd left the pack. Did that mean an entire night had passed during my transition to here, wherever this was? I sincerely hoped not. Multiple game messages awaited my attention, and turning my focus inwards, I scrolled through them. Congratulations, Michael. You have discovered a secret location in the Forever Kingdom. Few have entered this closed sector, and even fewer have left. You have entered the first trial of Wolf. Wolf is one of the most mysterious of the ancients. Where others revel in their power, Wolf keeps his own strengths concealed. Where others move openly, Wolf lurks in the hidden corners of the world, stalking his prey. Wolf is not the strongest foe, nor the most powerful, but he is renowned for his stealth, cunning, and hunting prowess. The Wolf Trials encompasses each of the many aspects that make up Wolf. This, the first trial, focuses on the mind, the key to Wolf's much-vaunted cunning. Finish it, and you will leave with the tools crucial to your continued survival in the game as you venture further down the path of Wolf. On behalf of Wolf, the adjudicator has allocated you a new task. Pass the first trial. Your objective is to complete all 4 tests of mind. Once you have done so, the trial will be completed and your Wolf bloodline will be awakened. This is a task only for those marked by Wolf. Warning: this task represents a major milestone in your player evolution. Completing it will have a significant and irreversible impact on your other spirit signatures. Alrighty, I thought. The messages were somewhat ominous, especially the part about few leaving, but at least I know I'm in the right place. I still had no idea what the tests were, though, or how I was expected to complete them. Time to explore a bit further. I swung around to face the table and advanced towards it. The motion felt less natural than I had become used to since entering the game, and I frowned, trying to pinpoint the exact difference as I walked. It came to me suddenly. My movements felt cumbersome and absent of the lithe, deft motions I had grown used to since boosting my dexterity. It was almost as if I was normal again. Sulan had warned me, but I hadn't really grasped the significance of her words. I realized now that without a body, none of the attribute boosts relating to my physical form would apply here. Ugh. My mouth twisting sourly, I realized, too, that I would not be able to sneak either, or for that matter, use any of the skills and abilities that relied on my body. I would manage, though, somehow. And I still have my mental abilities, I reminded myself, no matter that they were the least advanced of my skills. I reached the table and looked down. On it were 3 books, each shimmering with a magical haze. Resting above the centermost book was a handwritten note. Focusing my gaze on it, I began to read. Welcome, scion of House Wolf. You have entered the first of my trials. I'm certain you know this already, but in case you don't, all my tests are fatal. Pass them, and you may move on. Fail, and well, your death will surely be no great loss to House Wolf. Others amongst my kindred may favor a less drastic approach, but I do not hold with such. The path of Wolf is a difficult one. A single misstep could be your last, and if you mean to be my successor, it is best you prepare for your new life now. Wolf cannot be weak. Now to more immediate matters. This is the trial of the mind. During it, you will undergo 4 different challenges, each testing a different mental aspect. You may use any abilities and skills you have at your disposal to pass each test, although I am sure you have already realized that your non-mind skills and abilities are useless to you here. Do not think either that, without a body, you are immune to physical damage. I've carefully chosen the constructs inhabiting this trial to be ones that cannot only see your spirit form, but that can harm it too. However, this trial is not only a test of your worthiness, but it is also a means of preparing you for your eventual crowning as Wolf Prime. Assuming you live that long, of course. To that end, at the start of each test, you will be afforded the opportunity to acquire 1 additional ability. I caution you to make your choice wisely. You will find that the abilities I offer you here are not widely available elsewhere in the Forever Kingdom. So, without further ado, look to the 3 ability tomes on this table before leaving the cabin. Only the knowledge from one of them can be absorbed. Good luck, Scion. May darkness always shelter you. Atirus. I read the message twice over to make certain I'd not misunderstood its contents. If I was not mistaken, it had been written by a former Wolf Prime, and I could almost imagine him penning it. Turning my attention to the books, I analyzed the one on the left. Or tried to. Nothing happened. Blah. It seemed analyze wouldn't work here either. Left without a choice, I read the titles on the books instead. They were Astral Blade, Puppet Master, and Terrifying Howl. All were subtitled, A Basic Telepathy Ability Tome. I pursed my lips as I considered the abilities. All 3 were suitable for my current skill rank. Was that a coincidence? I wasn't sure, but I suspected it wasn't. The tome's descriptions were not much to go on, but I thought it was a fair bet that Astral Blade was a direct damaging spell. Puppet Master was a mind control spell similar to Charm, and Terrifying Howl was a crowd control spell of some sort. Even not knowing what the upcoming tests entailed, I was fairly certain which ability I needed. It had not escaped my notice that without my body skills, I had no means of inflicting damage on any enemies I would come across, and the Wolf Prime's note had been pretty explicit in that regard. I was certain to encounter hostiles. Without hesitating further, I rested my hand on the ability tome titled Astral Blade. Nothing happened. I grimaced. Just great. If I can't even interact with the tome, how do I absorb its knowledge? At the thought, a game message dropped into my mind. You have acquired the basic ability, Simple Astral Blade. This is a mind spell that manifests a psi dagger in one of the caster's hands. It can be wielded by hand as a melee weapon or thrown like a projectile. The Astral Blade is no ordinary weapon, though, and it cannot be used to repel physical attacks. Its use is governed by the telepathy skill, and the damage it inflicts is psionic in nature. The dagger will remain manifested for a maximum of 10 seconds or until it strikes a target. The effects of this ability may be overcome by mental resistance. This ability consumes psi and can be upgraded. Its activation time is fast. You have 21 of 26 mind ability slots remaining. The other 2 tomes disappeared. I barely noticed, whistling appreciatively at my new spell's properties. It seemed especially potent for a Tier 1 ability, which was all to the good. Drawing on my psi, I cast Astral Blade. It took only a moment for the dagger to manifest in my hand. I studied the slim shape of vibrant violet energy resting in my ghostly palm. It looked as lethal as any short sword I'd wielded. Perfect, I thought, grinning in pleasure. I turned back to the door. It was time to exit the cabin and find out what the first test was about. Chapter 135, Power of the Mind. At first, I tried simply passing through the door as any incorporeal being would. But despite my ghostly appearance, my spirit form had substance and met with resistance when it came in contact with the wood's surface. I sighed, and turning the handle, I opened the door as I would have ordinarily. Exiting the cabin, I found myself on an elevated platform. More properly, the building was a treehouse built in the upper branches of a tall redwood that rose a few dozen yards off the ground. There were other trees nearby, but all were shorter than the one in which I was located, giving me a panoramic view of my surroundings. I was in a forest grove. In the distance, I spied a lake and what appeared to be another log cabin resting on its shores. From where I stood, I could not make out the lake's far shores, nor what lay on the other sides of the forest grove. What now? I wondered. A game message dropped into my mind. Your task, past the first trial, has been updated. Revised objective, reach the second log cabin safely to complete the first test. The cabin didn't look to be too far away. By all appearances, it was only a few minutes' walk from where I stood. If I could get down from my elevated perch, of course, and assuming the forest held no danger, which I was sure it did. I glanced over the edge of the wooden platform. There was no way down. The platform surrounded the treehouse on all sides, and I walked a slow circuit around the entire perimeter, but still failed to spot a means of getting to the forest floor. Can't I just jump? I wondered. If I was corporeal, I would never have considered it, but I was without body. The impact shouldn't harm me. Still, it would be foolish to try. I eyed the tree's lower limbs. Leaping my way downwards using one step and the intervening branches to break my descent seemed possible. It would be tricky, though. I walked the perimeter a few more times, trying to figure out another way down, but after a while, I gave up as I failed to spot a better approach. Sighing, I mapped a route through the branches, then dropped from the platform. After a second of free fall, I cast one step and flung myself at the closest branch, hands outstretched to wrap around its thick bough. I mistimed my leap. Arms windmilling, I grabbed for the branch, but missed my grab by more than a handspan. Uh-oh, I thought, with a sinking feeling. It seemed I was taking the quick way down after all. The first waypoint on my planned route down had been the simplest to reach, and I should have made it easily. But I'd forgotten that my spirit form was not as lithe as my physical one, and I was no longer capable of performing the acrobatics I'd grown used to. I plummeted, jaw clenched to hold in the scream that threatened to erupt. On the way down, I bounced off countless branches and, despite numerous attempts, missed every grab. I hit the ground hard, landing with a thud that would have been bone-jarring if I had a body to feel it. Then the fall would have killed me for sure. You have sustained 0 damage. In spirit form, you are immune to physical damage. I paid the game alert barely any heed. For all that its message was welcome, it did nothing to alleviate the agony ripping through me. Even absent a body, I experienced pain. Every square inch of me felt on fire. The bones I didn't have felt as if they'd been shattered. The limbs I was missing screamed that they'd been mangled. My eyes refused to see, and my fingers barely twitched. For interminably long, the pain went on, not abating, and I lay stretched out on the forest floor, unmoving and vulnerable. Eventually, the pain receded. The unbearable whiteness that gripped my mind faded, and my thoughts began to work once more. "Gods, let's not do that again," I gasped. Steadfastly refusing to dwell on the experience, if I tried hard enough, I was sure to forget it entirely. I lifted myself to my feet and glanced around warily. The forest was eerily silent. There were no bird calls, buzzing insects, or cries from predators or prey. To my senses of sight and smell, the forest appeared empty of life. I didn't believe it for a second. Unfurling my mind sight, I re-inspected my surroundings. Immediately, two dark bubbles of energy made themselves known. They were inching closer, one on either flank. Given the manner of their advance and where I was, I had no doubt the pair were hostile. I considered my options. I could make a dash for it and race to the second cabin at the lakeshore. Presumably, it would provide me sanctuary, but there was no telling what else lay in the path between me and it. And I could not forget I was many times slower now. It was possible, probable even, that my pursuers would run me down. Best to deal with the threat here and now. Remaining relaxed and betraying no sign that I'd spotted the incoming hostiles' stealthy approach, I took stock of my mind abilities. Charm, One Step, Mind Sight, and Astral Blade. My lips turned down unhappily. There were fewer than I liked. I had two other mind abilities, Stunning Slap and Reaction Buff, but both of those only worked in conjunction with my body and were no help to me in my present state. I can make this work, I thought adamantly. With affected casualness, I slid my gaze to my left, trying to uncover the hostile there, but whatever my foe was, it was too well concealed for me to spot, and with my insight skill inoperable, I could not identify it with mindsight either. I could still charm it, though. I set about doing just that. Using my mindsight to navigate to my target's consciousness, I sent tendrils of psi towards the creature and broke through its defenses with ease. A level 28 burrower has failed a mental resistance check. You have charmed your target for 10 seconds. My brows rose in surprise at my foe's description. A burrower? Did that mean... My gaze slid downwards. My charmed minion had stopped moving less than 5 yards away from me, and in a spot that had no cover. It had to be beneath the earth. So that is why I cannot see them. Ordering the creature upwards, I swung around to face my second foe. It had not stopped advancing. With every second, the creature drew closer in the same slow and careful manner it had before. Originally, I thought this meant the hostiles had been sneaking up on me. Now I knew it was because they were digging through the soil. I cursed softly. Until the creature emerged from below ground, there was little I could do to it. Setting myself to wait, I cast Astral Blade and slipped a psionic dagger into my hand. At the sound of a disturbance behind me, I swung around. The bespelled burrower was surfacing, and it was ugly as hell. Part worm, part maggot, the burrower's outer covering was slimy, white, and translucent. It had no neck or limbs to speak of, and seemed to propel itself by contracting and expanding its body. The good news was that its skin was paper thin and should be easy to pierce. The bad? The thing was huge. The gaping hole that was its mouth could easily swallow me whole, and as for its length, the burrower still hadn't fully emerged from the earth, but judging from the size of its head, I guessed the creature had to be at least a dozen yards long. Fighting these things should be fun, I thought humorlessly, as I began to seriously reconsider the impulse that had urged me to stay and face the critters. By all indications, the burrowers were slow-moving. Even without my dexterity boosts, I should be able to outrun the pair. Worse yet, my charm spell was about to expire. I glanced over my shoulder. The second creature was still 2 yards away and hidden beneath the ground. Fight or flee? Flee, I decided. Fighting was unnecessary. Turning tail, I hurried in the direction of the lake. You have lost control over a level 28 burrower. Hard on the heels of the game's message, the burrower lifted its head skywards and emitted an eerie howl, giving vent to its anger as the leash I'd slipped over its mind fell away. The wave of sound rolled over me, unnaturally loud in the forest. Uh-oh, it does not sound pleased. If the rage filling the creature's scream was anything to go by, it would pursue me relentlessly. It didn't matter, though. I was out of the burrower's reach already and increasing my lead with every second. A moment later, my mind sight lit up. I skidded to a halt. Another 8 bubbles of darkness were converging on my position. 4 of the creatures blocked the way to the lake. 2 approached from the left, and the last pair from the right. I was surrounded. Damn it! My latest foes were unseen. I could run over the ground concealing them, but that would risk ambush from beneath. I spun around. The original 2 burrowers were also closing in. The second had emerged from the soil to join its fellow, the lengths of their slick bodies undulating as they wriggled in my direction. I was wrong about their size, too, I saw. The creatures weren't 12 yards in length. They were at least 20, and even that estimate might prove wrong. Parts of their bodies were still concealed beneath the ground. I looked up. Without my increased dexterity, I wouldn't be able to traverse the treetops as I had in the Wolves' Valley, but I could still find shelter within the branches. Darting towards the nearest tree trunk, I cast one step and pulled myself onto a low-lying branch, then repeated the maneuver twice over until I was at least 5 yards off the ground. Perched more precariously than I liked on a bough, I glanced down. One of the burrowers had reached the tree and, wrapping itself about the trunk, was propelling itself upwards. Perhaps this was not such a good idea. More burrowers were emerging from the ground to squirm around the tree's base. I was trapped. What now, Michael? My first thought was that I should have chosen Terrifying Howl instead of Astral Blade. A nice crowd control ability would have come in handy just about now, but regret helped me not, and while I sat dithering on the tree trunk, my situation only worsened. The first burrower had not let up on its damnable shrieking, and every second more burrowers entered my mind sight's sphere of awareness, summoned by their enraged fellow. Charming the creature had been a mistake, one of many I'd made already. I squashed the renewed impulse to dwell further on my poor choices and forced my thoughts to something more productive. What to do next? Venturing further upwards was not an option. There were no other branches in reach. Likewise, returning to the ground was suicide. It boiled with squirming burrowers. Multiple burrowers had wrapped themselves around the tree trunk and, wriggling all over one another, were making their way slowly but surely towards my position. No choice now but to fight, I decided. Let's see if I can't convince these worms that I'm not worth the effort. Casting Charm, I targeted one of the burrowers wrapped around the tree. It fell under my spell as easily as the first had, and I ordered it to attack its closest fellow, another burrower squirming up the tree. While I waited in anticipation of the outcome, I recast Astral Blade. After the purple dagger manifested in my hand, I turned my attention to the battling creatures. The pair weren't fighting. I frowned. Had my charmed minion refused my order? Turning my focus inwards, I checked the leash I had around the burrower's mind. It was intact, and from the emotions I sensed roiling off the creature, it was doing my bidding. So why weren't its jaws clamped around its fellow? My frown deepening, I studied my minion and its target more closely. The two creatures were battling, if only in an inept manner. Each was constricting its body about its foe. My lips twisted sourly. The pair were attempting to strangle each other, and while one of the creatures might eventually kill the other, it would take far longer than the 10 seconds allowed by my charm spell. Charming the creatures is all but useless. I concluded in frustration. That left me with only one other means of hurting my pursuers. Hefting the ethereal blade in my palm, I whipped my arm forward, launching the dagger at the closest burrower's head. The luminescent blade flew through the air and struck its target dead center. But instead of tearing open the flesh around the burrower's head the way a normal dagger would, the blade, formed from strands of psi, expanded into a patch of violet that pulsed angrily before fading. You have injured a level 26 burrower, inflicting psi damage. Nerves at the point of contact have been weakened. Inflict further psi damage to deaden them entirely. Your telepathy has increased to level 37. That's better, I thought, smiling grimly. The astral blade had not dealt the same amount of critical damage that I was used to inflicting with my short swords, but it had caused damage all the same. I summoned another astral blade and struck the burrower in question in nearly the same spot again. You have injured a level 26 burrower, inflicting psi damage. Then I did it again and again, all while the creature and its companions climbed closer to my perch. Chapter 136. A Spirit Harmed. You have inflicted irreparable nerve damage to a level 26 burrower. A burrower is brain dead. You have killed a burrower. Multiple strikes later, the burrower finally died. Its head drooped and its body sagged, but wrapped around the tree, the creature remained anchored in place. Sadly, the burrower's fate did not deter its fellows, and they kept climbing. There were too many to kill before they reached me, but I didn't let that deter me. Picking out another target, I unleashed another flurry of astral blades at it. You have killed a level 29 burrower. You have killed a level 27 burrower. Your telepathy has increased to level 41. I killed a second creature, and then a third, but by the time I got around to attacking the fourth, the encroaching horde reached my branch. A burrower's large head snaked around the tree trunk and advanced towards me, swaying slightly as it made its way along the branch on which I sheltered. More of its fellows followed in its wake. I'd drawn as far back as I dared on the bough, and there was nowhere left for me to retreat. My face hardened as I studied my oncoming foes. This is where I make my stand. If I killed the creatures quick and fast, there was still a chance I could survive the encounter. Summoning a dagger to my right hand, I flung it at the leading creature. You have injured a level 26 burrower, inflicting psi damage. My strike did not even give the worm pause, and it kept coming. I manifested a dagger in my left palm and threw it in nearly the same motion. Then I did the same with my right hand, my arms swinging back and forth in tandem as I attempted to keep an endless series of daggers hurtling towards my foe. Unfortunately, given the burrower's swaying motion and the speed of my attacks, more than a few daggers flew off target, striking either my foe's body instead of its head or its trailing fellows. I was just about to adjust my tactics when the lead burrower stopped. It was less than 2 yards away from me. Raising its body off the bough, the creature stared down at me and opened its gaping maw. I frowned. What's it doing now? Is it going to try eating me? My hand whipped forward, releasing the waiting blade in my right palm. A level 26 burrower has evaded your attack. The burrower swayed out of the way, and my dagger sailed harmlessly by. My left hand swung forward, but before I could unleash my next attack, the creature screamed. An avalanche of sound descended on me. The burrower's shriek was not the unfocused scream of rage I'd heard earlier. This shout was a high-pitched and focused squeal aimed squarely at the creature's target, me. A burrower has injured you. Your spirit has taken damage. Warning: damage incurred by your spirit cannot be mended until you have been rejoined with your original host. I staggered backward, slapping my hands to my ears to stop the hurtful sound. But it did no good. My spirit still writhed in the grip of my foe's piercing scream. A burrower has injured you. Your spirit has taken damage. Bloody hells! My foe had a sonic attack of some sort, and one that could injure my spirit form. Why didn't it use it earlier? As devastating as the assault was, I could think of no reason for the creature to hold back until now. The burrower kept screaming. Its head swaying, the creature kept me pinned in the narrow cone of sound it was unleashing, and by degrees, I felt myself fragmenting under its effects. A burrower has injured you. Your spirit has taken damage. I hunched over, cradling my head. At the edge of my vision, I spied another creature close to it, almost the exact distance as the first. It began to rear up, presumably to unleash its own sonic attack. The attack must be short-ranged. Hard on the heels of that realization came another. If I stay here, I will die. Without considering the matter further, I rolled off my perch and plunged downwards to the forest floor. I landed in a heap of twisting, slimy bodies, though I barely noticed as agony lanced through my being. What? Where? How? Move! 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 My thoughts were incoherent, and my mind was dizzy with pain, but one imperative drove me, the need to escape. Amongst the burrowers squirming on the ground, I was in greater danger than I'd been above, but crucially, I wasn't trapped either. But you will be if you don't bloody move right now. I moved. Squelching the desire to succumb to pain, I lumbered to my feet. Out of the corner of my eyes, I saw heads lifting amongst the bodies surrounding me. The burrowers were about to scream. I couldn't afford to be hit by their sonic attacks again. Diving forward into the coils of soft white flesh before me, I called a psi dagger to hand. You have evaded a burrower's attack. You have evaded a burrower's attack. Twin sonic booms shattered the air, but I'd moved in time and dodged them entirely. The creature in front of me curled inwards, trying to wrap its body around me. I cut at it blindly and sent numbing trails of psi coursing across its surface. Ignoring the creature's angry hiss, I scrambled over its ample white folds. More shrieks erupted. I threw myself forward, crawling beneath another wriggling torso. You have evaded a burrower's attack. A burrower's attack has grazed you. The hurtful howls passed me by. The first narrowly missed me, while the edges of the second caught me, scraping my eardrums raw. I spun about and stumbled, but managed to stay on my feet. Half weaving, half staggering, I fled, aiming for the single spot of greenery I spied between the heaving white bodies. More attacks followed in my wake, but thankfully they fell short. New foes emerged from the ground ahead of me. Most were still too far to be of threat yet, though, and I kept running. With every step, the pain assailing my mind from my fall faded, and my balance grew steadier. My focus improved. I can do this. Narrowing my gaze, I mapped a path through the creatures. 6 burrowers converged on me. Drawing on psi, I charmed the closest, then, using its body to shield me, raced past the next few. A patch of ground ahead of me heaved. I flung a psi dagger at the spot, and not pausing, cast one step, leaping over the burrower as it surfaced. The way ahead was clear. Dropping my head, I put all my effort into running. One way or the other, I planned on getting to the next log cabin. Nearly 30 minutes later, I reached the lake. It had taken me much longer than I'd anticipated, mostly because the initial direction I'd fled had been the wrong one, but once I'd put enough distance between me and my pursuers, I cut a wide arc through the forest to return on course. En route to the cabin, I had multiple run-ins with more burrowers, but now, more truly understanding their threat and limitations, I avoided becoming entangled again. And for all the downsides of not having a body, there was one benefit that served me well. I was tireless. Even after running flat out for half an hour, I felt as if I could go on forever. At the door to the cabin, I paused, savoring the moment. No burrowers were in sight. I'd left them long behind. I'd done it. I'd passed the first challenge, if with more difficulty than I'd anticipated. On to the next. Turning the doorknob, I pushed my way inside. A game alert dropped into my mind. Congratulations, Michael. You have completed the first test. Power of the Mind. You have gained experience and reached level 69. Dismissing the adjudicator's message, I inspected the room. It was nearly identical to the first, but this time the table lay in the center, and a second door was positioned opposite the entryway of the first. The way to the second test? I advanced directly to the table and glanced down. Once more, it held 3 ability tomes. There was no note this time, though. In its place was something equally interesting. A lesser attribute gem. The gem alone made completing the first challenge worth it. With a pleased smile, I picked it up. Lesser attribute gem used. You have gained 1 attribute point. Next, I turned my attention to the 3 books, studying their titles. They read Water Walking, Shadow Blink, and Levitate. This time, all 3 were subtitled A Basic Telekinesis Ability Tome. The first thing that struck me about the books was the pattern I could see forming. In the first challenge, I'd been given a choice between 3 telepathy abilities, and arguably, the test had been one of my telepathic abilities. Did that mean the second test would focus on my telekinetic strength? It was a safe assumption that it would. I glanced out the window at the still and dark lake. The cabin's second exit faced directly onto the water, and it did not take any great genius to figure out that the second challenge would likely occur in the lake itself. I rubbed my chin as I considered the 3 abilities offered to me. If I had to make my choice based purely on the forthcoming test, I would have no hesitation in acquiring Water Walking. And if not that, then Levitate. But outside of the trial, I could see little use for Water Walking, and while Levitate would come in handier, it was Shadow Blink that attracted my interest most. Of the 3 abilities on offer, it seemed the most combat-focused. If I was interpreting its description correctly, it was an ability that would allow me to move quickly in and out of combat using the surrounding shadows. Such versatility could not be ignored and would be priceless in future battles. My decision made, I dropped my hand to the tome in question and willed my choice to the adjudicator. You have acquired the basic ability Short Shadow Blink. This mind spell allows the caster to teleport to any living entity within 9 yards, taking your shadows with you. If the caster was hidden when he used the ability, he would remain concealed after jumping to his target, assuming he passes a perception check. This ability consumes psi and can be upgraded. Its activation time is fast. You have 20 of 26 mind ability slots remaining. I frowned, unsure whether to be pleased or worried by the unexpected manner in which Shadow Blink functioned. The ability was limited not by available shadows, but by available targets. That made it at one time more versatile. I could use it in even the most well-lit environments, but also more restrictive. I couldn't use it without a creature to target. I sighed. For better or worse, my decision had been made, and it was time to move on. Or almost. Turning my focus inwards, I meditated to recover my lost psi, then reviewed my skill gains from the first test, and spent my attribute points. Your telepathy has increased to level 43. Your telekinesis has increased to level 38. Your meditation has increased to level 43. Your mind has increased to rank 28. Finally, I was ready. Striding to the next door, I stepped through to see what awaited me in the next challenge. Chapter 137. The Mind's Reach. Your task, Pass the first trial has been updated. Revised objective. Reach the log cabin on the far side of the water to complete the second test. Dismissing the game update, I surveyed the scene in front of me. I'd been right, I saw. The cabin door exited on a small wooden platform that was low enough for the lake's waters to lap over its edges. To my left and right, the lake disappeared into the horizon. The opposite shore and the next cabin, though, were clearly visible. About half a mile of lake separated me from the cabin. Like the one in which I stood, it sat on the water's edge, but behind it was a sheer cliff that marched all along the opposite shore, making the cabin accessible only by water. I glanced to my sides again. To reach the cabin, I could walk along the shore to the opposite end and then try to make my way down the cliff, but given that I could not see the left and right borders of the lake, I had no idea how far they extended. Nor, for that matter, was I certain the waterway was indeed a lake and not a river. I didn't have time for such explorations anyway. Every moment I spent in the trial was one less I had to escape Erebus's clutches. Crossing the lake directly seemed the only viable option. Across the lake it is. Crouching at the edge of the wooden platform, I turned my attention to the water itself. It was cold, clear, pristine, and at first glance, innocuous enough. Then I saw something move. You have detected a hostile entity. A long, predatory shadow cut through the water. It was big, 4, maybe 5 times my own length. I could make out little else about the thing except that it had a triangular head, a whip-like tail, and was fast approaching. I stepped hastily back from the edge, and about a foot short of the platform, the half-seen shape spun about and swam lazily away before I could take any further action. All righty, I thought. Swimming doesn't seem wise. How then did I cross the water? The lake was deep enough that I couldn't see to its bottom, and I was sure it hid more predators. But the unknown creature that had slipped up to the edge had not approached me directly. A few feet from where I stood, the creature had zigzagged oddly, almost as if passing around an obstacle. I studied the area in question intently and spotted a slight sheen as the water lapped back and forth. Narrowing my eyes, I took a step forward and looked harder. The shimmer I spotted was from a rock, a black rock that glistened in the sunlight as the lake's gentle waves uncovered it. My interest was piqued. The stone lay close to the surface. My attention skipped from the rock to the surroundings, and after another long minute of study, I spied another stone about 2 yards away from the first. Was it part of a ford, a pathway across the lake hidden just beneath the surface? Has to be. It made sense, too, for there to be a crossing, given my suspicion that the second challenge was a test of my telekinetic abilities. I searched about again, but spied no more glinting shapes in the water. That doesn't mean they aren't there, only that I can't see them from here. My gaze slid back to the first rock. It was close enough that I could reach it with one step. Time to move, I thought, deciding to trust my instincts. Advancing to the platform's edge, I stepped off and cast one step. My left foot landed on solid air. Continuing to walk naturally, I stretched out my right leg and found the submerged rock with the tip of my toes. The rock was slippery, and I swayed slightly as I brought around my left leg to stand still on my watery perch. But other than for that initial bobble, I had no difficulty retaining my balance. I turned my attention to the next rock. It, too, was within reach. Beyond it, I could just make out another stepping stone, but it was even farther away and would be harder to get to. Still, there was no reason I couldn't make it, even if it meant me getting a little wet. I readied myself, then froze as my mind sight pinged suddenly. One of the lake's predators was stealthily approaching. I'd anticipated it, however. Spinning Sigh, I cast Charm. With barely any resistance from my target, I invaded its mind and extended my influence over it. You have charmed a level 39 river crocodile for 10 seconds. A crocodile, I thought, my brows lifting. The creature sounded surprisingly ordinary, but I was certain it was no simple beast. Like the burrowers, the crocodiles were sure to have a means of harming me. This time, though, I would not attempt fighting, and besides, I had a much better use for my charmed minion. I commanded the crocodile to the surface. With a lazy burst of speed that had my eyebrows raising again, the beast positioned itself where I'd ordered, adjacent to the next rock in the chain of stones that made up the partially submerged ford. I didn't hesitate. Only 5 more seconds remained on my charm spell. Targeting the crocodile, I cast Shadow Blink. Sigh rushed outwards from my mind to encompass my form, and with breathless speed, pulled me from the physical realm and into the ether. I stayed there for less than a fraction of a second, though. More sigh rushed outwards from me to tear a hole through reality for my form to recoalesce on the crocodile's back. You have cast Shadow Blink and teleported yourself 2 yards away. Damnation, I thought, still dizzy from the abrupt translocation. There was no time to waste, though. Stepping onto the rock, I commanded my soon-to-be-free minion away. Skimming along the surface of the water, it heeded my orders. The crocodile's back was ridged, armored, and uneven, but for all that, it had been a more stable platform than my current perch. I grinned, suddenly envisioning using a combination of charm, Shadow Blink, the crocodile, and the rocks to skip my way across the lake. This test may turn out to be easier than I expected. My mind sight pinged again. 3 more hostiles were homing on to my location. I sighed, hopes dashed. Why is nothing ever easy? You have lost control over a level 39 river crocodile. My spell lapsed before the 3 new hostiles could reach me, which was at least one bit of good news. Ignoring the approaching crocodiles, I recast Charm over my former minion. The beast was zipping through the water, heading furiously back my way, no doubt to wreak vengeance upon me. Midway to me, it crashed to a halt, bespelled again. Then I shadow blinked onto its broad back. In my mind sight, I sensed the 3 submerged crocodiles pause momentarily at my sudden disappearance before reorienting themselves on my new position. They didn't speed up, though, perhaps assuming I was still unaware of their presence. At their current pace, it would take the 3 hunters a handful of seconds to reach me, and even longer if my raft flees. Ordering my minion deeper into the lake, I scanned its depths for another stepping stone. It did not take me long to spot one. Directing the bespelled crocodile towards it, I stepped off and commanded the beast deeper into the lake. The other 3 crocodiles hadn't surfaced and had slipped out of mind sight range entirely. Good, I thought. It gave me time to repeat my previously successful maneuver. Drawing Sigh, I readied my charm spell, then waited for my bespelled minion to shrug off my hold upon its mind. I fully intended to continue leapfrogging across the lake in the manner I had. Who knows, with a bit of luck, perhaps I can complete the trip without mishap. Unbelievably, my luck held, and 5 minutes later I stepped off the back of the hard-working crocodile and onto the platform of the next log cabin. During my trip across the lake, I'd sensed the approach of multiple predators. None had surfaced, though, nor had any gotten close enough to threaten my routine of charm and shadow blink, and in the end, the journey across the water had proven uneventful. Stepping up to the door, I considered the latest cabin. From the outside, its rear was not visible. The cabin's left and right sides disappeared into the rock face of the cliff at the back and had neither doors nor windows. So where is the entrance to the next challenge? I wondered. Only one way to find out, I thought, and stepped into the cabin. Chapter 138. Mind Over Body. A flurry of game messages accompanied my entrance into the cabin. Halting in the doorway, I took a moment to peruse them. Congratulations, Michael. You have completed the second test, the Mind's Reach. You have gained experience and reached level 70. You are now a rank 7 player. For achieving rank 7, you have been awarded one additional attribute point. Your telepathy has increased to level 46. Your telekinesis has increased to level 43. Dismissing the alerts, I studied the room. It was dark, no light penetrating within except from the open door at my back. With night vision, though, I had no trouble picking out the shapes and the shadows. The table lay in the room's center once again, and interestingly enough, a closed door was situated opposite me. It had to lead into an underground tunnel, but it was not the exit's placement I found most surprising. It was what lay next to it, a humanoid entity. Letting the entrance door close behind me, I advanced on the still and motionless form next to the exit. Though as I drew closer, I realized that whatever was near the door, it was not alive. It was too still and motionless for one, and for another, it had no presence in my mind sight. I stopped before the thing. It's a construct, I realized, studying it closely. The construct was 8 feet tall and had been molded from compressed sheets of metal. Iron, I guessed. It had no facial features, and the digits of its hands and feet were short and stumpy. I laid a hand on the construct, and a game message unfurled in my mind. Do you wish to possess an iron golem? I responded in the negative to the adjudicator, and with my mind buzzing with questions, turned to the table for answers. Its contents were familiar: 3 ability tomes and a lesser attribute gem. I used the gem first, and invested my new attribute points without having to give the matter much thought. Given where I was and what challenges I faced, mind was my most critical attribute. Your mind has increased to rank 31. I inspected the books, all Chi ability tomes, next. They read Hardened Body, Steel Fist, and Chi Heel. Well, I thought, that explains the construct. The next challenge was obviously focused on testing my Chi, which could only be used with a body. I didn't spend any great length of time considering the abilities on offer. As useful as 2 of them appeared, there was only one that I simply had to have: Chi Heal. Being unable to heal myself was my greatest weakness, and I could barely curb my eagerness to finally resolve that lack. Resting my hand on the tome, I willed my choice to the adjudicator. You have acquired the basic ability, Minor Chi Heal. This mind spell allows the caster to mend his body using Psi. This ability consumes Psi and can be upgraded. Its activation time is very slow. You have 24 of 31 mind ability slots remaining. I sighed as I saw the ability's activation time. It was too slow to be ordinarily of use in combat. Still, any healing spell, even one I couldn't use in battle, was better than none. After meditating to recover my lost Psi, I stepped back up to the construct and clothed my spirit in it. You have possessed an iron golem. Abilities gained from the host body, none. Your physical and body skills are available once more. Note, your strength, constitution, dexterity, and perception attributes are determined by your new host body as follows. Strength, 20. Constitution, 20. Dexterity, 5. Perception, 5. Warning, if this body is destroyed while you are resident in it, your spirit will be torn asunder. The golem's body felt strange. Where my human form had been lithe and quick, the golem was clunky and slow. I willed my new body towards the door, and it creaked into motion with the sound of metal sheets screeching against each other. I was not going to be sneaking about anytime soon in my new body. Still, I would make do. Yanking open the door, I stepped through and into the next test. Your task, Pass the First Trial, has been updated. Revised objective: defeat all enemies in the arena to complete the third test and reveal the exit. I tensed as I read the message. It made clear that the next test was different, breaking the pattern established by the first two. Warily, I scanned the darkness. No immediate threat made itself known. I still didn't move away from the door, though. Summoning Psi, I cast Reaction Buff. Your dexterity has increased by +2. Duration, 10 minutes. The boost provided by the ability was small, but considering the low base dexterity of my new body, the improvement was significant. I flexed my arms and winced as they squeaked. Possessing a metal body was more problematic than I imagined. But despite the horrendous noise I'd made, nothing jumped out at me. I was in an enclosed area. It was completely sealed, with not even an iota of light penetrating. That didn't bother me, though. What did was the bareness of the space. The so-called arena was box-shaped and about 20 yards long on each side. The floors, walls, and roof were all formed from granite, smooth and unadorned. There was no sign of the door through which I'd entered either. It had disappeared, leaving the wall to my rear seamless. I spotted nothing that I could use as a weapon, nor any obvious threat. I frowned. So, where are these enemies? I took a cautious step forward, then another. As I advanced further, I spotted a small white circle painted on the floor, and about 5 yards away, another one of darker red. I stepped onto the white spot. A game message opened. Ready yourself, Scion. Commencing the first battle. I stilled, hands clenching into fists. In the exact center of the red spot, a shape appeared. It attacked immediately. I braced my feet and stretched out my hands. Whatever my foe was, it was fast. As it charged towards me, I glimpsed arms and feet tipped with claws, menacing yellow eyes, and a mouth stretched wide and filled with razor-sharp teeth. Then it was upon me. From 2 steps away, my foe hurled itself through the air. Crashing into me, it wrapped its legs around my waist. Despite the momentum behind my foe's charge, I didn't budge so much as an inch. My golem body was too damn heavy. Useful, I grunted, and swung my arms forward. But before I was halfway through the motion, my foe completed its own attacks. The claws of the creature's left and right hands raked down my metal chest, scoring deep furrows while its jaws clamped down on my neck. A level 70 zombie has injured you. An undead. The zombie's opening assault had been fast and furious, a blitz series of attacks almost too quick to see. Helpless to evade or block my opponent, I did the only thing I could think of. I wrapped my arms around it. Given the strength of my new body, my best weapons were my hands. Hugging the zombie, I squeezed. You have injured a zombie. Flesh compressed under my grip, bones cracked, blood, thick and congealed, broke free. The undead, though, was unfazed and kept beating at me with rabid abandon. Dents appeared in my body, and slivers of metal flew off. A zombie has injured you. A zombie has injured you. I wasn't sure who was doing more damage, me or the undead, but there was no reason I had to endure the zombie's own attacks, not when it was so helpfully pressed against me. I cast Stunning Slap. You have failed to stun your target. Undead are immune to all forms of mental assaults. Well, damn. If Stunning Slap had failed to work, then Astral Blade or Charm wouldn't do any better. I had only one option now, to hurt my foe quicker than it was damaging me. With the zombie and I still wrapped around each other, I took a step forward, then another, building momentum. The undead was indifferent, the fury of its attacks not abating in the least to consider my actions. I kept running, and I kept squeezing. Careening straight at the closest wall, I crashed into the unyielding rock. The floor beneath shook, and if I had teeth, I was sure they would be rattling. "You have injured yourself. You have critically injured a zombie." I smiled in grim satisfaction at the game alert. The damage to myself meant little in the face of the fine web of cracks that had appeared in the rear of the zombie's skull. My foe had borne the brunt of the impact. Time to do it again. Turning about, I aimed myself at the opposite wall. This finally gave the zombie pause, and for a moment, it stopped its frenetic assault. Then it squirmed, trying to wriggle free. My grin widening, I tightened my grip and built momentum again, slowly but surely. The undead's attempts to escape grew more desperate, but it was no use. With all the grace of a lumbering ox, I plowed into the next wall. "You have injured yourself. You have critically injured a zombie." Once again, my foe was squashed between stone and my equally unyielding torso. I'd timed my second collision better, too, ramming the zombie head first into the wall. The crunch of its skull was audible. For a handful of seconds, the undead didn't seem to realize its fate, and its limbs continued to batter at me. Then the zombie stilled, as what little intelligence animating it faded entirely, and it slid to the ground in an untidy heap. "You have killed a level 70 zombie. Congratulations, Scion. You have defeated the first challenger. Step onto the starting circle to commence the second battle." Chapter 139. New Challenges. Ignoring the game message, I leaned heavily against the wall beside my defeated foe and took stock of the damage to myself. "Warning, your health is at 40% and will not recover without healing." "Wow," I murmured softly. I was more hurt than expected, especially considering I felt nothing, no sense of unease, nor damage from my torso or neck. But then a construct doesn't feel pain, does it? Gingerly, I ran metal fingers over the wounds the zombie had inflicted and felt jagged edges and crumpled metal. I closed my eyes. Time to find out how well this healing works. Drawing from the well of psi in my mind, I sent it probing downward into my body. The energy rippled through me, identifying and analyzing the flaws in my form. Then, one by one, I began to rectify them. Bent iron reshaped into smooth sheets, torn edges reconnected with their opposite ends, and missing pieces regrew entirely. "You have restored 10% of your lost health with Chi Heal. Your health is now at 50%. Far too soon, the process stopped. I grunted in disappointment. Lesser Chi healing, it seemed, worked only as well as a healing potion of the same tier. Shutting closed metal eyelids, I recast the spell 5 more times until my metal body was fully mended, then spent a few moments more meditating. Your psi is now at 100%. Finally, I recast Reaction Buff and heaved myself off the wall. With body and mind restored and buff cast, it was time to face the next challenger. Marching forward, I strode to the white spot and stepped onto it. "Ready yourself, Scion. The second battle will commence shortly. Preparing arena." My concentration was so focused on the spot where I expected my next foe to appear that I paid scant attention to the game alert. The resulting changes in the terrain, however, were unmissable. The floor had begun to bubble. What the? My neck creaked left and right. The once hard-packed granite rock of the arena was melting, transforming into thick, sucking mud. My feet sunk, first an inch, then a foot deeper, until finally I was knee-deep in sludge. I groaned unhappily. My metal body was clunky enough already. Moving in the muck would be nearly impossible. Glancing downwards, I tried lifting my foot. "A level 80 shadow hunter has backstabbed you." My head jerked upwards, and I swung around. Or I tried to. With my movement restricted by the mud, I barely managed a half turn. It was enough, though. to glimpse my attacker. At eye level with me was a creature hovering aloft on wings spanning 8 feet. It was shaped less like a bird and more like a glider with a triangular-shaped body that expanded outwards from its elongated snout. The shadow hunter's hide was black and dull, toughened and aged like shoe leather, making it difficult to spot in the darkness. Its eyes were the most disconcerting bit. They shone red in the dark, bright and malevolent. Meeting my gaze, the shadow hunter hissed, revealing a sibilant tongue and snout filled with rows of sharp teeth. I pulled free my left foot, intent on swinging all the way around to face my foe. But before I could complete the maneuver, the shadow hunter spun about and glided silently out of reach. 2 yards away, the creature vanished from my sight. It's gone into hiding, I thought, and opened my mind sight. But it, too, was empty. Huh? How could that be? Stealth only concealed one physically, not magically. The creature couldn't have traveled out of mind sight range either, not in the scant seconds it had taken me to activate the ability. That left only one possibility. Its mind is shielded. That makes sense, given where I am. I should. A shadow hunter has backstabbed you. My thoughts broke off as the creature hit me once more. It had circled the room to strike at me from behind again. I clenched my fists in annoyance and turned around to face it. This time, though, the creature did not bother to taunt me and vanished into the darkness before I caught more than a glimpse of its rear. The shadow hunter was going to strike at my unprotected back again. I just knew it, but I knew just as well, too, that there was nothing I could do to stop it. Clenching my jaw in frustration, I waited. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the anticipated attack arrived as the shadow creature's sharp beak clamped down on my iron shoulder. A shadow hunter has backstabbed you. I didn't bother turning about again, confident now of my foe's tactics. Strike and retreat. That's how it intended on taking me down. The question was, what did I do about it? I'd kept my mind sight open during the last attack, and it had confirmed what I had feared. Even when the creature was within a yard of me, it had been invisible to my mind sight, conclusive proof that the shadow hunter's mind was shielded. Charm won't work against it. Will Astral Blade and Stunning Slap? I dearly hoped so. Turning my attention inwards, I examined the damage the shadow hunter had inflicted already. Your health is at 90% and will not recover without healing. Thankfully, the creature had barely scratched me. For all the suddenness and inevitability of the shadow hunter's strikes, each one had done little damage. That means I have time, and if I want to live, I better make good use of it. Wading through the mud, I cast Chi Heal as I headed towards the closest wall. Every step was a battle. The mud sucked at my feet, only reluctantly letting go each time and eagerly reclaiming them with every step. But slowly and surely, I inched towards the wall. The shadow hunter flew lazy circles about me the entire time, swooping down and attacking unopposed. I ignored it, staying focused on my twin goals of reaching the wall and recasting Chi Heal. Eventually, I reached my destination and planted my back against the cold granite. Now that it can't backstab me, I thought grimly, let's see how it fares. I checked my health. Even with the constant healing, it had dropped below half. It will be enough, I told myself. Banishing further doubt, I set myself to wait. You have detected a hidden entity. A shadow hunter is no longer hidden. About a yard away, my foe emerged on my right flank, its dark form a blur as it streaked out of the shadows and towards me. I raised my hands to intercept the creature. I missed. The shadow hunter nipped at my face, then angled away, deftly avoiding my reaching hands to vanish in the darkness again. Refusing to be daunted, I reset my stance, adjusting the placement of my hands to where I expected the next assault to come from. Then I waited. The attack was not long in coming. You have detected a hidden entity. The shadow hunter flew at me from the left, the same direction my hands were poised this time around. The creature dove. My hands rose. Already I knew I would be too slow to stop the incoming attack. Still, I hoped to lay at least a finger on my foe before it could escape. The shadow hunter ducked past my left hand and hammered its beak into my neck. Then it beat its huge wings to escape my upward-reaching hands. It proved to be a mistake. Its right wing clipped my slow-moving right hand. It was the moment of contact I'd been hoping for. Instantly, I released the sai I'd been holding ready and cast Stunning Slap. A shadow hunter has failed a physical resistance check. You have stunned your target for 1 second. Yes! A heartbeat later, I reined in my jubilation. It was too early for celebrations. The shadow hunter plummeted, its limbs locked motionless. My head creaked downwards following its fall, while simultaneously, I dropped my right hand, trying to keep it in contact with the beast. But the creature fell faster than I could follow. A foot from the ground, the stasis imprisoning the shadow hunter unraveled, and in a sudden flurry of motion, the creature flapped its wings to climb aloft again. But momentum was against it. Before the hunter's wings could gain traction, they hit the sludge at my feet, where the mud, being no kinder to my foe than it had been to me, promptly held the creature prisoner. Now I can celebrate, I thought, grinning at my foe's squawk of protest. Bending down, I reached toward the frantically struggling beast with outstretched hands. The shadow hunter hissed in dismay, but the tables had turned, and, stuck in the mud, the creature was no more able to evade me than I had been able to stop its earlier attacks. My hands wrapped around the hunter and pushed it deeper into the muck. The creature's struggles grew more panicked. I hung on, not yielding an inch. Its death, I was certain, would not be long in coming. You have killed a level 80 shadow hunter. Congratulations, Scion. You have defeated the second challenger. Step onto the starting circle to commence the next battle. With the shadow hunter's death, the mud vanished. Straightening from my bent-over posture, I found myself standing on hard, firm rock again. I stamped my foot on the ground approvingly. Much better. Before returning to the start position, I took the time to heal myself, regain my lost sai, and renew my reaction buff. How many more of these battles will I have to fight? I wondered, as I advanced back to the center of the chamber. As many as necessary, I answered myself, and stepped onto the white dot. Ready yourself, Scion. The final battle will commence shortly. Preparing arena. Final battle, I thought, feeling suddenly more enthused about the upcoming fight. Setting my stance, I waited. Once more, the arena transformed around me. This time, the floor to my left and right retracted lower, leaving me standing on an elevated platform, a rock bridge that ran the length of the room and was just over a yard wide. My foe hadn't appeared yet. Not wanting to be caught by surprise again, I didn't take my eyes off the red dot where the final challenger was sure to manifest. The seconds ticked by, and still I waited with no opponent in sight. Come on, I growled impatiently. An ominous hissing filled the room. It was coming from the pits on either side of me. What now? Wrenching my gaze away from the red dot, I glanced over the bridge. The pits were filling with a red liquid that bubbled and spat angrily. It was magma. Falling will definitely not be a good idea. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a shape coalesce on the bridge, and I returned my attention to it, hands raised in guard position. What will it be this time? An iron golem appeared. I lowered my arms a fraction. Why do I need another body? I wondered. Then the golem shifted, and I realized that this one was already occupied. It's my final challenger. The golem strode towards me. Deciding not to wait for its arrival, I launched a preemptive attack, casting Charm. You have failed to charm your target. A level 90 iron golem possesses no mind to subdue. I took the spell's failure in stride and backstepped. Summoning an astral blade to hand, I flung it forward with the flick of a wrist. You have failed to injure your target. An iron golem possesses no nerves or sensory organs. That's 2 for 2 against me. Would stunning slap work? I wondered. Given the failure of my first 2 spells, probably not. My foe drew closer. The good news was that it was slower than me. The bad news was that both of its fists were glowing. What spell is that? Steel fists? More than likely, I decided. I suspected that if it came to a battle of blows, I would come off worse. Best make sure it doesn't come to that then. I retreated faster, only stopping when my back hit the stone wall behind me. Glancing over the edge of the bridge, I saw the pits were half full with magma and still filling. I turned back to my foe. More than 10 yards separated us now. This should do. Crouching down low, I extended my arms, palms up, and fingers pointing to the roof. The iron golem ignored my strange pose and continued its relentless march forward. I smiled in satisfaction and, drawing the shadows about me, faded into the darkness. You are hidden. A hostile entity has failed to detect you. Despite my disappearance, the iron golem did not stop its advance, but I hadn't expected it to. Timing my moment, I cast Shadow Blink. A heartbeat later, I reappeared behind my foe, crouched and concealed. I'd executed my intended maneuver perfectly and caught the golem mid-stride. Not hesitating, I shoved my arms forward, angling them a touch to the left. My flattened palms made contact with my foe's rear and pushed hard. The iron golem, with one leg raised, was surprised by the unexpected shove and stumbled sideways. Its arms windmilled in slow motion as it tried to catch its balance. I didn't afford it the opportunity. Lurching forward, I drove my shoulder into the golem's hips. It was enough. The construct toppled backward and, with a mighty splash, fell into the magma. I rose slowly back to my feet, eyes never leaving my foe as its metal body melted away in the superheated liquid. You have killed a level 90 iron golem. Congratulations, Scion. You have defeated the final challenger. Make your way to the exit. I'd won, and the 3rd test was over. Only one more to go. Chapter 140. Strength of Mind. The arena changed again. The magma drained away and the pits filled with solid stone again. More importantly, a door appeared on the opposite-facing wall. I made my way towards it, then paused. My golem form was many times too large to fit through. I grunted in dissatisfaction. I guess I will have to leave it behind. In response to the thought, my spirit broke free from the metal body sheltering me. You have depossessed an iron golem. In my more familiar spirit form, I opened the door, and as I crossed the threshold, I was showered by the expected game messages. Congratulations, Michael. You have completed the 3rd test, Mind over Body. You have gained experience and reached level 71. Your chi has increased to level 45. Your meditation has increased to level 45. Dismissing the alerts, I scanned my surroundings. Once more, I found myself in a log cabin, but this time it lacked any windows and had an additional exit. One of the doors was carved with the symbol of a howling wolf. The other was unmarked. 2 doors, I wondered. What's this? The familiar table lay in the center of the room, and eager to see if it held an explanation, I hurried towards it. A moment later, I slowed. Its contents were different, too. The table did not contain the expected 3 ability tomes. Instead, there was only 1 book. Beside it was a lesser attribute gem, which I used immediately, and a note. My surprise mounting at the deviation from the established pattern, I read the message. Congratulations, Scion of House Wolf. You have passed the first 3 tests of the Mind Trial. This is an achievement in and of itself. Suffice to say, not many candidates make it this far, despite extensive preparations. However, you have not yet faced the first trial's true test. Everything you have undergone so far has merely been a precursor to the final challenge. What awaits you beyond this cabin is probably the most important test, not just of this trial, but of any trial. In the next chamber, your bloodline will be awakened, assuming, that is, you manage to survive the process. But before you proceed further, there is some knowledge that I must impart. Most of it you should know already, but given the gravity of the decision that awaits you, I feel it necessary to repeat some salient facts. You hold within you an ancient bloodline, one potent enough to give you abilities beyond the norm. But no matter how concentrated the blood you carry may be, it is diluted, and not as strong as it needs to be for you to evolve into a prime. Before your bloodline can be awakened, it must be strengthened. To do this, your blood will be infused with the spirit of fallen scions. This will be the first blood infusion you undergo on your journey, but hopefully not the last. Survive them all, and you will become prime and wield the power of your forebears. The rituals you will undergo are ones that every prime since the dawn of time has gone through, and it is at the core of what makes us who we are. A prime is more than an individual. A prime wields not just his own strength, but the spirit and power of his ancestors too. If you become prime, it will be your duty to continue our sacred traditions and strengthen the wolf bloodline before passing it on. If you fail along the way, well then, know that your efforts would not have been in vain, and that your spirit will strengthen the next scion who ventures down this path. So, scion, you are faced with a decision. There are 2 exits from this cabin. If you pass through the unmarked door, you will leave the path you are on and forevermore be barred from the way of the wolf, but your spirit will remain your own. If you go through the wolf-marked door, you will become an anointed scion eternally bound to House Wolf. On your final death, your spirit will not leave the Forever Kingdom, but stay to strengthen the wolf bloodline. Let me stress, fail or succeed on your journey to becoming prime, once you are an anointed scion, you will be bound eternally to wolf. There is another consequence of binding yourself to House Wolf too. Hopefully you know this already, but if you do not, be aware that all primes straddle the forces of light, dark, and shadow equally. We ancients do not favor one over the other, like the so-called new powers do. When you become anointed, any marks of light, shadow, and dark you bear will disappear, forever. To those who know the old ways, your absence of force marks will be telling. Choose your course wisely, scion, and may darkness always shelter you. Atirus. I read the former prime's message with something akin to disbelief. Walking the path of wolf required greater sacrifice than I'd realized, and was more dangerous than I expected. Doing this will bind me eternally to wolf, not just in this life, but forever. The idea gave me pause, but surprisingly did not bother me. The truth was that as dangerous as it was, the way of the wolf was the only path open to me if I wished to forge my own destiny in the game and not become sworn to one of the powers. But even more than that, on some gut-deep instinctive level, the idea of becoming wolf appealed to me. Perhaps that was just my blood talking, but whatever the case, binding myself to House Wolf did not trouble me. Thank you for the warning, Atirus, I thought. But I am doing this. Turning away from the note, I focused on the ability tome on the table. Its title read, Mind Shield, a basic meditation ability tome. My brows drew up at that. I'd not known the meditation skill had any abilities. But considering that I had not been given any choices, it was likely that the skill didn't have many abilities. It didn't matter, though. Dismissing further speculation, I laid my hand on the book. You have acquired the basic ability, Simple Mind Shield. This ability encapsulates the caster in a shell formed from psi. The shield protects you from all mental attacks, both those directed against your mind and those targeted at your nerves. While protected by a mind shield, you cannot use any psi abilities. The damage that the mind shield can absorb is directly proportional to the size of the caster's psi pool. This ability can be upgraded, and its activation time is fast. You have 23 of 31 mind ability slots remaining. I frowned as I absorbed knowledge of the ability. Not being able to use my own psi spells while shielded was a significant drawback, and made me wonder if I would ever employ a mind shield. I swung towards the exit doors. There was one more matter I needed to attend to before leaving. Turning my focus inwards, I invested my new attribute points. Your mind has increased to rank 33. With that taken care of, I strode to the wolf-marked door and passed beyond. You have gained the trait Anointed Scion. This trait irrevocably binds you to House Wolf. Your marks of Lesser Dark, Lesser Shadow, and Lesser Light have been stricken from your spirit signature. Your task, Pass the First Trial, has been updated. Revised objective. Enter the Crucible and survive the mental assaults of the spirits of the fallen scions until the blood infusion ritual is completed. I paused in the doorway as I considered the latest game alerts. The new trait did not surprise me, but the warning to expect mental assaults did. Was that why I had been given the ability? Deciding it was better to be prudent, I cast Mind Shield. The entire pool of psi at the pit of my subconsciousness rose out to reform into bands around my mind. Your psi pool has been transformed into a mind shield. Psi abilities are unavailable. Protected, I advanced further into the room and inspected my surroundings. I was in a cavernous hall. Marble mosaics depicting wolves in various states of battle or play covered all four walls. Chandeliers hung down from the ceiling, bathing the chamber in warm yellow light, and the floor was polished stone. It was a room fit for a king. Or a prime. Despite the rich decor, the room held only a single object, an enormous ivory throne sitting in the exact center of the hall. I guess that's where I'm expected to go. I strode silently through the chamber with only the floor's reflection of my ghostly visage to keep me company. Reaching the throne, I took a moment to study it. On closer inspection, I realized it was formed not from ivory, but bone. Wolf bones? I wondered, a shiver of unease passing through me. 2 lupin skulls, complete with menacing fangs, formed the chair's armrests. The eye sockets weren't empty either, but glowed with magical sapphires that seemed to beckon me. Feeling suddenly more anxious, I sat down on the throne, prompting another game alert. Commencing the ritual of first infusion. Place your hands on the twin wolf heralds to begin the summoning. Guessing the heralds to be the glowing skulls, I rested the palms of my hand on both. Commencing summoning. Warning, if you leave the bone throne or break contact with the heralds while the ritual is in progress, you will fail the first trial. I grimaced. The message was certainly ominous sounding. My trepidation increasing, I waited for whatever came next. The seconds ticked by, and nothing else happened. Then the light in the herald's eye sockets began to pulse, getting brighter with each beat. The first fallen scion of House Wolf has answered the ritual's call. She will test you, and if she judges you worthy, she will gift you her essence to empower your blood. A ghostly shape coalesced on the polished floor. I tensed, eyes fixed on the new arrival. It was a spirit, a fallen scion. The spirit woman studied me as intently as I did her. She looked young, in her mid-20s, Her features were sharp, her hair was plaited with military precision, and her eyes gleamed with intelligence. Whatever she saw in me caused the scion's lips to turn up in amusement. Advancing lazily, she raised both hands. A psi dagger formed in each. Her wrists flicked forward, sending both hurtling my way. I braced myself, not daring to move. Both blades struck me dead center. A fallen scion has damaged your mind shield. A fallen scion has damaged your mind shield. You have lost 10% of your psi repelling the mental attacks. Your psi is now at 90%. I flinched as I felt my defenses shudder. The woman smiled and summoned another pair of daggers to hand. Continuing her advance, she flung both at me. A fallen scion has damaged your mind shield. A fallen scion has damaged your mind shield. You have lost 10% of your psi repelling the mental attacks. Your psi is now at 80%. My worry grew. How many attacks would the woman launch? At the rate my shield was weakening, I could not take much more of this. But what could I do except endure? Wrapped in a mind shield and forced to remain in the bone chair by the ritual, the only course open to me was to trust in my defenses. Unless my shield was powered by my psi pool, wasn't it? While I couldn't attack the woman in turn, I could work to regain my lost psi. Closing my eyes, I stilled my mind and began to meditate. My subconscious stirred, and energy flowed out of it and into the bands of psi around my mind. You have replenished 4% of your psi. Your psi is now at 84%. Another mental assault rocked my defenses. You have lost 10% of your psi repelling the mental attacks. Your psi is now at 74%. The attack almost broke my concentration, but with grim determination, I kept myself relaxed and maintained the outward flow of energy from my subconsciousness. Settling deeper into my own mind, I ignored my foe's further attacks and ever so slowly replenished my defenses. You have replenished 4% of your psi. Your psi is now at 78%. You have replenished 4% of your psi. Your psi is now at 82%. You have lost 10% of your psi repelling the mental attacks. Your psi is now at 72%. The fallen scion threw volley after volley at me, but as my focus deepened, the rate at which I recovered my psi increased. Soon I lost track of my surroundings entirely, barely feeling the bite of her blades as they struck my shield. Eventually, though, I noticed a change. The fallen scion's attacks had stopped. Surfacing from the depths of my mind, I opened my eyes. The spirit woman was kneeling before the throne. A smile still played on her lips as she met my gaze and placed her hand on one of the heralds. "Hail, Scion," she mouthed. Before I could think how to respond, the herald's jaws yawned wider, and the woman's spirit was sucked within. The glow in the skull's sockets expanded to encompass her entirely, and my palm, which had previously been resting lightly on the bone, was held fast by some unseen force. Something, I'm not sure what, passed into me, and I could have sworn I heard a light, feathery laugh. You have absorbed the essence of a fallen scion. Your blood awakening has begun. Chapter 141. Gifts from the Fallen. The woman was only the first of many. Dozens of other fallen scions followed in her wake. Some were as gracious as her in defeat, willingly offering their essence. Others fought to the bitter end, railing at me until they were entirely depleted of their energy and forcibly consumed by the wolf heralds. With every infusion, I felt my awareness expand until my mind thrummed with energy. Some of the scions were deadlier than others, and many times, early on especially, I teetered on the edge of defeat. But with every attack I foiled, my meditation skill grew. And soon I made my mind an impenetrable fortress, replenishing its defenses faster than it could be damaged. Safe within it, I ignored the fury of my foes as they battered at me. The scions were always summoned individually, but halfway through the process, I felt a strange flutter at the edge of my mind, almost as if someone else was there, someone watching and waiting. With my mind shield up, I could not use mind sight to confirm if what I perceived was real or merely a figment of my imagination. And what with the scion's relentless assaults and the need to focus on my own meditation, I quickly lost track of the half-sensed presence. Eventually, the last challenger fell, causing a flurry of game messages to scroll through my mind. Congratulations, Michael. You have rebuffed the challenges of the fallen scions and absorbed their essences, completing the 4th test, Strength of Mind. You have gained experience and reached level 72. Your meditation has increased to level 67. You have completed the task, Pass the First Trial. Your blood is ready to be awakened. To determine the form its awakening will take, consult the blood talisman. Your spirit signature has changed. Wolf is an ancient god and has been many things in his multiple incarnations. Oftentimes, Wolf may favor one aspect of self over the other, sometimes becoming a consummate were-fighter, other times a fearsome wolven mage. But one thing about Wolf has always remained constant. The Prime has always been a threefold being, equally proficient at wielding psi, mana, and stamina. You have completed the first trial of Wolf and demonstrated your skills in the aspect of mind. Your performance has met with Wolf's approval, and your Wolf mark has deepened. You have accomplished the feat, Realize your lineage. Requirement: awaken one of the ancient bloodlines lying dormant within you. As the first player in centuries to assume the mantle of Wolf Scion, you have been awarded the trait Inscrutable Mind. This trait increases your mind by +8 ranks. At the adjudicator's message, I sagged wearily in my chair, mentally exhausted by the ordeal. Finally, it is done, I thought, and raised my head. Then I froze. I was not alone. Standing silently in front of the throne was another spirit. A challenger? I wondered. But no, this spirit was that of an older man with graying hair and a face deeply seamed with age. The fallen scions I had faced had been mostly youths full of fire and anger, players who had failed the first trial, I suspected. My visitor, by contrast, had eyes both ancient and somber, shadowed by the experiences of a lifetime, or many lifetimes. His back was unbent, and in his left hand he carried a staff that topped his own 6 feet of height. I frowned at the staff. It was as ghostly as my visitor himself, but none of the scions had borne physical weapons of any kind. What is he? What I am is not dead, the spirit said. His voice reverberated through my mind, not actual words, but a form of mind speech. My gaze grew sharp, and my hands tightened about the herald's skulls. How does he know what I'm... And no, I did not read your thoughts, he added. Your mind shield is quite proficient for one so young. Was that a hint of approval in his voice? Or something else? Either way, I didn't care for my visitor's patronizing words. I itched to summon an astral blade or prepare to defend myself in some other way. The test was over, and it was no longer necessary for me to remain confined to the throne. But the spirit in front of me appeared adept with mental skills, and I dared not lower my mind shield just yet. "Who are you?" I asked, attempting to forcibly project my words into my visitor's mind in the same manner he had. The spirit winced. Your mind speech, on the other hand, could do with a bit of training, he murmured. He eyed me carefully. You know, you could drop the shield about your mind halfway. If you do that, Your thoughts will still be protected, and you will also be able to employ your mental abilities. This is the trick all pups learn early. Unfortunately, it has limitations, too. When your shield is configured so, it will not stop incoming mental assaults." I said nothing. I wasn't sure I believed him, and I noticed he'd avoided my own question. Rising from the throne, I advanced on the unknown spirit, stopping less than a yard from him. "Who are you?" I demanded again. The spirit did not answer, studying me through lidded eyes. "The more relevant question, boy, is who are you?" Not waiting for my response, he began to pace a slow circle about me, ignoring my clenched fists. "That you have become a scion of House Wolf is clear. But what else are you? And how did you reach this trial?" I pivoted with the spirit, unwilling to allow him out of sight. As I did, I noticed that a wooden table had appeared some distance behind the throne. Next to it was a shining rectangle of light. The exit portal. "If you refuse to answer me, this conversation is over," I said harshly. Following my gaze, the stranger spotted the open portal and came to a halt. He nodded equably. "I am Seruvax, the last living envoy of Wolf." My head jerked up in surprise. I'd half expected the spirit to name himself Atirus. Still, his claim was bold enough. "You're an envoy. Then Wolf lives?" Seruvax shook his head, sorrow darkening his face. "No, my prime is no more." His gaze flitted to my own. "But maybe the time of his return is at hand." His expression cleared. "Now, perhaps, you will introduce yourself?" I hesitated. Then, seeing no harm in it, I told him, "I'm Michael." "Michael," Seruvax repeated. "Just Michael? No last name?" I nodded. "You are not a native of the Forever Kingdom, then," Seruvax said, rubbing his chin. "You were summoned here." I nodded again, growing more perplexed. How had he figured that out from just my name? "That explains your ignorance," he murmured, speaking more to himself than to me. "And why I did not sense you earlier." He turned back to me. "Which power called you?" I folded my arms, ignoring his question. "Why does me being an outsider surprise you?" I asked, fielding my own question. "I thought most players came from outside the Forever Kingdom." A smile flitted across the envoy's face. "Very few players choose to walk the path that you have, and those that do are invariably ones whose family traditions still recall the ancient ways." I opened my mouth to ask another question, but before I could do so, Seruvax stopped me. "Please, hold your questions for now. I've much to tell you, and there is little time." His gaze turned inward. "Already they hunt me." It was on the tip of my tongue to ask who hunted him, but I bit back the question. If the self-proclaimed envoy wished to provide me with information, I was not about to stop him, no matter how much I may doubt his identity. "Go on." Seruvax nodded gratefully. "As I told you, I'm the last envoy of Wolf. Ages ago, the new powers imprisoned me in one of the dungeons they control in Nexus. For the last few 100 years, it has been my home." He smiled grimly. "Much to the powers' disappointment, I've proved too powerful for their players to kill." His grin grew feral. "That has not stopped them from trying, though." The envoy resumed his pacing. "When the ritual of infusion began, I was surprised." He chuckled. "That's putting it mildly. It has been a long time since anyone has attempted these tests. I sensed the summoning and came here and found you, a young player, still half-formed." "Half-formed?" I couldn't help but ask. Seruvax nodded. "You have yet to choose your third class, and considering your ignorance, that is to the good." I opened my mouth, then closed it with a snap. "I'm guessing you started with some form of generic rogue class, and perhaps a simple psionic class?" he asked, his gaze passing over me in frank assessment. I wouldn't have quite described my classes that way, but choosing not to argue, I nodded simply in response. Saravax turned away and continued his pacing. "There is no getting around it. Your first two classes were badly chosen." The envoy was facing away from me, so he missed what I thought of that pronouncement. "But a mind stalker," he mused. "You didn't do half bad by managing to achieve that bi-blend. And there is hope still that you can achieve a strong incarnation of wolf." He swung back to me and scowled. "And make no mistake, considering the forces arrayed against you, you will need to be mighty indeed. Strength, however, is not easily obtained. If you wish to become truly powerful, you must risk much. Are you ready to do that?" I held his eyes and said nothing. My actions to get here alone spoke to my willingness. Seeming to read the answer in my gaze, Saravax nodded grudgingly. "What do you know about Wolf?" he asked. "Little," I admitted. The spirit sighed. "That's not unexpected, I suppose, but I'd hoped otherwise. There is too much to share at the moment, but what is most relevant for now is that to stay on the path of the wolf, your third class must be mana-based." Seeing my confusion, he explained further. "Over the course of his many lives, Wolf has taken many forms, but in every incarnation, three aspects have always defined the prime: mind, body, and magic. To be a true wolf, you must be able to wield all three. Thankfully, you have already covered two of those aspects with your initial class selections." "I see," I said thoughtfully. "What does it mean for a class to be mana-based?" "It must contain an element of magic," Saravax clarified. "A single magic or faith-based skill will suffice. It does not have to be entirely magic in nature." That seemed simple enough to achieve. "But I would caution you against selecting just any magic class." Saravax's expression twisted in disgust. "Or buying one through a merchant. The best classes are the ones no one sells, and those you will only find in a dungeon. Unfortunately, the best dungeons to search are also amongst the most dangerous. For you in particular." "Which ones are those?" I asked, curiosity piqued. "The dungeons of Nexus," Saravax replied. "Their original purpose was to test scions and provide them with appropriate classes. The new powers have put a stop to that now, though, and nowhere else is the concentration of new powers and their sworn greater than in Nexus." His gaze turned serious. "If you go there, you will risk death. Or worse." He paused, seeming to wait on my response. "I will consider it," I replied noncommittally. The envoy sighed. "Good enough, I suppose. And you will see, too, once you inspect the blood talisman, that there are ways to minimize the danger. Speaking of your bloodline, I'd advise—" Saravax broke off suddenly, his entire being stilling and his face twisting in a snarl. "What is it? What's wrong?" I asked. The envoy's gaze jerked to me, and I almost stepped back in shock. Ever so slowly, Saravax's face was changing. His eyes were turning yellow, and his teeth were growing into fangs. And was it just my imagination, or was his nose lengthening into a snout, too? "The hunters are here," the envoy replied. "We are out of time. I must go. If you ever journey to Nexus, seek me out in one of its dungeons." He bared his lips in a distinctly Lupin smile. "If you dare." His spirit began to dissipate, growing more ethereal with every passing moment. "Wait, what about my bloodline? Can't you tell?" "Goodbye, Scion," Saravax broke in. "And good luck. I hope we meet again." With that, he was gone. Chapter 142. Blood Awakening. In the wake of the envoy's disappearance, 2 game alerts buzzed for my attention. You have been allocated a new task. Find the last wolf envoy. Your objective is to locate Cerovax, the only remaining envoy of House Wolf. By your target's own words, he is presently trapped in one of the Nexus's many dungeons. Find him to learn more about the way of the wolf. You have been allocated a new task. Stay true to wolf. Your objective is to acquire a mana-based class for your tertiary class to remain on the path of wolf. I pursed my lips as I considered both messages. They added weight to Cerovax's own words, so it looks like he was not lying. Setting aside the matter for further consideration later, I stepped up to the table beside the still-open exit portal. It was almost time to leave, but I still had a few things to finish up first. The table was empty. I'd been hoping for another attribute gem, but alas, there was none to be had. However, carved on the table's surface, in glowing lines of silver, was an elaborate and intricate depiction of dozens of fantastical beasts. On the left was a dragon captured mid-flight. Towards the bottom was a writhing serpent. In the right corner, a griffin dived downwards, and in the center, a hydra battled a snarling wolf. But these were not the only beasts depicted, only the largest. Intertwined around them were many others, including a 2-headed lion, a unicorn, a manticore, and so on. This must be the blood talisman. Without hesitation, I placed both my hands flat down on the table. Contact established between Anointed Scion and Blood Talisman. Reading candidate's blood signature. I waited patiently. After a drawn-out moment, another message unfurled. Scion, the fallen of your house have gifted you their essences, and your bloodline is ready for its first awakening. The blood of an ancient is a fearsome thing. Memories of traits, skills, and abilities lie long dormant within them. When sufficiently awoken, your blood can be made to remember its ancient lineage and perform feats you had not thought possible before. It is up to you, with the aid of the blood talisman, to determine which of your blood memories will awaken. Exploding blood. Your blood can be weaponized. This blood memory will grant you the ability Exploding Blood. It can be used once per day to destroy all enemies of lower levels than yourself within a 9-yard radius. Its activation time is instantaneous. This is a generic blood memory. Note: blood memories are powered by your blood itself and consume neither psi, mana, nor stamina. Revitalizing Blood. Your blood can reinvigorate. This blood memory will grant you 4 abilities: Recover Health, Recover Psi, Recover Mana, and Recover Stamina. Each can be used once per day on yourself or another to fully restore any lost health, stamina, mana, or psi. Its activation time is instantaneous. This is a generic blood memory. Secret Blood. Your blood can be used to conceal and deceive. This blood memory will grant you the trait Secret Blood. It will hide every aspect of your ancient lineage, including marks, classes, skills, and traits, behind a false facade. Players and powers alike will be deceived. The effects of this trait are untraceable and permanent. However, it will only apply to aspects related to your ancient bloodline. This is a blood memory unique to House Wolf. My mouth dropped open in astonishment as I read the descriptions of the blood memories. All 3 were exceedingly powerful. Which did I choose? Exploding Blood was a combat ability that I could see multiple uses for and was especially useful in that it would scale with my own level. Revitalizing Blood could prove the difference between life and death in battle, literally, for me or an ally. But despite the obvious benefits of the first 2 blood memories, my attention focused on the third. At first glance, what it offered seemed redundant. My deception skill allowed me to conceal more about myself, and equally well, though only after I trained the skill sufficiently, which could take months to years. Secret blood, on the other hand, was both permanent and untraceable. As hunted as I am now, how much more so will I be once the powers discover that I've awoken my wolf blood? I was certain, too, that it was to secret blood that Saravax had been referring to earlier. With my bloodline concealed, I could enter Nexus without fear of being hunted by any but the Awakened Dead faction. Unless, I thought wryly, I managed to make more enemies between now and then, which seemed entirely possible, probable even. My humor fading, I refocused on the 3 blood memories and made my choice. You have been awarded the trait Secret Blood. That simply, I was done. The carving on the table stopped glowing, and I removed my hands. Just one more thing to do. Turning my focus inwards, I invested my newly earned attribute point in magic. None of my other attributes needed urgent attention right now, and given that I would need to acquire a magic class soon, I thought it prudent to begin improving my magic now. Your magic has increased to rank 1. I was finally done, and it was time to return to the game. Approaching the exit portal, I passed through without breaking stride. Entering Spirit Portal. Astral transfer initiated. Leaving the first trial. Entering Sector 12,560. My spirit traversed the ether in an eye blink, and with shocking suddenness, I was sucked back into my body. Astral recombination completed. Your spirit has been rehoused in its original host. I groaned and dismissed the alert. More messages awaited me, but I ignored them. Something else consumed my attention. The separation of my spirit and body had been painless. The same could not be said of the reverse. My head was pounding, and I felt lightheaded. My limbs were unresponsive, and each breath was a struggle. Far worse, though, was what I felt in my blood. I was on fire. Blood infusion initiated. Absorbing the first essence. The game message made clear the cause. The blood infusion ritual. Only now was I truly feeling its effects. The energy I'd siphoned from the fallen scions raged within me, an inferno that only gradually subsided. Drip by drip, the fallen spirit's essences seeped into my blood. My nerves tingled in response. My skin was rubbed raw, and my organs expanded close to bursting. Eyes squeezed tightly shut. I endured. And after long minutes, the fiery sensations quieted. Blood infusion completed. Congratulations, Michael. You have awakened your first blood memory. Blood memories are gifts from your forebears and contain the power of the ancients themselves. With each successive awakening, you will recall more powerful memories. Your secret blood trait has been triggered. Your spirit signature has been etched with false marks of dark, shadow, and light, and your wolf bloodline traits have been concealed. All traces of your awakened blood have been successfully hidden. I lifted my head and opened my eyes. I lay in the center of the same cave, and surrounding me was the full direwolf council. All but 2 of them slumped against the ground. The remaining pair, Sulan and Duggar, stared fixedly at me. "Welcome back, pup," Sulan said. Her words carried an undertone of relief, carefully disguised, but I knew her well enough by now to recognize it beneath her seemingly casual air. "Am I?" I asked. I sensed her confusion. "Are you what?" I pasted a sickly grin on my face, the best I could manage under the circumstances. "Am I still a pup? I passed the trial, after all." Sulan chuckled, then inclined her head. "I suppose you're not. Well done, Wolfkin." She paused. "I never doubted you'd succeed." I felt more than saw Duggar roll his eyes at her. "Did you succeed?" the Alpha asked. "Is your blood awakened?" "It is," I replied. The big wolf bowed his head. "Then Sulan judged right," he murmured. He raised his head. "Hail, scion of House Wolf. May darkness always shelter you." The Alpha's words reverberated through the cave and the larger cavern beyond. He had projected his words to the entire pack, and I sensed their acceptance and acknowledgement of my place amongst them. Now I was truly one of the pack. "Thank you, Duggar," I replied gravely, inclining my own head. I glanced at the slumped elders. They had not even stirred at the Alpha's words. "Are they all right?" "They are," Sulan assured me. "They have been worn out beyond their limits. Keeping the spirit portal open was taxing." "It was more than that," Duggar added dryly. I studied the pair more closely, only now noticing the weakness in their own limbs. Their eyelids drooped heavily and their tongues hung out. My debt to the pack had grown, I realized. I could only imagine what it must have taken to keep the portal open for as long as they had. How long was I gone? "For the entire night and better part of the morning," Duggar replied. "It's almost noon." My eyes widened in alarm. Noon? That meant I had little more than a day remaining to my pact with Erebus. Pressing my hands down against the floor, I tried to lift myself erect. I failed. My body was still too weak. "You are not getting up just yet," Sulan said. "Your body has been pushed past its limits." She sat down beside me, resting her chin on my leg. "Rest now. The pack will watch after you." "I can't. I have to—" "Rest," Duggar commanded. "For a few hours at least. I will wake you at sunset." Slipping forward, he planted his own head across my chest. Given no other choice, I closed my eyes and let sleep take me. Chapter 143. Setting Matters Right. Day 6. Night. I found myself alone when I next opened my eyes. It couldn't be too late. I trusted Duggar to do as he said, but time was short. I'd lost an entire day to the trial, more than I'd planned, and if I wanted to escape the sector, I needed to get going. First, though, I had to attend to my body's needs. Sitting up gingerly, I took stock of myself. The debilitating weakness in my limbs was gone, and my body felt rested, if starved. Right on cue, my stomach growled. I suspected that it had been my hunger that had awoken me. Searching about, I saw my pack resting against one wall. Fetching it, I retrieved some rations and began to chew. While I ate, I turned my attention to the waiting game messages. "You have fulfilled the first condition of your pact with the envoy, Mariga. Leave the sector without revealing her identity to satisfy your pact obligations in their entirety. You have completed the task, Goblin Wars. As a result of your manipulations, the Howler and Red Rat armies have met in pitched battle. You have completed the task, Forging Dark Alliances. Shaman Hyek has upheld his end of the bargain you struck with him, and on behalf of his tribe, has pledged allegiance to Tartar. The Power Tartar has deposited 1,000 gold into your Albion bank account. Your pact with Talon is closed. The marks on your spirit signature have changed. By fomenting further discord between the sector's two largest goblin tribes, you made the valley safer for the brethren of House Wolf. However, all the good you accomplished through this has been undone by the alliance you negotiated between the Howlers and Tartar. The danger of the sector falling into the Dark's hands has increased. While you have removed one threat to House Wolf's loyalists, your actions have also served to replace it with another. Wolf is dissatisfied, and your wolf mark remains unchanged. Note, your force marks are no longer true marks, and will not shift with your actions. I stopped chewing. During my sojourn in the first trial, 2 whole quests had been completed, with mixed results. Almost I could feel the simmering disapproval of Wolf bearing down on me. I'd known the potential consequences of my actions when I'd acted, but had acted anyway, because, quite simply, I had no other choices. To push the Howlers into a pitched battle with the Red Rats, I'd been forced to dangle Talon's offer before their shaman. Now matters had played out, and the Howlers had given themselves to Tartar, endangering the sector's neutrality. But, crucially, the valley was yet unclaimed. While the Howlers were in the field and their fort remained ungarrisoned, there was still a chance to rectify matters. I already had a few vague plans on how to go about that. First, though, I needed to destroy the shield generator. I sighed, regretting the lost day. I didn't think I had enough time remaining anymore, but I was determined to try, even if it meant staying in the sector to face Erebus's followers' wrath. I will set matters right, Wolf. I promise. And the quicker I get moving, the quicker I can do that. Setting aside the problem for now, I resumed eating while I turned my attention to my player profile. Player profile, Michael, level 72, rank 7. Current health, 100%, stamina, 100%, mana, 100%, psi, 100%, species, human, lives remaining, 3, true marks, hidden, wolf brethren, false marks, fabricated, lesser shadow, lesser light, lesser dark. Attributes, available 0 points, strength 2, constitution 14, dexterity 20, perception 20, mind 41, magic 3, faith 2. Classes, available 3 points, primary, secondary, by blend, mind stalker, tertiary class, none. Traits, Psi Wolf heritage, hidden, +2 dexterity, +2 strength, +4 mind. Beast tongue, can speak to beastkin. Marked, can see spirit signatures. Nocturnal, perfect night vision. Anointed scion, hidden. Bound to House Wolf. Inscrutable mind, +8 mind. Secret blood, hidden. Conceals your wolf bloodline. Skills, available skill slots 0. Dodging, current 48, max 200, dexterity, basic. Sneaking, current 59, max 200, dexterity, basic. Short swords, current 54, max 200, dexterity, basic. Two-weapon fighting, current 47, max 200, dexterity, advanced. Light armor, current 40, max 140, constitution, basic. Thieving, current 39, max 200, dexterity, basic. Chi, current 45, max 410, mind, advanced. Meditation, current 67, max 410, mind, basic. Telekinesis, current 43, max 410, mind, advanced. Telepathy, current 46, max 410, mind, advanced. Insight, current 60, max 200, perception, basic. Deception, current 55, max 200, perception, master. Abilities, dexterity ability slots used, 13 out of 20. Crippling blow, dexterity, basic, short swords. Minor piercing strike, 5 dexterity, advanced, short swords. Lesser backstab, 5 dexterity, advanced, sneaking. Basic trap disarm, dexterity, basic, thieving. Simple lockpicking, dexterity, basic, thieving. Mind ability slots used, 8 out of 41. Simple charm, mind, basic, telepathy. Stunning slap, mind, basic, chi. One step, mind, basic, telekinesis. Minor reaction buff, mind, basic, chi. Simple astral blade, mind, basic, telepathy. Short shadow blink, mind, basic, telekinesis. Minor chi heal, mind, basic, chi. Simple mind shield, mind, basic, meditation. Perception ability slots used, 14 out of 20. Improved analyze, 5 perception, advanced, insight. Lesser trap detect, perception, basic, thieving. Conceal small weapon, perception, basic, deception. Facial disguise, perception, basic, deception. Ventro, perception, basic, deception. Lesser imitate, 5 perception, advanced deception. Other abilities: simple mind sight, class, basic, telepathy. Known key points: Sector 14,913 exit portal and safe zone. Sector 12,560 nether portal and safe zone. Equipped: Spider's Bite short sword, plus 15% damage, webbed, concealed. Ebonheart, plus 30% damage, concealed. Common Fighter's Sash, plus 3 short swords. Enchanted Leather Armor Set, plus 20% damage reduction, minus 4 dexterity. Slotted Potion Belt, 2 minor heal, 4 moderate heal, 3 full heal, 1 antitoxin. Common Thief's Cloak, plus 3 sneaking. Apprentice's Ring, plus 2 magic. Acolyte's Ring, plus 2 faith. Troll's Talisman Bracelet, plus 6% damage reduction. Gift of the Unbound Ring, immunity to Tier 1 and 2 entanglement spells. Band of Stillness Ring, immunity to Tier 1 and 2 mind spells. Backpack contents, key items. Money, 4 gold, 6 silvers, and 0 coppers. Loot, 4 enchanted rings, 2 enchanted robes, 3 spellcaster's wands. 2 iron daggers. 1 alchemy stone, 0 out of 150 ingredients. Common mage's cloak, plus 3 air magic. Portal scroll, 1 coil of rope. Short sword, plus 1, plus 15% damage, plus 10 short swords. 1 rank 5 wyvern poison. 5 smoke bombs. 5 fire bombs. Tavern bill of ownership. Alchemy stone contents, none. Bank contents, money, 1,046 gold, 4 silvers, and 9 coppers. 2 full healing potions. 2 basic steel short swords. Open tasks: An Alchemist's Bounty, kill the Wyvern Mother. Find the last wolf envoy, hidden. Find Serovax. Stay true to wolf, hidden. Acquire a mana-based class. Ah, I murmured, pleased with my growth. I had advanced significantly during my time in the valley, and when I left, would do so with a wealth of abilities. Now only to make certain I can actually leave. Despite all my planning, I knew that escaping the sector still wouldn't be easy, especially with the need to ensure the pack remained safe. "Do not worry about us. The pack will survive," a voice intruded. "We have for centuries." I turned towards the cave entrance. Duggar stood there. "You heard me?" I asked. "Not entirely," the Alpha said. "I caught only the tail end of your thoughts as I walked in." "Night has fallen?" I asked. "It has." Popping the last ration cube in my mouth, I rose to my feet. "Where are the others?" "Still resting," Duggar answered. He watched me pick up my pack and check my weapons. "You're leaving?" I nodded. "I must. My pact with Erebus is about to expire, and soon his followers will begin hunting me in earnest. Before that happens, there is much I must still do." "We will help," Duggar said, sitting down on his haunches. I shook my head. I had involved the pack too much in my own troubles already, and they had suffered enough grievous losses of their own. I could not imperil them again. "No," I said. "I have a plan." "But you are uncertain if it will work," Duggar stated. I looked at the Alpha in surprise. He was still reading my thoughts. "You may have become one of House Wolf's anointed," Duggar said, amusement tracing his voice. "But you still have much to learn." He paused. "Your thoughts are unshielded, Wolfkin, and for those who know how, they are easy to read." Best I did something about that. Recalling what Serovax had told me, I constructed a half-mind shield about my thoughts. It was easier than I'd expected, and in the future I would have to remember to keep it active. "Better?" I asked, looking at Duggar. "Better," the Alpha agreed. "Now, how can we help?" he asked, serious once more. His offer was heartfelt, I realized. "Why?" I asked, staring at him searchingly. I was certain he knew better than me the peril under which he would be placing the wolves by aiding me. You've seen my thoughts. You know my actions have endangered your people already. Why help me now? You are pack, Duggar answered simply, and the pack is all. He had not, I noted, mentioned my new status as a scion of House Wolf. It seemed to mean less to the Alpha than it did to Sulan. All right, I said. This is the plan. I left the direwolves' hideout accompanied only by Duggar and Sulan. Both elders had wanted a larger contingent of wolves to accompany us, but I had refused. It was enough that I was risking 2 of the pack's most senior wolves. I would not endanger them further. The 3 of us traveled swiftly. Our destination, of course, was the Wyvern's Den on the western rim of the valley. Before I could do anything further, I had to find and destroy the shield generator. But to do that, I first had to deal with the Wyvern Mother. Somehow, despite my growth and even with my companion's assistance, I was certain that slaying the Wyvern was beyond us. And truthfully, I had every intention of trying to avoid a fight if I could help it. It was less risky for me to sneak in and destroy the generator while Sulan and Duggar distracted the beast. The 2 wolves set a hard pace, running tirelessly through the forest. Jogging behind the pair, I did my best to keep up. The hours passed quickly, and close to midnight, we neared the center of the valley. Suddenly, both my companions stopped short. I slowed to a halt behind them. What's wrong? I asked, using mind speech. Sulan slunk lower. Goblins ahead, she said in a clipped tone. Lots of goblins, Duggar added, his gaze filling with predatory intent. A few hundred, at least. Goblins? I tilted my head to the side and listened intently. No revealing sound carried to me on the night air, but then again, the wolves' senses were sharper than my own. We must be near the site of the battle, I murmured. Following the direction of the wolves' pointing snouts, I gazed northwards and deliberated with myself for a moment before coming to a decision. Wait here. I'm going to check it out. Why? Duggar asked, sounding perplexed. I wasn't entirely sure myself. I doubted there was anything I could do to manipulate events further, especially if players were present. But knowing how much longer the battle would drag out would be useful. If nothing else, it would tell me how much time I had before the Howlers returned to their fort. I won't be long, I assured the pair. We will come with you, Sulan said. No, I said. There's less chance of me being detected alone. And while I may not be as good as you 2 yet, I'm no slouch when it comes to sneaking. The direwolves were silent for a moment. Very well, Duggar said. We shall wait. Wrapped in shadows, I crept through the forest foliage, following Duggar's directions to the goblins. It took far longer than I'd expected for me to reach them. Exiting the tree line, I found myself in a large glade, the same clearing in which I had fought the wyvern hatchling a few days ago, in fact. Many more corpses littered the clearing today. The battlefield was quiet and abandoned, but scores of goblins had died here earlier. Their bodies lay where they had fallen. As far as I could tell, there were as many bearing the insignia of the Red Rats as those wearing the garb of the Howlers. I tiptoed through the bloodied grass and tangled limbs. Here and there I spotted the odd non-goblin. Players had fought in the battle too. While the number of dead was high, they did not account for the greater part of the Red Rats and Howler forces. Lifting my head, I studied the surroundings, and through the trees spotted campfires on my left and right. The camps of the 2 opposing armies. Do they mean to resume battle tomorrow? It seemed that way. Picking a direction at random, I edged closer. The camp I ventured towards had been established amongst the trees, and straight away I could tell it belonged to the Howlers. The perimeter was too well guarded for me to penetrate easily. Scaling a nearby tree, I perched on a bough to observe the occupants. The goblins sat around their campfires, 10 or 20 to a group, eating and talking animatedly. They appeared in good spirits. That must mean they're winning. I spared the goblins little further notice, though, as my attention was snatched by a more arresting sight. Strolling at ease between the howlers' tents were dozens of black-garbed figures. Each was armored for war and bore items that proudly displayed the insignia of a raging bull. Tartans. So, Talon's people are here, I thought, wondering if the captain himself was close by. As little as I feared the soldiers under Talon's command, the captain himself was something else altogether. Best I don't attract his attention. Deciding to withdraw, I paused when I noticed a concentration of torches and mage lights not too far from my present position. What's going on there? The temptation to investigate further was too great to resist. Skipping lightly from tree to tree, I edged around the perimeter of the camp. As I drew nearer, I saw that the ruckus was centered around a crowd of players. Their body language suggested the air was fraught with tension. Curious, I crept closer. There was not one group of players at the spot in question, I realized, but two. The first was a company of Tartan soldiers. The second was a mob of awakened dead players. And at their fore was Stain. I stopped dead, clinging to my treetop perch. What is he doing here? I wondered, even as my pulse quickened. I was still too far to hear what was being said, even with my sharp hearing, but was in two minds about venturing any closer. Stain was in full battle dress, armored from shoulder to foot in sleek, shining black armor. Only his distinctive skeletal head was uncovered. Facing off against the undead player was Captain Talon. Dressed no different from when I had seen him in the safe zone, the Tartan envoy appeared calm and in control. Stain, by contrast, leaned forward, red eyes boring into the captain and arms gesticulating wildly while he spoke. There was no doubt Erebus's henchman was angry. I bit my lip. Proceeding any nearer was risky, but I desperately wanted to listen in on the pair's conversation. I edged closer, but I had taken no more than a dozen steps when the captain turned around and, almost idly, ran his gaze along the treetops. I froze, not deceived by the casual manner of Talon's scrutiny. Even though I was still many yards distant, the captain had sensed something amiss. It's not worth it. I couldn't risk being found out, or worse yet, being detained, not when I was so close to escaping. Retracing my steps carefully, I backed away. My curiosity would have to remain unsatisfied. Chapter 144, A Reckoning, Day 6, Midnight. I made it safely away from the Howler camp without being detected. While I made my way back to the wolves, my mind picked at the unexpected turn of events. That Stain and Talon had been talking worried me. Would they compare stories and uncover the web of lies I had woven? And if so, could I expect imminent pursuit? Damnation. Hurrying my steps, I raced to rejoin my waiting companions. A hostile entity has detected you. You are no longer hidden. I stilled. Standing not 3 yards away was Captain Talon. How in the hells did he get ahead of me? I checked my mind sight, but it was empty. So not only had Talon somehow teleported himself directly to my location, he was shielded from detection, too. I should kill you, the envoy said conversationally. My gaze flitted over the surrounding foliage, but I spotted no one else. The captain was alone. Despite this, with his hands folded behind his back, he appeared completely at ease. I eyed the sheathed blade at Talon's side. And why is that? I asked casually. Still playing games, Talon remarked. It's no use. The shaman told me everything. So, you know, I said, deliberately relaxing my own stance. If it came to a fight, I doubted I would survive long. I do, Talon said evenly. I know it was you who told Hyek to attack the Red Rats, and I suspect too that it was you who convinced the Red Rats to march on the Howlers." I said nothing, not denying the accusation. "Why did you do it?" Talon asked. "I told you. I play my own game." The captain nodded. "You did," he agreed. Talon shifted. One moment he was standing calm and relaxed. The next he was inches from my face, holding a bare blade to my throat. My eyes widened. I had not even seen the captain move. Damn, I thought. I'm even more outmatched than I suspected. "Are you Light's lackey?" Talon whispered. I blinked. "Of course not. That's preposterous. What would make you think that?" For a drawn-out moment, Talon said nothing. "Is what's been done at the fort you're doing too?" he asked, ignoring my own question. I frowned. "The fort? You mean the killings in the barracks? I already told you I did that." "Not that." I stared at him blankly. "Then what?" He didn't answer. "What's happened, Captain?" I tried again. Once more, Talon paid my words no heed. "Do you know who the light spy in the sector is?" I kept my face smooth, betraying no reaction. Talon's phrasing made clear that he knew there was a spy. How had he figured that out? Was it something to do with what had happened in the fort? And what could that bloody be? "It's not me, if that's what you're thinking," I said after a heartbeat. Talon studied my face intently, then drew back, sheathing his sword in the same motion. "If you aren't a soldier of light, why did you manipulate the goblins? Of what benefit is a war between them to you?" I exhaled a relieved breath at Talon's withdrawal and laid a tentative hand on my throat. The skin was whole and unbroken. I turned back to the captain. "The war was not of my making." Talon's face hardened, but before he could speak, I held up my hand for patience. "I didn't lie to you about the Red Rats. They were ordered by Erebus to raid the Howler patrols. And if the shaman really has told you everything, then you know the Howlers had the same orders from Ishida. This war is the Awakened Dead's doing, not mine." "That may be true," Talon said, "but it is you who forced the two tribes into a pitched battle, and you still haven't told me why." "Because having them war with each other served my own ends," I sighed. "You want the truth, Captain? The truth is, I don't want this sector to fall to the dark." I held his gaze. "Be it into the Awakened Dead's hands or yours." "And why is that?" Talon asked softly. "I don't trust Erebus," I said bluntly, then stared unflinchingly into the captain's eyes again. "Or his allies." "Tartar is nothing like Erebus," the captain said, his own voice harsh. "And our alliance with the Awakened Dead is one of convenience. I told you." "No offense, Captain," I said, interrupting him. "But in my short time in the game, I've had more than my fair share of run-ins with the powers, and nothing I've experienced would make me put my faith in any of them. They are all untrustworthy." Talon stared at me for a second. "I can see that you truly believe that." He blew out a frustrated breath. "And sadly, I can't say I blame you, Michael. I've received reports of Erebus's treatment of his so-called candidates. What goes on in that dungeon of his?" The captain shook his head in disgust. "It's unforgivable." "Then you understand," I said. "I do," he said heavily. For a moment, the captain said nothing more, the one side of his mouth twisted upwards. "And besides, matters in the sector have turned out better than I could have hoped for." I couldn't help a start of surprise at that. Talon chuckled at my expression. "I have proof of Erebus's treachery," he said, ticking off points on his fingers. "I have secured the alliance of one of the largest goblin tribes for the God Emperor, and most importantly," his face widened into a genuine smile, "the Tartan legions can now move openly against the Awakened Dead. And for all that, I've you to thank." "So you're not angry, then?" I quipped. "Oh, I'm angry, both at your betrayal and your manipulations," the captain said, his eyes taking on a dangerous hue. He paused, letting the moment draw out. A bead of sweat dripped down my brow. I ignored it. Damn, am I going to die here after all? But I won't kill you, Talon finished finally. In the end, you've served Tartar just as well as if you had done what I'd asked. I nodded slowly, if a bit uncertainly. Despite all my machinations, it did seem like I'd only furthered the God Emperor's own ends. Had everything I'd done been for nothing? No, the captain may have gotten what he wanted, but so had I. There were just 2 things left undone. I snuck a glance at the captain. The ominous gleam had faded from his eyes, and he was smiling again. Seeing that, I questioned him on a matter that had been troubling me. What is Stain doing here? Talon pursed his lips as he considered whether to answer me or not. He came to broker a truce between the tribes. My eyebrows lifted at that. Shaman Hyek and I refused. I chuckled, imagining how well Stain had taken the news. What will happen now? I asked. War will happen, Talon said with obvious relish. Tomorrow the Red Rats and Stain shall feel the wrath of the Tartan legions, and by week's end, I expect this sector will be free of the awakened dead's scourge. Now, that is an outcome I can live with, I said with a smile of my own. Does Stain know of my involvement? I asked, wondering if I could expect a bigger bounty to be placed on me. Talon shook his head. He doesn't, nor will he learn the truth from me. I inclined my head. The captain was doing me more favors than I had any right to expect. Why? I asked. Without being told, the captain seemed to understand the thrust of my question. There is something about you, Michael. I believe you will survive your current vendetta with the awakened dead. One day, I suspect, you will be a great player, and when that day comes, I hope to make better use of you. So what? I'm an investment? I joked. Yes, Talon said bluntly. When that day comes, I expect you to remember this moment. Reaching into his pocket, the captain pulled out something and tossed it at me. I caught it automatically. Glancing down, I studied the object in my hand and saw that it was a coin stamped with the symbol of the Tartan Legion. You have acquired a token of Tartar. What's this? I asked. It is a token of goodwill from the legions, and the next best thing to bearing a mark of Tartar, Talon said. Show it to any of the legions anywhere in the Forever Kingdom, and it will earn you a hearing, at least, from their commander. Thank you, I said gravely. You best be gone, then, Talon said. I have a war to oversee. Goodbye, Talon, I said, and turned around. Oh, and Michael, one more thing, the captain said. At his words, I paused in my step and glanced over my shoulder. Yes? Talon held my gaze. A final word of warning. If I see you again in this sector, I will kill you, without hesitation and without warning. Understood? Message received, Captain, I murmured as I disappeared into the trees. Message received. Chapter 145. Into the Viper's Nest. Day 7. Dawn. The rest of our journey was thankfully without incident, and when dawn broke on my 7th day in the sector, the jagged mountain cliffs that bordered the western side of the valley came into sight. Today was the last day of my pact with Erebus, and while some of my urgency to escape had dissipated, I still wanted to leave the sector quickly. I can smell the beast, Duggar said, hackles raised. She is up there now. I glanced from the Alpha to the mountain ahead. The 3 of us were standing at the edge of the tree line, which ended less than 50 yards from the cliffs. Before us, the mountain rose up in a vertical wall of rock that outstripped even the forest's tallest trees. The roof of the cliff was flat, almost as if it had been sheared off. Near the top, I also spied a series of darkened holes that seemed large enough for the wyvern mother to pass through. Are those caves I see up there? I asked. Indeed, Duggar replied. The pack has observed the wyvern and her hatchling enter and leave them on multiple occasions. Which cave is she in now? I asked. We can't tell from here, Sulan said. It's too far for even us to sniff out the exact location of her scent. I pushed my lips thoughtfully as I measured the height of the cliff. It was considerable. How do we get up? Through that tunnel, Duggar said, gesturing at the base of the rock face. The inside of the cliff is riddled with tunnels. That particular one winds through the rock and connects with the caves above. I looked where the Alpha pointed, and sure enough spotted a darkened entrance half hidden by shrubbery. The hole appeared small. It would be a tight fit, especially for Duggar, the largest member of our party. You're sure it goes all the way to the top? Yes, he replied. All right, let's go, I said. I'll go first, the Alpha said, and before I could stop him, the big wolf faded into the darkness and padded towards the entrance. You better hurry, Sulan said from behind me, or he will leave you. I dashed forward, slipping into the cliff's shadows and following in the Alpha's wake. I was right, the tunnel was a tight fit, and the three of us were forced to travel single file. I was in the center, Sulan brought up the rear, while Duggar remained on point. At first, the tunnel delved horizontally through the rock, and navigating it was easy. But after a few dozen paces, the passage turned sharply upwards, going through a series of twists and turns that, at times, compelled us to leap, climb, or contort ourselves weirdly. Fortunately, though, the wolves and I were agile enough to manage the challenge. Still, it was rough going. We had been in a tunnel for 20 minutes already, and I judged we were less than a third of the way up. Realizing this would be no quick journey, my thoughts began to drift. I wondered how the wolves found this tunnel. Had they occasion to sneak up on the wyvern before? They must have. But more concerning than this idle speculation was my growing worry as to the shield generator's location. As pocketed as the cliff was with caves and tunnels, I realized Ishida's sworn could have concealed the shield generator in any one of its many nooks or crannies. God, I hope they haven't hidden it. Otherwise, I may never— Stop, Sulan ordered abruptly, interrupting my musings. I stilled, as did Duggar ahead. What is it? The Alpha asked tersely. There is something ahead, Sulan said, sinking down to all fours. My brows furrowed. If there was danger, Duggar, the one on point, should have detected it first. Reaching out with my mind sight, I probed the tunnel ahead, but except for the three of us, it was empty. My frown deepened. I see nothing, Duggar said, sounding just as perplexed. He sniffed the air. I smell nothing either. They are concealed, Sulan said. No doubt tinged her mind voice. The cloak about their bodies is too well woven for me to penetrate, but the shields about their minds are less well crafted. I can discern their minds' absence in the ether. They? I asked sharply, picking out the most important bit of the information Sulan had imparted. How many are we talking about? Sulan was silent for a heartbeat. I count 20, less than 24 yards ahead. 20 was a sizable number, and if they were hiding so well that Sulan barely sensed them, and Duggar and I not at all, those ahead could not be here by happenstance. Once more, I opened my mind sight and searched the area, but again, I detected nothing out of the ordinary. Still, I did not doubt the dire wolf elder. There were enemies ahead, ones well-equipped and prepared for us, or rather, me. What can you tell me of the tunnel ahead? I asked Duggar. It turns sharply a few yards from here, then widens for a short stretch, he replied. That's where they must be. He glanced over his shoulder at me. Wait here. I will go take a closer look. I hesitated, wanting to assume the risk myself, but Duggar had demonstrated time and again that his own stealth was superior to mine, and against hostiles of unknown capabilities, he was the better choice of scout. Go, I said, but don't be long." The Alpha was gone for 5 long minutes. He had vanished so completely into the darkness that I got no whiff of him either with my mind sight or my physical senses. But Sulan assured me Duggar was all right, and I schooled myself to patiently wait for his return. "Sulan was not mistaken," Duggar said, emerging out of thin air less than 3 feet from me. I nearly jumped in fright at his sudden appearance, much to the amusement of the 2 direwolves. "Tell me," I said, with a scowl at the laughing wolf. "Just like Sulan said, there are 20 of them, 10 on either side of the tunnel. Their shielding is almost perfect," he added with grudging admiration. "But from up close, I was able to see beneath their cloaking." "Who are they?" I asked, suspecting goblins. Only the Howler shaman had known of my eventual destination. Had Hyek betrayed me? "Players. They're well-armed, too, Wolfkin," the Alpha said, his tone grave. 2 are mages. The rest are heavy fighters dressed in full plate mail." He shook his head ruefully. "I fear neither tooth nor claw will penetrate their armor. We will not be of much use to you in this fight." Players. That was more worrying. With the goblins, at least I knew what I was up against. But against players, I had to be ready for anything. "Is this the only way up the cliff?" Sulan bobbed her head. "It is the only quick route. The other way will require us to travel above ground, over the mountain itself, and that will take days." So, not only had my foes guessed my destination, but they had figured out the route I'd take too. They must be awakened dead players. The question was, what did I do about it? I couldn't turn back. There was no other viable way up. That left only one option: to fight. I turned back to the patiently waiting wolves. "Here is what we do." I crept forward alone, every motion made with deliberate care and pausing between each step. My abundance of caution was perhaps unnecessary. Not even the smallest sliver of light alleviated the darkness in the tunnel, making it perfect for sneaking. But I was not about to underestimate my foes. They had known enough to prepare this much, so I could expect them to be ready to combat those of my abilities that were common knowledge. A few yards ahead, the passage twisted abruptly, revealing the widened stretch of corridor Duggar had spoken of. I stopped, studying the area intently. The tunnel section ahead was about 3 yards across and mostly level, with only a slight upward slant. It continued in this manner for about 10 yards, before narrowing again and twisting sharply out of sight. My gaze roved the darkness, trying to pick out the hidden figures that the direwolves had spotted. I failed. I inched forward again, each foot meticulously placed. Step by step, I drew closer to the ambush spot until finally I entered the widened tunnel section. "You have failed a magical resistance check. An unknown hostile entity has failed to detect you. You remain hidden." Mid-motion, I stilled as I considered the strange game alerts. I'd failed a magical resistance check? Did that mean I'd been attacked? Suspecting a trap of some sort, I extended my senses and cast Trap Detect. "You have failed to spot any traps." My brows crinkled in confusion as I uncovered nothing out of the ordinary. What does it mean? I had no idea, but the important thing was that I was still hidden. And truly, I had no choice but to proceed. I took another step. "An unknown number of hostile entities have failed to detect you." This time, the game message was comfortingly familiar, and I ignored it while I listened intently. Almost, I thought, I heard the faint sound of breathing. Was I close enough to my targets? I couldn't be sure. Tightening my grasp on the object in my hand, I took another step, then another. "An unknown number of hostile entities have failed to detect you." I paused. My foes still hadn't revealed themselves, and the prudent course would be to act now while I remained undetected. But I was still less than a yard into the ambush spot, and when the time came, I wanted to clear the widened tunnel section in a single shadow blink. The spell's range was only 9 yards, after all. I crept forward again. Nearly there. You have failed a magical resistance check. You have passed a perception check. A hostile entity has failed to detect you. You remain hidden. There it was again, another strange series of game messages, and this time one even more confusing. I bit my lip, wondering what to do. Proceeding further would be foolish, but I have to. Something's wrong, an unseen voice whispered. I froze, my gaze locking onto the spot from which it had originated. There was nothing there, or so my eyes told me. What? Hissed a second voice. I knew that voice. It was Forsyth, the spell sword and leader of the gang that had attempted ambushing me in the Howler Fort. So he's decided to try again. Much good it will do him. Though I had to concede the spell sword was better prepared this time around. I could no more detect him than I could the first speaker. Something tripped my ward, the first said. Ward? What ward? I tensed in concern. Was that what had prompted the strange game messages? It must have been, I thought, worrying suddenly that I'd underestimated my foes. Biting back the temptation to act, whether by fleeing or attacking, I held myself still. If the players hadn't detected me yet, there was still a chance they wouldn't, and if I kept listening, perhaps I could learn more of their ward's nature. Quiet then, or you will scare him off, Forsyth snapped. What do you take me for? The first said, sounding offended. I've cast a spell of revealing already. It found nothing. Whatever tripped my ward, it wasn't our quarry, he finished confidently. I swallowed. The revealing spell must have been the second magical resistance check I'd failed. But despite failing to avoid it, my presence had still not been uncovered. Was that because I'd passed the perception check? Cast a mage light, Forsyth ordered abruptly. A mage light? Asked the first, sounding startled. Why? He has high stealth, you fool! I could delay no longer. I had to put my own ploy into motion before I was uncovered. I inched closer. Judging from where the two spellcasters' voices had originated from, I guessed they were positioned at the rear of the ambush party. Perfect. I took another step forward and wound back my right arm. Forsyth's companion was still arguing. I think you're overreacting, he continued derisively. I didn't wait to hear him finish. Whipping forward my arm, I flung a firebomb into the corridor. It was time for more mayhem. Chapter 146. A Flaming Mess. Day 7, Morning. The crinkle of shattering pottery echoed loudly in the tunnel's silence. Still hidden and poised on the balls of my feet, I waited. A heartbeat later, flames roared out of the activated projectile. Shooting upwards, they fell back down to envelop everything within a 6-yard radius. You have ignited a firebomb, injuring 15 hostile entities. An unknown number of hostile entities have failed to detect you. I grinned. Crouched down outside the range of the bomb, I was untouched. Fortunately, I'd made certain to get detailed information from Gilar on his creations and had gauged my throw accurately. Even better, I'd chosen my target location well enough to hit the majority of my ambushers. Meanwhile, pandemonium had broken out. Find him! Don't let him escape! Down your dark vision potions now! Many players cried out in alarm, pain, or question, but more importantly, they moved, breaking the cloaks of concealment woven about them. 2 seconds later, the bomb's flames vanished. But that mattered little. It had done what I'd intended. You have detected a hidden entity. You have detected a hidden entity. You have detected a hidden entity. A full 20 such messages scrolled through my vision, pinpointing the location of each of the ambushers. Excellent. Not delaying, I targeted the rearmost player, Forsyth, and shadow blinked behind him. A hostile entity has failed to detect you. Clearly, the spell sword hadn't downed his own potion yet, or if he had, it wasn't helping him much. Whatever the case, the mage was oblivious to my presence at his rear. Nor did I alert him. As tempting a target as Forsyth's broad back made, I let the opportunity pass by and silently withdrew a second object from my pocket. "God damn it, Zira! Summon a bloody mage light!" the spell sword roared. "And the rest of you, drink those damn dark vision potions already!" He finished before muttering under his breath, presumably to complete a casting of his own. Unfortunately for my hunters, I'd anticipated their next move, the mage lights, not the potions, and I had a counter ready. Hurling my arm forward again, I released the bomb in my hand. "You have ignited a smoke bomb, creating a smoke cloud." Thick plumes burst out to blanket the tunnel in dense gray clouds, instantly blinding everyone caught in its grasp. The smoke bomb's radius was twice that of the firebomb, and this time there was no escaping it. I made sure to shut my eyes before the cloud rushed past my own position. My night vision was not proof against the smoke, and it would blind me as completely as it had the ambushers, but I didn't need to see for what I planned next. Keeping my eyes shut, I withdrew my other 4 firebombs and tossed them blindly one after the other, transforming the tunnel into a killing ground. "You have ignited a firebomb, injuring 12 hostile entities. You have ignited a firebomb, injuring 18 hostile entities. 2 unknown players have died. You have ignited a firebomb, injuring 5 hostile entities. 8 unknown players have died. You have ignited a firebomb, injuring 6 hostile entities. 4 unknown players have died." In a matter of moments, nearly 3/4 of the ambushers died. I'd spent my firebombs lavishly to accomplish that much, but the enemy had given me no choice. The player party had been too big for the wolves and me to handle, especially considering how well prepared they'd appeared to be. My work done, I swung about and, using my hands to guide me, fled further down the passage. Once I exited the smoke, I drew my blades and turned about. Only 6 of my hunters remained alive, and as shell-shocked as they must be from their sudden transition to prey, I was sure most were only thinking of escape. A second later, a coughing and red-eyed figure stumbled toward me. It was Forsyth. Flowing forward, I cut downwards with Ebonheart while thrusting forward with Spider's Bite. "You have killed Forsyth." The mage's mouth opened in a silent O of surprise as he died. Letting the corpse slide off my blade, I reset my stance and waited. Another figure emerged from the smoke, an armored brute. Before he could spot me, I shadow blinked behind him and drove my sword straight through his torso while simultaneously casting Piercing Strike. "You have backstabbed your target for 100% more damage. You have killed Terry." The fighter died with as little protest as Forsyth. Leaving him where he had fallen, I returned to my original position and readied myself again. No other players came through. A minute after the last wisp of smoke disappeared, Duggar and Sulan emerged. "How many did you get?" I asked the wolves. 4, Duggar replied. I sheathed my blades. "Good. Then that's all of them. Will you 2 stand guard while I loot the bodies?" At the pair's nod of acquiescence, I slipped past them to check on the corpses. Those that had been caught in the raging fire had been burned nearly to cinders. Little remained of them except scorched pieces of plate armor, all of which were too heavy for me to lug around. More surprising, none of those who made it out of the flames carried anything of value either. It was almost as if the ambushers had prepared for the possibility of defeat. I smiled wryly. I guess that means they're taking me more seriously now. As I walked back to the wolves, I attended to the waiting game messages, investing my new attribute points in the process. You have reached level 74. Your sneaking has increased to level 61. Your two-weapon fighting has increased to level 48. Your light armor has increased to level 41. Your telekinesis has increased to level 45. Your magic has increased to rank 5, +2 from item. Now what? Duggar asked as I rejoined them. Now we find the wyvern, I replied, and hopefully the shield generator. It took us nearly an hour to traverse the remainder of the tunnel and reach the larger caves at the top of the cliff. While we journeyed through the rock, I worried at the mystery of finding Forsyth and his ilk here. How had they known I'd be here? Hyeck could have told them, but I didn't think that was likely. From what Talon had said, it seemed clear that the Howlers had broken all ties with the awakened dead and thrown in their lot with the Tartan Legion. Worka, I decided. It had to have been her. I had questioned the elven mage about the generator's location, and Ishida's sworn must have set up the ambush on the off chance I would discover its location. Pity they didn't come themselves. I would have enjoyed killing more of the power's lackeys. Wolfkin, Duggar said, drawing my attention. We're here. I blinked, turning my attention outwards again. The narrow, winding passage we'd been traveling through had come to an end, terminating in a T-junction. The new tunnel, stretching away into the distance to my left and right, was many times larger, big enough for even the wyvern mother to fit through. Something is not right, Sulan said. I glanced at her. Another ambush? What do you mean? The white wolf sat down on her haunches, her eyes darting back and forth down both ends of the corridor in a troubled manner. I sense too many life signs. I straightened, hand unconsciously dropping to my blades. More players? I asked. Likely, Sulan pronounced. But there is no immediate danger, she said, sensing my tension. Jerking her head to the left, she said, Far down that way, there are 4 mines concealed in the same manner as the players we encountered below. Gesturing to the right, she added, And about the same distance that way, there are 2 consciousnesses. One is the wyvern mother. Even from here, I can sense the power of her mind. 2 minds? My brows furrowed. What is the other? I asked, looking to the right. I'm not sure, Sulan admitted. My frown deepened. Could it be a hatchling? Sulan shook her head. No, the other mind is definitely no wyvern. Their minds are distinctly serpentine. I see, I said. The white wolf's revelations were troubling, and as grateful as I was to her for them, our time together had come to an end. I realized in the tunnel's confines that my original idea of using the wolves to distract the wyvern was too risky. I would have to uncover the mystery on my own. I glanced at Duggar. This is where you must leave me. Are you sure, Wolfkin? He asked. We can aid you further if you allow us. It's too dangerous, I said. You have done more than I could have hoped for by bringing me this far, and I am grateful. But now it is time for you and Sulan to turn back. The rest is up to me. Don't be foolish, pup, Sulan began. I slashed my hand downwards. No, Sulan. This time I will not allow myself to be swayed. The wyvern mother is too grave a threat. You think you can face her alone? She retorted. I shook my head. I don't. But if I die, I will be reborn. You will not. Sulan growled deep in her throat. Still, this is... Leave him be, Sulan, Duggar interjected. He is right. And besides, this is the Scion's decision to make. In the face of her alpha's chiding, the white wolf subsided. Duggar turned to me. This is farewell, then. I nodded. But we shall meet again. I promise. The pack leader turned about and slipped back into the small tunnel. We shall, Scion, and good luck. Without further ado, he disappeared. Sulan waited a touch longer. "Do not disappoint us, pup," she said. "We are depending on you." "I will make sure the wyvern does not threaten the pack again," I assured her. "I'm not referring to the wyvern mother, foolish human," Sulan said, holding my gaze. "You are more important to the pack than that. You carry with you the promise of wolf. Only you hold the key to the ancient's return." She turned about and slipped into the tunnel, following in the wake of her pack leader. "Don't disappoint us, pup," the white wolf repeated. "Remember, we are counting on you." Chapter 147. The Gang of Four. Day 7, Morning. I followed Sulan with my gaze until she vanished entirely, but didn't immediately move on. Crouching down low, I examined the passage in both directions. To the left, it sloped gently downwards, and to the right, it angled upwards. The darkness in the tunnel was not absolute either. There were cracks in the ceiling through which light filtered in. Recalling the glimpse I'd caught of the cliff from outside, I realized the tunnel must run along the surface of the cliff top. Which direction to explore first? Left, I decided. Before tackling the wyvern herself, I needed to know what other surprises lay in the tunnel complex. Fading into the darkness, I crept through the pools of shadow, deftly avoiding the beams of light shining down. My mind sight was open, and my attention was fixed on what was before me. Every so often, I stopped and slowed my breathing to listen intently. I couldn't afford to get caught out by whatever lay ahead, and without Sulan's sharp senses, I had to make do with my own less capable ones. It almost made me regret sending the wolves away, but I would not subject the pair to the same risks I took with my own life. As laborious as my advance was, I persisted in the same stop-start manner for the next 20 minutes. Eventually, my abundance of caution paid off. During one of my periodic stops, while crouched down behind a large rock and straining my ears, I picked out the faint thread of a conversation. "Should go." The voice echoed weirdly as if coming from far off. Judging it safe, I crept out from behind the rock and into the center of the tunnel. "Why do have to guard it?" The speakers were still too indistinct to identify clearly. Deciding the risk was worth the gain, I advanced silently forward. "The shield generator, too important, the likes of, to protect." I kept going. "Stop panicking. Nothing is out there." I drew to a halt. I'd finally drawn close enough that the voices were fully audible, and I'd recognized the last speaker, too. It was Warka. Ishida's sworn were here. All of them? I wondered. "My ward activated!" That was Ishan, also talking about a ward. What are those bloody things? More worrying still, if I had tripped a ward again, why had the game not provided me with a warning message like it had earlier against Forsyth's group? "Relax, it's probably just the wyvern," Lutra said, sounding bored. He was the other human mage. "It can't be the beast," Ishan insisted. "It's him, I'm telling you. All of my wards were tripped this time." "If it is him, you've likely already given away our position with your chatter," Warka said wryly. "And I told you, you set too many of those damn wards," Lutra chimed in. "Why in bloody hell would we need 3 detection wards?" "Easy for you to scoff," Ishan muttered. "You aren't on your last life." "Lutra is right," another interjected. That was Zrex, the leader of the 4. "It must be the beast roaming the tunnels again. Just be thankful you haven't drawn her attention again, Ishan. Do I need to remind you how well it went the last time she came here?" "But enough, you imbecile," Zrex hissed. "I swear, if you don't
still your tongue. I will strangle you myself."
Zrex's scolding worked. The human must have believed the lizard man because he spoke no more. Poor Ishan, I thought, almost feeling sorry for the mage. "Besides, there is no need to worry," Lutra added soothingly. "I don't care how good a sneak that bastard is. He ain't getting through my paralyzing wards." Crouched in the center of the tunnel, I very carefully did not move. Fear urged me to flee, but I stayed in place, waiting to hear what else the four mages would reveal. Unfortunately, it appeared their conversation was over. Realizing there was nothing further to gain, I retreated to plan my next move. I returned to my starting point. Sitting cross-legged in the T-junction, I considered what I'd learned. All four of Ishida's sworn were here, and only one thing could have drawn them this far out of the safe zone: the shield generator. It must be in the same cave they are in. If not for the fragments of the conversation I'd overheard, knowing that much would have caused me to rush in. Despite being alone and unaided, with darkness on my side, I fancied my chances against the mages. But the repeated reference to wards gave me pause. I'd not detected any of Ishan's wards in the passage, despite activating trap detect on my way back to the T-junction. The wards were either not considered traps or beyond my ability to detect. Either way, I couldn't afford to charge the mages, not when they had prepared the ground to their benefit already. I shuddered, imagining being paralyzed and at the mercy of the four. I have to find another way to get to them. My lips pursed. I gazed up the right tunnel. Perhaps. I rose to my feet. It was time to find the Wyvern Mother. I slipped into the shadows as I crept up the tunnel. Keeping my mind sight open, I moved cautiously, though I was not overly concerned about being detected. I'd successfully hidden from the wyvern in the forest, and this time around, my sneaking was higher and the environment more conducive. Nearly 100 steps later, the tunnel began to brighten. I was close to the cave mouth, I realized. I slowed my advance, but kept going. A little later, I arrived at a second T-junction. To my right was blue sky and bright morning sun, the cave opening set in the cliff face, while to my left was darkness, the wyvern's lair. Turning left, I slid along the side of the tunnel as I advanced into the beast's den. In a few dozen yards, the shadows in the passage became comfortingly thick again, and not far off, I could hear the sound of dripping water. Beneath that, there was another noise as well. The sound of heavy breathing. The Wyvern Mother. Pressing my back against the rock, I cocked my head to the side to listen. The wyvern's breathing sounded harsh and guttural. Rising and falling in an even tempo, it sent faint vibrations rippling through the ground on each crescendo. Is she snoring? It certainly sounded that way. My confidence buoyed, I crept further down the passage. With each step, the beast's snores grew more distinct. I kept going. I had the vague inkling of a plan, but I needed to set eyes on the wyvern before I could determine how viable it was. A minute later, a bright, burning ball appeared on the edge of my mind sight. The Wyvern Mother was close. A yard ahead, the tunnel turned sharply downwards, hiding what lay beyond. Both the sound of running water and the beast's breathing had increased too. Stretching flat across the ground, I slid forward. Cresting the top of the tunnel slope, I glanced down. Below me, the tunnel widened into a cavern. A gurgling stream flowed directly through its center. Curled up on the ground, with her head lying in the water, was the Wyvern Mother. The beast's eyes were closed, and her wings were tightly furled against her side. Like this, she seemed almost peaceful and no threat. But I was not deceived. If the beast awoke, she would kill me in a heartbeat. Staying where I was, I let my eyes rove over the area. Unlike the rest of the tunnel complex, the Wyvern's Cave was not barren. Shrubbery, glowing mushrooms, and even some flowers peeked through the rocky outcroppings. Perhaps it was the presence of water and the weak light filtering down from the roof that allowed them to grow so. Why did the Wyvern choose this cave in particular? I wondered in idle speculation as I continued to scan the surroundings. Is it the greenery that... My thoughts broke off. Beyond the beast's dominating bulk, I spotted a smallish body stretched out across the moss-covered ground. Is that a person? From this far away, I couldn't tell, but the shape did look humanoid. Whatever it was outside the range of my mind sight, and I was not about to risk venturing into the cave itself. It has to be a person, or at least something living. Sulan did say she sensed 2 minds in this direction. But why would the Wyvern Mother tolerate anything, much less a person, to live in her den? Only one way to find out. Reaching out with my will, I analyzed the unknown figure. The target is Saya, a gnomish alchemist. She is a player and bears marks of lesser dark. My brows drew down in consternation. What was a player doing here? And one without a level. I paused as I realized the import of my last thought. If the gnomish player did not have a level, that meant she was a civilian. Furthermore, I'd met only one other gnome in this sector, and it could not be a coincidence that it was the self-same gnome who had taken out a bounty on the Wyvern Mother. Whoever this Saya is, Gilar knows her. He must. But if he did, why hadn't Gilar told me? And more importantly, what did I do about it? Chapter 148. An Unlikely Pair. Day 7, Morning. Temporarily setting aside the mystery of the gnome, I cast Analyze upon the beast. The target is a level 198 green wyvern. I gulped. The bounty notice had been correct. Given that, I was not about to attempt taking on the Wyvern Mother myself, even if she was asleep and seemingly vulnerable. I'd planned on luring the beast to Ishida's sworn. Much better that the wyvern was the one to trip the mage's wards. Still, the plan carried significant risk, not least because of the creature's hate for me. She had my scent, and I worried she might ignore the mages entirely in favor of killing me. I bit my lip. So, what now? My gaze drifted to the gnome again. Was she sleeping too? I need to investigate further before acting. Glancing up at the light filtering down from the cavern's roof, I realized there was a safe way, or safer way anyway, to do that besides sneaking past the wyvern. Shuffling backward, I retreated into the tunnel and made my way to the cliff face. Bright sunlight was streaming through the cave mouth when I reached it. The morning was advancing, and I had to hurry. Soon I could expect the wyvern to awaken. Standing at the edge of the entrance, I looked down. The cliff fell away sharply. Thankfully, I appeared to have a head for heights and suffered no vertigo. Leaning forward, I craned my neck and peered upwards. Just as I'd thought, the cliff top was not far away. It was a climb of less than 3 yards, and that I could manage easily. Or so I hoped. No sense in delaying. Stepping up to the left side of the cave mouth, I swung myself out and onto the cliff's face. Just don't look down, I thought dryly, starkly aware I had no safety net. I turned my face up and scanned the rock face, adamantly not thinking about slipping. There were plenty of handholds, and reaching up, I grabbed the nearest. Easy does it, I thought, and hauled myself a foot higher. I kept going, moving with spider-like precision. A little later, I reached the top. pulling myself over the edge, I rolled onto my back and stared up at the bright blue sky while I took a moment to catch my breath. That wasn't so bad. I climbed back to my feet, but all the same, I would rather not do it again. Turning full circle, I examined my surroundings. The mountaintop was flattened and barren, with even the hardiest plants struggling to grow on its surface. It was cold up here, too, despite the morning sun. Leaving the cliff edge behind me, I strode inward, mentally following the path of the tunnel beneath. When I estimated I was above my target, I opened my mind sight, and sure enough, felt two bubbles of awareness below. One was large and bright, the wyvern mother, and the other was small and contained, the gnome. Excellent. Opening my eyes, I scanned the rock at my feet. Now to find a way down. Given the amount of sunlight that I'd observed in the cavern, I was sure there were plenty of fissures that led downwards from the cliff top. My task was to find one large enough to squirm through. There were dozens of fractures. Few cut a straight path down, and though most contorted wildly through the 6 feet of rock separating me from the cavern, many remained navigable. I chose the one to use with care. The fissure I eventually judged suitable was positioned almost directly above the gnome, and kept me about as far as I could hope to remain from the sleeping wyvern. Before slipping into the crevice, I uncoiled the rope I'd taken from the howlers and attached it firmly around a nearby rock outcropping. If I needed to retreat, the tethered line would be my way back out. With the other end of the rope in tow, I approached the fissure. Now came the riskiest part. I crawled in. The crevice's walls were smooth, likely worn away by centuries of water running off the cliff top, and almost immediately, I realized it would be a tighter fit than I expected. There was no room to stand or even turn around, and barely enough leeway for me to wedge my hands under my body and worm my way through. I'm definitely not making a quick getaway out this way. If things went wrong below, I would have to find another way out. Despite my discomfort, though, I navigated the crevice without mishap, and a little later, I spied its other end. Wriggling towards the opening, I peered through. The fissure ended in nearly the highest point of the cavern's roof, and the ground was some 7 yards distant. My lips turned down. I would need the rope to get down. The good news, though, was that despite the convoluted path the crevice had cut through the rock, it opened at nearly the same point it had started above, and my quarry was almost directly beneath me. My gaze shifted to the wyvern mother. She snored on, 6 yards away from the gnome, but from this vantage point, the distance separating the two was less comforting than I thought. Would the beast sense me when I reached the gnome? I grimaced. It was too late for second thoughts. I was already committed. Let's do this. Tugging on the rope, I lowered it bit by bit in the cavern, my eyes not leaving the wyvern all the while. She's not going to wake, I told myself. Even saying it, I was not sure I believed it. Still, time was passing, and every moment the risk grew greater. The rope end reached the cavern floor, with the wyvern none the wiser. Now there was only one more thing to do. Without further hesitation, I wormed the final bit of the way out of the crevice and swung onto the hanging rope. A hostile entity has failed to detect you. You are hidden. The tethered line swayed at my sudden weight, but held without further protest. Clinging on, I waited for the motion to peter out. Then I silently slipped further down. A hostile entity has failed to detect you. You are hidden. I touched down noiselessly on the moss-covered floor and dropped immediately into a crouch while I scanned the cavern again. Only 6 yards separated me from the wyvern mother, and from this close, her menacing presence was unmistakable. But thankfully, she slept on blissfully. My gaze shifted to my quarry. The gnome was less than a yard away, and like the wyvern herself, had not stirred. I crept closer to the player, one eye on the wyvern all the while. A hostile entity has failed to detect you. You are hidden. The beast slumbered on, oblivious. Reaching my target, I examined her intently. The gnome was not asleep. She was unconscious. One of the alchemist's arms was strapped and bound in a makeshift sling. Her clothes were torn in places, and her legs were puffy and swollen. She also bore a host of other, smaller injuries. Reaching out, I laid a light hand on her forehead. The gnome was burning up, too. I re-inspected the alchemist, this time querying her health status. "The target is Saya. She is severely injured." Damn, there was no way I could risk waking the gnome in her condition. Her cries of pain alone would give me away. I'll have to use a potion, a full healing one. There was no way for me to gauge the extent of the alchemist's injuries more accurately, and I didn't have time to be messing around. Unclipping the potion, I placed it on the unconscious gnome's lips and dribbled the contents into her. As usual, the potion worked instantly. The gnome's eyes snapped open in shock. Anticipating her reaction, I clamped a hand around her mouth before she could voice the question in her eyes. Moving slowly and not breaking eye contact, I raised a finger to my lips and jerked my head in the direction of the wyvern. Saya's eyes grew wider, if that was possible, as she took in the beast's sleeping form. I waited for a drawn-out few seconds. I had no idea as to the reason for the gnome's presence in the cave, and I couldn't ignore the possibility she might be working for, or with, the wyvern, absurd as the notion seemed. When the alchemist made no attempt to struggle or call out in warning, I carefully unwrapped my hand from her mouth. Saya exhaled silently, her eyes not leaving my own. I rose to my feet. "Can I help you up?" I mouthed soundlessly. The alchemist nodded, her gaze darting nervously to the wyvern. The gesture alleviated my own worries. Whatever was going on, it was obvious Saya was afraid of the beast. Small chance she is here willingly, then. Bending down, I helped the smaller player up. The gnome weighed hardly anything and moved without clumsiness. It eased my mind further. I'd not planned on any sort of rescue operation, but that seemed exactly what I was in the middle of now. That Saya was both mobile and seemingly agile made things simpler. Leaving the trembling gnome to wait a while, I studied the cave anew. The safest way out, I realized, was the same way I'd come in. I turned back to Saya and placed my mouth against her ear. "Do exactly as I say, and we will get out of here alive," I whispered. "Can you do that?" She nodded emphatically. Placing my hands on the gnome's shoulders, I turned her about to face the rope. "You see that? Head towards it," I said, still whispering. "Don't rush, and be careful where you place your feet." The alchemist took a step forward, moving with exaggerated caution under my vigilant scrutiny. She was light on her feet, though, and didn't trip up. I followed on her heels, and with painful slowness, we made our way back to the dangling rope. When we got there, I tied the end around Saya's waist. The climb to the top would be harder than the way down, and I could not expect the gnome to manage it. Leaning forward, I whispered into her ear again. "I'll climb out, then pull you up. Don't panic, and don't make a sound." Saya's trembling intensified, and her face whitened in fear. But as much as the idea of remaining alone in the cave seemed to disturb the gnome, she didn't protest. Getting herself under control faster than I expected, Saya nodded, if not firmly, then gamely in response to my instructions. I squeezed her slim shoulders once, then, without further ado, scaled the rope and pulled myself up, quickly and without fuss, to the tune of the wyvern's snores. That was the easy part done. Next, I had to get Saya out. Chapter 149, The Lost Alchemist. Day 7, Morning. Reaching the crevice opening, I looked back to see how the gnome was doing. Her face upturned, she stared at me fixedly. Giving Saya a thumbs up, I ducked into the fissure, hoping she continued to remain calm when I disappeared from sight. I wriggled out of the fissure as fast as I could while listening intently for signs that the wyvern was rousing. Happily, I made it all the way through without Saya panicking. Squirming out of the hole, I whipped about and hauled on the rope. I couldn't see the gnome, but at this point I had to trust she'd continue to keep her composure. It was slow going, as inch by inch I pulled Saya upwards. As nerve-wracking as it was, though, I dared not yank too hard at the rope. Eventually, my arms began to burn with the strain. The gnome was light, but strength was not my best attribute. Still, I uttered no sound, and neither did the alchemist, slowly being hauled aloft. After what felt like forever, but objectively was less than 5 minutes, the rope went slack. Saya had reached the fissure. I sat back, panting in relief. While I massaged my arms, I followed the gnome's progress through the crevice with my mind sight. Being nearly half as wide as me, the alchemist sped through the fissure, making it look easy, and in no time at all, her head popped out of the hole. Placing a finger to my lips to remind her to be silent, I led her away. It was time to find out just exactly who and what she was. I didn't let the gnome talk, not until I'd put enough distance between us and the cave below. Finding a heap of gigantic boulders, I pulled the alchemist into their shadows. "All right, this should be far enough," I said. "Who?" I got no further. The gnome flung herself forward and wrapped her tiny arms about me. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she whispered in an excited and fervent voice. I patted her awkwardly and extricated myself. "You're welcome," I said. "But we are not out of danger just yet. The wyvern mother could awake at any time." Saya shook her head. "We have hours yet. She often sleeps past noon." I studied the gnome carefully. She sounded certain. "You've been in there long, then?" Saya nodded vigorously. "She captured me weeks ago. I've been trapped in that awful cave since then." I frowned. "The wyvern mother took you prisoner? Why would she do that?" Saya sighed. "She figured out I was an alchemist, if a half-trained one, and put me to work." I blinked, not sure which part of her statement I found more surprising. "Put you to work?" I repeated slowly. "Harvesting mushrooms and cave moss for her," she said with a wan smile. "Apparently, Bessina considers them to be quite the delicacy." "Who is Bessina?" I asked, confused. "The wyvern," Saya said simply. Of course. Why it surprised me that the wyvern mother had a name, I wasn't sure, but it did. More surprising, though, was that the gnome knew it. "So you've talked to her?" Saya's face twisted in remembered pain. "Well, I'm not sure if you could call it talking." Unconsciously, she rubbed at her temples. "Bessina transmitted her demands by dropping images in my mind. At first, they were difficult to understand, but over time, they grew easier to interpret. And when I talked, she understood me." "I see," I said. "What can you tell me about the beast?" For a long moment, Saya remained quiet, dark emotions flitting across her face. "Bessina is old," the apprentice said finally. "She has layered in these mountains for a long time and knows them well. Many of the tunnels below are either of her own making or have been widened by her over time." She met my gaze, her own serious. "Don't think to hide in them from her." I nodded thoughtfully. "Go on." "Don't underestimate Bessina either," Saya continued. "She's no dumb beast. The wyvern is cunning and sadistic." The gnome's chin trembled, and she raised her left arm, still covered by dirty bandages. "A few days ago, I tried escaping. Bessina caught me easily, of course, then proceeded to teach me a lesson." She shuddered. "I will never forget what she did." I shifted from foot to foot, made uneasy by the pain haunting the gnome's eyes. I didn't know how to comfort her, so I did the next best thing. I changed the topic. I take it you work with Galar. My awkward attempt worked, and the melancholy vanished from Saya's face. No one works with Galar, she said, eyes twinkling. I work for him. I'm his apprentice. Ah, I said, pleased by her suddenly happier countenance. Whatever Bessina had done to the little gnome, she had not broken Saya's spirit. Did he send you to rescue me? Saya asked eagerly, her entire face lighting up. I hesitated, then shook my head and told her the truth. No, he didn't tell me about you at all. I paused. But he did send me to kill the wyvern. Oh, Saya said, deflating. He must think I'm dead then. I shrugged. I had no idea what Galar had been thinking, but it seemed his reasons for posting the bounty were not as straightforward as I'd originally assumed. Will you tell me how you got to be here? I asked quietly. Of course, Saya said, somewhat absently. I could see that she was still upset by the notion that her mentor had abandoned her for dead. I was out into the forest gathering materials, she began. Alone? I asked sharply. Galar sent you out alone? Saya hung her head, not meeting my eyes. Why would he do a fool thing like that? The gnome's gaze flitted to mine, and seeing the look of disbelief on my face, she explained. It's not unusual. I've often gone out on my own to collect ingredients. She lowered her eyes. But I don't think I'm cut out to be an alchemist. I mean, it's not like I mind a bit of danger, but after Bessina. Her word dropped to a barely perceptible whisper. I'm not sure I can do it anymore. I stared at Saya with renewed scrutiny. The gnome was scrawny, her head appeared overlarge, and her features were sharply defined, almost as if her face hadn't grown to fit them yet. I was no expert on gnomish physiology, and had initially thought her somewhat odd appearance a result of her captivity. Now I wondered, Saya, how old are you? I asked suddenly. The apprentice preened slightly. I'm 18, she said proudly. I reached adulthood 3 months ago, achieving full player status. I didn't say anything, but in the privacy of my mind, I was cursing Galar. She's barely more than a child and a civilian player to boot. Why had the alchemist let her loose in the valley, alone and unaccompanied? What do we do now? Saya asked, unaware of the train of my thoughts. Do we flee over the mountains? She bit her lip. I warn you, I don't think we'll get far. Bessina is an excellent tracker, and I don't think she will just let me go. I refocused on the gnome. Unfortunately, Saya, my business here is not yet done. Before we can leave, there is something else I must do in Bessina's lair. I hesitated, considering the youth again. Could I trust her? I thought so. Alchemists are magic users, aren't they? Saya shrugged. I don't have any spells, if that's what you're asking. But you have access to your mana. The apprentice nodded. Can you use a spell scroll? If it is not combat-oriented, she allowed cautiously. Then, yes, I can. I withdrew the portal scroll from my pack and handed it to her. Then you hold on to this. I'm going to go back into the tunnels below. If I'm not back in an hour, or you see the wyvern emerge from her lair, you use this. It will not take you out of the sector, but it should return you to the safe zone. You have lost a portal scroll. Saya took the item curiously. A moment later, her mouth dropped open in shock as she realized what she held. Can you use the scroll? I asked gently. She nodded emphatically. Great, I said with a grin. Then you wait here. I'll be back in an hour. And if I'm not, well, you know what to do. Turning about, I began retracing my steps to the cliff's edge. Wait, Saya hissed. I paused and swung back to her. What do you need to do in the lair? The apprentice asked in a low voice. I stayed silent for a moment, then shrugged, seeing no harm in telling her. Do you know what the shield generator is? Saya nodded. I'm going to destroy it. The gnome's eyes widened. But Ishida's mages are guarding it. I raised an eyebrow. You know about them? She bobbed her head. They arrived early yesterday morning, and since then, Bessina has been in a foul mood. Their presence grates on her. She knows they're in the tunnels, then? Bessina attacked them yesterday. Saya frowned. But I think the mages got the better of her, and she was forced to retreat. She was not happy. I smiled. That's good to know. Thank you. I made ready to leave again. Is there anything I can do to help? Saya asked, stopping me once more. I shook my head. It's too dangerous. It can't be any more dangerous than trying to escape Bessina, surely, she said with a grin. I winced at the comparison. The truth was, I could see a way for the gnome to help, but I didn't want to entangle the youth in my own affairs. It will be a bit more dangerous than that, I murmured, and you'd be helping me against Ishida's sworn. If they discover your involvement, the power won't look kindly on you. Pfft, who cares about Ishida? Saya said. But despite her brave words, she sounded suddenly less enthused. Are you sure you want to tangle with the goddess? She asked a moment later. She is even scarier than the wyvern. Her people have left me no choice, I replied. But you don't have to help. You can stay here and wait for me to return. Saya's spine stiffened. No, I want to. She paused. But I won't need to fight, will I? Not at all, I assured her. If you really want to help, I won't stop you. This is what I need you to do. Chapter 150. A Running Battle. Day 7, Morning. It took me only a few minutes to position Saya and a little longer to explain what I intended. After that, I returned to Bessina's cavern. I felt a bit guilty about using the young gnome, especially after mentally chiding Galar for sending her into the forest alone, but Saya's part in my plan, while crucial, would be small and without danger. I was sure of it. Or almost. She'll be fine, I told myself, and certainly in less danger than if she fled unaccompanied to the safe zone. Refocusing on the matter at hand, I stared downwards. Once more, I was crouched atop the crest of the tunnel leading into Bessina's lair. This time, I'd taken the long way around, approaching the wyvern. Lowering myself down the rope had been nerve-wracking enough before, and besides, for what I intended, I needed to be near the cavern's entrance. The beast was still asleep, and I mentally reviewed my plan. Once I set my scheme in motion, things would progress quickly, and I would have to act without hesitation. I took a deep, calming breath. It was time. I knew the plan backwards already, and was ready. Sinking deeper into the shadows, I drew on my sai and cast Astral Blade. From where I crouched, Bessina made for an unmissable target. Taking aim at the wyvern's forehead, I whipped my hand forward, releasing the purple dagger. The magical projectile flew through the air and struck the beast dead center. Your astral blade has failed to harm Bessina. Green wyverns are immune to all forms of mental assaults. Your attack has been detected. My lips twisted down sourly. The lack of damage was unsurprising. I'd known enough to expect it. Still, it was depressing to see how futile my attack had been. Bessina has failed to detect you. You remain hidden. The wyvern's eyes had snapped open. I smiled grimly. Awakening the beast had been the true purpose of my attack. There was no turning back now. Casting Ventro, I projected my voice to a spot just inside the cavern and about 5 yards from my actual location. Well, ugly, it looks like I found where you've been hiding, I said sneeringly. This place is a real dump. The wyvern mother's neck jerked erect, and her nostrils flared as she tasted the air. You, she hissed. With startling quickness, Bessina's gaze fixed on the spot from which my voice had originated. Bessina has failed to detect you. Knowing what came next, I slid down the slope, retreating silently, while still throwing my voice forward. Me, I agreed. I've already rid the valley of your hatchling. Now it's time I put an end to you, too." I heard the slap of wings on water and the thud of feet as Basina heaved her bulk upwards. The beast was moving. Right, that's got her riled up. My own pulse quickening, I hastened my retreat through the shadows. A heartbeat later, jets of green acidic spittle exploded across the top of the tunnel. Yikes. "Ha ha! You missed me!" I yelled gleefully, still using Ventro to disguise my true position. Basina herself appeared on the crest. Eyes narrowed and brimming with rage, she scanned the tunnel ahead of her. But by now, I was further down the tunnel and well concealed. "Basina has failed to detect you." "You dare attempt your childish tricks on me, human? They will not save you," the wyvern hissed. "I will find you and kill you slowly. I shall feed off your bones, bit by bit. You will die, and horribly," she promised with menacing certainty. I reached the T-junction and stopped. With the sunlight streaming in from the right fork, this was the brightest spot in the tunnels, and I couldn't tarry long, but I still had time for another quip. "Oh, I'm sure I will die," I said through Ventro, before slipping into the darker tunnel leading towards Ishida's sworn. "One day, surely I must, but that day is not today. Today, that honor is reserved for you." I paused. "I will make it quick, I promise." I was keeping a vigilant watch through my mind sight, so I didn't miss my foe's sudden re-entry in range as she rushed to the T-junction. "Basina has failed to detect you." "Show yourself, worm!" the wyvern screeched in frustration when she found the crossing empty. I chuckled. "Now, why would I do that?" I asked, hurrying down the tunnel. Taunting the wyvern mother was perhaps not wise, but the angrier she was, the better were my chances of getting her to act without considering the consequences. If she balked, it could prove disastrous. "Where is my pet?" Basina asked abruptly, ignoring my own response. "Pet?" I asked with feigned disinterest. The wyvern did not answer immediately, and when she did, her voice was flat, stripped of its earlier rage. "The alchemist." I opened my mouth to retort, then paused as my senses prickled. Basina had fallen out of range of my mind sight and hadn't reappeared, so I wasn't worried that she was close, but something was not right. Frowning, I listened keenly. At the edges of my hearing, I heard the faint scrape of claws on stone. "You have detected a hidden entity." The wyvern had changed tactics and, under cover of our conversation, was stalking me. Based on the half-heard sound, I placed Basina's position at less than 8 yards away. She had shielded her mind, too, which was why I wasn't seeing her in my mind sight. Bloody cunning. My lips thinned, but you're not catching me that easily. I'd hoped to draw out my game of cat and mouse with Basina a bit longer, but that was looking too dangerous now. Pulling an object from my pocket, I slipped further away. "Oh, you mean Saya," I said casually, resuming our conversation as if it had never faltered. "You don't have to worry about her. She is safely in the custody of Ishida's mages now." Basina didn't reply, and I sensed she was done talking. Sure enough, a second later, her large form rushed into sight. She was charging me. "You have detected a hidden entity. Basina is no longer hidden. Basina has detected you. You are no longer hidden." Well, damn. Ignoring the wyvern's hurtling shape, I smashed the smoke I held into the ground at my feet. "You have ignited a smoke bomb. You are hidden once more." Turning tail, I rushed blindly through the thick plumes of smoke. My eyes were squeezed shut, and my left arm was extended so that my fingers brushed the tunnel's sidewall. Behind me, I heard Basina pull up to a stop and hiss in frustration as she lost sight of me again. It didn't stop her from retaliating, though, and a moment later, a lance of acidic spittle cut through the smoke cloud. "You have evaded Basina's attack." The lethal jet of acid splashed into the rock less than a yard behind me. It had missed me more by happenstance than by design. That was too close, I thought, wiping beads of sweat from my brow. Time for a little more deception. Recasting Ventro, I taunted my pursuer. "What happened to killing me nice and slow? You've reconsidered, I take it?" My only response was another stream of acid. It was fired randomly and missed me by a long way. Basina was clearly no longer interested in talking. Grimacing, I burst through the smoke field and, foregoing any further attempt at stealth, sprinted through the tunnel to my next waypoint. A few seconds later, Basina appeared behind me. Knowing the wyvern was quicker than me and expecting her to close to attacking range soon, I began bobbing and weaving to spoil her aim. A jet of acid splashed against the tunnel wall, inches to my right. Not slowing, I glanced over my shoulder. Basina had paused to launch the attack, opening the distance between us slightly. Good, I thought. That will help. Casting one step, I added to the erraticness of my flight, jinking up and down as well as left and right now. "You have evaded Basina's attack. You have evaded Basina's attack. You have..." Head down, I kept running, steadfastly ignoring the slew of acid projectiles falling in my wake. I had only a little further to go to reach my next waypoint, and, to my great relief, I got to it without being struck. My hand whipped forward, releasing another bomb. "You have ignited a smoke bomb. You are hidden once more." Safely concealed, I took a moment to gasp silently for breath while I recovered. Behind me, I heard Basina slowly pick her way through the billowing clouds, while from further down the passage, fresh voices carried to me. "Hear that?" Lutra groaned. "Please, Ishan, not this again." "Quiet, Lutra," Warka snapped. "I hear it too this time." With a tight smile, I felt my way to a small nook I'd picked out earlier and wedged myself into it. I'd advanced as far into the tunnel as I dared, and Ishida's Sworn and their mysterious wards were not much farther away. At my rear, I heard Basina draw closer. It was time to play my final card. Projecting my voice as far forward into the tunnel as I could, I shouted, "Zrex, Warka, help! She's on my tail! Get ready! We can finally kill this beast!" Behind me, Basina snarled in rage. She'd heard me all right. Opening my mind sight, I watched the wyvern draw closer. Whatever shield Basina had woven about her mind had dissipated, and she hadn't bothered replenishing it. Abandoning her careful approach, the wyvern was charging blindly through the smoke now, ignoring her many collisions with the sidewalls. Ahead, the four mages were yelling in confusion. I smiled. Perfect. Focusing on the only other bubble of awareness in my mind sight, Saya, strategically placed on the cliff top above my current position, I made my escape. "You have cast Shadow Blink and teleported yourself 8 yards away. Now the fun begins." Chapter 151, A Battle of Titans. Day 7, Morning. Saya's eyes rounded in shock at my sudden appearance. "It's done?" she gasped. "It's done," I confirmed. "Or it's begun," I amended. Through my mind sight, I still watched the wyvern in the tunnel below. She rushed past my position without pause, none the wiser about my escape. I couldn't sense the mages themselves. They were either too well shielded or out of range. But right now, I expected they were fleeing or preparing to meet the enraged beast. Rising to my feet, I headed south, walking in the direction I had sensed the wyvern mother go. As fast as she had been moving, she had not stayed long within range of my ability. Saya followed in my wake. "Where are they?" "I'm not sure yet," I replied absently while I searched for the beast again. Basina was traveling this way. Nearly 20 yards later, almost at the limit of my mind sight range, I found the wyvern and blew out a relieved breath. One of my biggest concerns was that the cave sheltering the mages would be too deep for me to sense the combatants from the cliff top. If that was the case, I would have had to alter my plans. Fortunately, that was not necessary. The wyvern mother was beneath me, just under 9 yards away. I inspected her, querying her health status. "The target is Basina. She is barely injured." The wyvern was no longer moving. Trapped in Lutra's paralysis field? I wondered. I couldn't sense the mages themselves, though they had to be around. "Why have we stopped?" Saya asked. I raised a hand, silencing her. "Shh, I'm listening." Were those voices I heard at the edges of my hearing? I couldn't be sure, but the wyvern mother was still not moving, and I recast Analyze upon her. "The target is Basina. She is lightly injured." "Ah," I breathed, observing the drop in the wyvern's health. "The battle has started," I murmured to Saya. "Who will win?" she asked in fascination. "It's too early to tell," I replied, "but I expect whoever does will be gravely weakened." I smiled. "Then it will be my—" In my mind sight, I sensed the wyvern mother dart forward, and in the wake of her abrupt movement, the faint noises emanating from below increased in volume. Stretching out flat down on the ground, I placed my ear against the rock and listened intently. "Kill her!" "Damn it, Lutra! Idiot!" With a satisfied grin, I rose back to my feet and tracked the wyvern to her new position. She had not moved far off, and I guessed she was within the cave holding Ishida's Forsworn. I studied the surrounding area. The ground underfoot was more solid here, and there were no cracks or crevices leading downwards. My lips turned down in disappointment. That made what I needed to do next harder, but not impossible. I still had a way down. Drawing another smoke bomb from my pocket, I readied myself. Saya walked up to me. "What do I do next?" I smiled at her eager expression. "Nothing. Your work is done. All that remains is for me to finish matters below." "Oh," she said, shoulders sagging in disappointment. With another grin, I turned my attention downwards and re-inspected the wyvern. "The target is Basina. She is moderately injured." It was almost time. Bouncing lightly on the balls of my feet, I readied myself and, second by second, checked on the wyvern mother. "The target is Basina. She is moderately injured." "The target is Basina. She is severely injured." "The target is Basina. She is near death." That's it. The moment I'd been waiting for had arrived. Spinning sigh, I shadow blinked into the battle. I landed on my feet behind Basina. Through a split-second glimpse, I took in the tableau in the cavern. The wyvern was still and unmoving, held in place by some sort of magical leash. Her head bent, Basina gnawed at the spelled tether around her neck. Arrayed in a circle around the beast were Ishida's sworn. Unhappily, all four were still alive. The mages had their staffs and wands pointed in Basina's direction while they unleashed a storm of magic down upon her. At my arrival, the wyvern's head jerked up. She'd sensed me. Quicker than thought, she whipped her tail at me. But I was already moving. Backflipping, I dodged the appendage's deadly arc and dropped my bomb. "You have evaded Basina's attack. You have ignited a smoke bomb. You are hidden." Smoke billowed out to wrap the entirety of the cavern in dense gray clouds, blinding all the combatants. Predictably, bedlam ensued. "Did you see that?" Ishan yelled. "He's here!" Worka gasped. Forget him, goddammit! I've lost sight of the wyvern, Lutra shrieked. She's broken my spell's hold! Quick, kill her, Zrex ordered. Eyes shut and moving blindly, I backpedaled quickly through the smoke, opening the distance between me and the battle. 5 hostile entities have failed to detect you. Through my mind sight, I watched Basina whip about and search for me, but as wrapped in smoke as I was, there was little chance of her finding me. Almost as if she came to the same realization herself, the wyvern spun around and charged at something, one of the mages. Ishan has been critically injured. A piercing shriek split the chamber. Ah! She's got me! Ishan cried. The back of my shoe hit something. Reaching backward, I blindly felt out my surroundings and found solid rock behind me. I'd reached one of the cave's walls. Perfect. Drawing my twin swords, I crouched down and waited. It was still too early for me to intervene more directly in the battle. Lightning ripped through the cave, burning away everything in its path, including the smoke. I wasn't sure if the bolt had been aimed at Basina or me, but it harmed nothing except the smoke cloud, and only temporarily at that. The hole left by the lightning was quickly filled in as more dense clouds rolled back in.
Don't cast blindly, you fools, Zrex hissed. Dispel the smoke cloud first.
My head turned Zrex's way, and I fixed the lizard man's position in my mind by sound alone. I still couldn't see the mages in my mind sight, so I had to depend on other means to locate them. I heard someone mutter to my right, Lutra by the sounds of it. He was incanting the words of a spell. Realizing what he was about, I wrapped myself in shadow. A moment later, the gray clouds were swept away. A smoke cloud has been dispelled. 5 hostile entities have failed to detect you. You remain hidden. Unfortunately, Lutra's spell worked as much against Ishida's sworn as it did for them. The smoke dissipated to reveal Basina hovering over Ishan. She was still trying to get to him. Much to the beast's annoyance, her jaws kept bouncing away each time she tried to snap at the downed mage. Ishan, I suspected, had triggered his dark repulsion spell, if a moment too late to save him from the wyvern's initial attack. But the moment Basina regained her sight, things changed. Abandoning her injured prey, the wyvern spun about, her malevolent gaze searching for another victim.
Quick, Lutra! Hold!
Zrex began. He was too late. Basina had found a target. Hurtling across the cavern, the wyvern charged straight into Warka's Stygian shield and, with a speed that left me breathless, cracked it open. The elven mage's mouth opened in wordless shock, but before she could give voice to her fear, Basina trampled her underfoot. Warka has died. I gulped. 3 seconds or less. That's how long it had taken, from start to finish, for Basina to kill the mage. Damnation, I mumbled in awe, doubly glad I'd chosen not to entangle with the beast myself.
Freeze her in place again,
Zrex ordered. I'm working on it, Lutra yelled, sounding harried. The lizard man lowered his own staff and sent a bar of liquid flames racing to the wyvern, striking her on the back of the head. It was a brave, if somewhat foolish move, attracting, as it did, the wyvern's attention. Hissing in fury and pain, Basina lifted her head to bare jagged teeth, reddened with blood, at Zrex. Zrex flung another flame bolt, but before the projectile could land, Basina dove with cat-like reflexes, slipping under the attack. Then she flew forward. The lizard man retreated a step backward, raising his staff in a warding gesture, but halfway to Zrex, the wyvern made an abrupt half-turn and launched herself at the still-chanting Lutra instead. The human mage's defenses were made of sterner stuff than his dead companions, though. Where Warka's shield had cracked, Lutra's didn't. The violence of Basina's charge flung the mage backward. Despite this, Lutra kept chanting, his concentration uninterrupted. The wyvern darted forward, intent on following up with a second attack. Lutra didn't afford her the opportunity. Before his foe could close on him, icy blue lines of frost shot from the mage's hands to engulf the wyvern. Basina has been frozen.
Excellent,
Zrex cackled. Lowering his staff, the Ishida Sworn hurled a trio of flaming bolts at the wyvern. The magical projectiles proved enough, and with a forlorn hiss, the wyvern mother slumped to the ground. Basina has died. Cloaked in shadows, I barely had time to notice the beast's passing, though, as her death triggered an unexpected cascade of game alerts. You have completed the task, an alchemist's bounty. As a result of your efforts, the wyvern mother, Basina, has been slain. Return to Galar to claim your bounty. The marks on your spirit signature have changed. You have removed another significant threat to House Wolf's adherents, and this time you accomplished the deed without introducing further threats into the valley. Wolf is pleased, and your mark has deepened. Congratulations, Michael. Your wolf mark has advanced. You now bear the mark Pack Brother. As an anointed scion of House, your new wolf mark gives you the option to evolve your Mindstalker class. Do you wish to change your class to that of a Mind Slayer? Doing so will cause your class traits and abilities to advance. Note, the Mind Slayer class is only available to scions of House Wolf. Chapter 152. Death to My Enemies. Day 7, morning. For a second, I could only gape at the game messages. The adjudicator was offering me a class evolution, and now, in the middle of a battle? It couldn't have come at a worse time. I knew I didn't have time to ponder the choice, but at the same time, I realized I couldn't pass up on the opportunity either. Not hesitating further, I replied in the affirmative to the adjudicator's query. Your class has evolved. You are now a Mind Slayer. Your secret blood trait has been triggered. To conceal your bloodline, your class will be reported as being that of a Mind Stalker to other players and powers. More messages vied for my consideration, defining the exact changes made to my class, but I had no time to spare them. Ishida's Sworn demanded my attention. Remaining crouched near the cave wall, I eyed the 3 surviving mages.
Finally,
Zrex exclaimed, eyes fixed on the dead wyvern. Striding towards it, he spat on the corpse.
And good riddance. Now, find that damn thief. I want his head.
On my left, Ishan groaned and rolled onto his back.
Zrex, help me,
he gasped.
I'm dying.
The lizard man ignored him. Turning about in a slow circle, he scanned the darkness. My gaze shifted to Lutra, and with a start, I realized that during my moment of distraction, the human mage had begun another spell. Whatever it was, it couldn't be good for me. I can't afford to let him finish. Spinning sigh, I blinked into Lutra's shadow. You have teleported yourself 6 yards away. 3 hostile entities have failed to detect you. Lutra was still chanting. Not waiting for him to finish, I dropped my last bomb at his feet. You have ignited a smoke bomb. You are hidden. As more clouds billowed into the chamber, Zrex spun in my direction.
Lutra, he's...
I stopped listening. I was safe from the lizard man's attacks for the time being. Raising my swords, I assaulted the human mage's shields. I struck hard and fast, attacking first with Ebonheart, then with Spider's Bite. I empowered both blades with piercing strikes, and even though I hit out blindly, I didn't miss. You have attempted to backstab Lutra. Backstab failed. The damage has been transferred to the target's shield. 3 hostile entities have failed to detect you. You have attempted to backstab Lutra. Backstab failed. The damage has been transferred to the target's shield. 3 hostile entities have failed to detect you. I felt Lutra's shield, already weakened by Basina, tremble under the pressure of my devastating twin blows. Even better, with the smoke concealing me, I remained hidden. I repeated the combo, quicksilver fast. Both hits landed. Lutra's chanting faltered.
"Zrax, do something!" he shouted. "I can't hold him off much longer."
Ignoring the mage's outcry, I hit his shield again with piercing strikes.
"I can't see him,"
Zrex hissed in frustration. Lutra was done waiting. In a flat panic, he fled blindly. I kept up with him easily, tracing his flight by the sound of his footsteps alone. On the run, I struck again. Once, twice. That was enough.
"Lutra's frost shield has been destroyed." "No!"
the mage exclaimed.
"Ishita, help!"
He got no further. Following the sound of his voice, both my blades flew forward to slash at his face. As powerful as the mage's shield had been, his body was equally frail.
"You have killed Lutra with a fatal blow. You have slain a sworn servant of Ishita, increasing her ire towards you."
With a last whimper, the human mage crumpled to the ground. I rolled away from the corpse, senses alert for the one threat remaining, Zrex. Clouds still lay heavy in the cavern, and the lizard man, unhelpfully, had gone quiet. Zrex was stalking me just as I was him. Placing each foot with care, I padded through the cavern, listening intently, but other than for Ishan's harsh breathing, I heard nothing. My foe was better at remaining quiet than I'd expected. For Zrex, it was a waiting game. Once the clouds dissipated, he would have clear line of sight to me. For me, though, the passing seconds were precious. Let's see if I can't lure him out. I cast Ventro, disguising my location. "Not suddenly scared, are you, Zrex?" I mocked. There was no response. "Don't tell me the high and mighty Sworn of Ishita is afraid of a meager thief," I jeered. Still nothing. "What will your goddess say? Mind you, her intelligence is questionable, and I wouldn't blame you if you didn't place much." A bolt of light cut through the smoke, shattering a harmless piece of rock. I grinned. I had the lizard man's location now. I chuckled. "Touched a nerve, did I?" I quipped as I rushed through the gray smoke to where I knew Zrex to be. Perhaps realizing his error, the lizard man didn't respond, but it was too late for him to hide now. I had closed near enough that the sound of Zrex's shallow breathing carried clearly to my sharp ears. Accelerating suddenly, I rammed my shoulder into where I estimated the mage's shield to start. I hit him head on. Zrex hissed as he stumbled backward. I didn't let him break contact. Keeping one hand outstretched and touching his shield, I fell with him. A bolt of fire burst from the mage, striking me on the arm. Intense pain rippled down the limb, but I ignored it. I had my foe pinned under me, but I was running out of time. I raised Ebonheart and hacked at the lizard man. Another spell shot out from Zrex, this one striking me in the shoulder. "Zrex has cast Stone Grip on you. Spell failed. You are immune to Tier 1 and Tier 2 entanglement spells." I laughed. Ironically, it was Zrex's dead companion's item that had saved me. Beneath me, the lizard man cursed as he realized his spell had failed. Ignoring his sputtered words, I kept raining down blows on him. After a moment, Zrex grew tight-lipped again and returned to using damaging spells. I wasn't sure why he didn't try other castings. I suspected it was because his sight was too impaired to target me properly. Whatever the case, from then on, Zrex only threw firebolts at me. Some hit me fully, a few missed entirely, and many only grazed me. Zrex was casting blindly and ineffectually. My own attacks were more accurate. Every blow landed, and every blow ate at his shield. Bit by bit, I wore Zrex down. It wasn't pleasant or elegant, and halfway through I had to quaff a healing potion, but finally, I broke through my foe's defenses. Then, without hesitation, I plunged both my blades into the lizard man. Zrex took longer to die than Lutra, but after 4 successive blows, he stopped moving.
You have killed Zrex with a fatal blow. You have slain a sworn servant of Ishita, increasing her ire towards you.
Panting heavily, I rolled off the corpse. I didn't bother to move further. Smoke still clouded the cave, and the only one of my foes remaining alive didn't sound in a good way. Eyes closed, I cast Chi Heal and mended my body from the burns the mage had inflicted. It took a while, and by the time I was done, the air was free of smoke. Using my swords to support me, I rose to my feet. I was fully healed, but remained weary. I surveyed the cave, ignoring the corpses as my gaze fixed on Ishan. Miraculously, he was still alive. Moaning and mumbling to himself, the human appeared to be in the throes of agony. Sheathing my blades, I walked over. Ishan's eyes widened at my approach, but he didn't stop muttering under his breath. He's not muttering, he's chanting. Suddenly wary, my hands dropped to my blades, ready to whip them out. A heartbeat later, I paused as I noticed an oddity. Some of Ishan's wounds were closing. It was in response to his spell, I realized. I grinned as understanding dawned. That wyvern's poison is no joke, is it? I asked conversationally. Ishan glared at me but didn't break off from his chanting. Reaching out with my will, I queried his health status.
The target is Ishan. He is severely injured and infected by a wyvern's toxin.
I shook my head in pretended sorrow. The mage was barely holding the toxin at bay, and all too soon I expected it would overcome him. Deciding to let Ishan be for now, he was certainly no threat, I pivoted a slow circle, searching the cave for what I had come for. It didn't take long for me to find it. In a tiny alcove set in the rock wall behind where Zrex had fallen, had the lizard man thought to guard it? Was a tall cylindrical object with a dull red sheen. The shield generator. Walking over, I inspected the area intently for traps. As far as I could tell, there were none. Nervous suddenly, now that my goal was almost within reach, I lifted the object out of the alcove and inspected it.
The target is an ether cloaking device, an artifact of unknown rank forged by the power Ishita. Items of this type generate a sector-wide cloaking field and are often used to hide sensitive locations from hostile eyes.
I hefted the object in my hands. It was surprisingly light and seemed to be formed from multiple small crystals intricately fused together. But for all the importance of the artifact, it looked fragile. Huh, I grunted. Then, whipping my arm forward, smashed the shield generator against the ground.
You have destroyed an ether cloaking device. Congratulations, Michael. You've shattered the shield woven about Sector 12,560. This sector's ether coordinates are no longer hidden. You have destroyed an artifact of Ishita, increasing her ire towards you.
That was easy. With a pleased grin pasted across my face, I turned around to look at Ishan. He was staring at me aghast and even went so far to break from his chanting to hiss at me,
"You idiot! Do you know what you've done?"
I nodded. "Sure, I do," I replied easily, walking back to him. "I've opened up the sector for my escape." I smiled, and I suppose for anyone else who wishes to enter. Drawing to a halt before the mage, I crouched down. There was no doubt he was dying. The pallor refused to leave his face, and his limbs had begun to tremble. If Ishan could have healed himself from the wyvern poison, he would surely have done so by now. Tell your goddess when you see her that her monopoly in this sector is over. I paused theatrically. Oh, wait. You're on your last life, aren't you? I guess you won't be seeing Ishita again after all. Ishan glared at me.
"She will not stop hunting you for this," he said between chants. Before you die, you will be made to regret this.
I shrugged. I don't fear your spider goddess. I stared at him thoughtfully for a moment, then withdrew a full healing potion from my belt and dangled it in front of his face. The moment he realized what it was, Ishan couldn't tear his gaze away from the flask. "Take it," I said, almost gently. Naked disbelief crossed the mage's face. "Go on, it's no trick. I want to talk to you properly, and I can't do that if every second you break off to chant a spell." Ishan stretched out a trembling hand. Quivering with eagerness, he gulped down the flask's contents and squeezed his eyes shut as the potion's life-giving energy washed away the wyvern's toxin's effects, if not the toxin itself. A moment later, his eyes snapped open to feel Ebonheart resting under his chin. "Feeling better?" I asked. He nodded slowly. "Good. Now we can talk," I said, and gestured to my blade. "Think of this as insurance, so there are no accidents. Chant again, and you die. Got it?" Ishan nodded again. "All right. In return for my generosity, you will answer a few questions." The mage sneered. "And why should I? I'm still a dead man. The healing potion won't save me." "It won't," I agreed. I held out a second potion. "But this will." Chapter 153. A Toxic Interrogation. Day 7, Morning. Ishan's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the potion in my hand. The next moment, he gasped and snatched desperately for the flask. It was laughably easy to pull it out of his reach. "An antidote! Gimme!" the mage demanded. "Tisk, tisk," I said, shaking my head. "Not so fast. Tell me what I want to know first." Ishan's eyes darted from me to the potion, and I could see he was not convinced yet. "You are on your last life," I said by way of encouragement. "This is it for you. Despite how much you fear or love your goddess, if you die now, you're gone for good. You don't want that, do you?" Ishan licked his lips, then gave in to temptation. "What do you want to know?" "Why do the awakened dead want this sector?" "For access to the netherworld, obviously," Ishan sneered. "Obviously," I agreed. "But that can't be all. There must be more to it." The mage remained stubbornly silent. I shook the antidote in my hand. "Do you want this or not?" I asked impatiently. "That healing potion I gave you will not last forever. I will not waste another on you. Now, are you going to talk or not?" Ishan nodded reluctantly. "It's for the dungeons. The chain of dungeons accessible through the nether portal in this sector are no ordinary ones," he said at last. That made no sense. I'd been in the dungeon. There had been nothing unusual about it. I threw Ishan a hard look. "Don't lie to me. I've been there, remember?" Ishan snorted. "You're referring to Erebus's candidate dungeon?" I nodded. The mage guffawed. "That's only the first dungeon sector. It was cleared ages ago, and for obvious reasons, was configured to look normal. Erebus made certain it was reseeded with ordinary creatures." I frowned. "The goblins, you mean?" "Yes, like the goblins," Ishan agreed. "The candidate dungeon is just the start. Beyond it are many more dungeon sectors. Ones overflowing with high-leveled creatures, loot, and items beyond your wildest dreams." I stared at him. "I don't understand." The mage laughed. "That's because you are still a noob. Not all dungeon sectors are equal. Some are more prized than others, some are more difficult, and some wealthier. The region of the netherworld that this sector's portal leads into is rich in loot and experience. Richer than any other known dungeons in the Forever Kingdom. Enough so to boost the level of every Awakened Dead player by many ranks." "I see," I said, rubbing my chin. "And that is what makes controlling the valley vital." Ishan nodded. Then why force the goblins to fight each other? Why not fortify the sector heavily instead? That's the last thing we'd want to do, Ishan said. The moment the other dark factions realize what lies beneath the valley, they will all want a piece of it too. And we don't want to share. I stared at him in consternation. Wait, are you saying the rest of the Dark doesn't know about these rich dungeons? Of course they don't, Ishan scoffed. If they did, do you imagine the valley would remain a backwater? The moment our discovery becomes common knowledge, players will flood this sector. Ishan's eyes slid to the broken artifact. And now that you've broken the shield generator, that is likely to happen anyway, he finished bitterly. I barely noticed, my mind preoccupied with something else. Hadn't Talon told me the nether portal led to a dark-controlled region of the netherworld? Had he lied? I turned back to Ishan. How can the Tartans not know about the rich dungeons? Doesn't the valley's nether portal connect to underground sectors controlled by the dark? Tartans, Ishan sneered. What do they know? Bloody smug-faced bastards. They think they're better than everybody. But soon, very soon, they'll find out the awakened dead are not to be trifled with. We will teach those scum what— Ishan, I said sharply, putting an end to his tirade. The mage closed his mouth with a snap and looked at me. He was breathing heavily, and his face was flushed. He must really hate the Tartans. Just answer the damn question, I said. For a moment, Ishan remained rebellious, wanting to resume his rant. Then he bowed his head. That was unfortunate, he said. What was? I asked in confusion. Ishan looked up. Finding a path connecting our dungeon sectors with Tartan ones, he clarified. It complicated matters. I stared at him blankly. You're going to have to explain further. The mage sighed. The plan, the original plan, had been to tell no one outside of the faction of our discovery, and at first that worked well enough. Then, by accident, more than anything else, an awakened dead scout team venturing through a dungeon exit portal found themselves in a Tartan-controlled sector. He shrugged. After that, it was too late to keep the valley's existence secret. We were forced to scrub the dungeons between this sector and the Tartan ones underground and give the other dark factions limited access. But we told no one of the other, richer dungeon sectors. I mused, processing the mage's somewhat convoluted story. Ishan, meanwhile, was shooting me dark glances. This is all Erebus's fault, he muttered. I glanced at him. What do you mean? If he hadn't insisted on locating his experiment here, we wouldn't be having this conversation now, would we? The goddess tried to tell him it was a bad idea, but Erebus wouldn't listen. The mage shook his head. Bloody power. Always thinks he knows best. I hid my amusement. Ishan seemed to hate everyone but himself and his goddess. By experiment, you mean the candidate dungeon? The mage nodded. That was another damned hair-brained scheme. Why, I raised my hand, cutting him off. Ishan, I feared, was about to begin another tirade, and I didn't have time to listen to him rail again. So Erebus deliberately started a war in the valley, I said, bringing the conversation back on track. You're saying he would rather risk losing the sector than share in the spoils with his allies? I asked dubiously. Ishan glowered, still angry at me for silencing him, no doubt. Yes, he replied in a clipped tone. I shook my head at the power's folly, but then set it aside from consideration to think through the rest of the puzzle. So, by having the Howlers and Red Rats fight each other, Erebus and Ishida delayed the Goblin alliances and gave themselves an excuse for not providing the other dark factions full access. You've got it, Ishan said. And about damn time, too, he added under his breath. The mage's gaze drifted back to the antitoxin in my hand. Now, I've told you what you want, he said more loudly.
give me what you promised."
I considered the sworn servant thoughtfully for a moment. Despite his less than gracious attitude, Ishan had told me what I wanted to know, and the state of affairs in this sector was finally beginning to make sense. "All right, I began.
"Not so fast,"
a voice called out from behind. I whipped around, my blade flying outwards to point unerringly at the approaching figure. The newcomer was far from perturbed by my reaction and continued to stride nonchalantly toward me. Eyes narrowed, I studied the figure. He was clothed in a tight-fitting garment patterned with black diamonds. On his head was a black and white striped cap. Completing his outfit was a pair of black shoes and a white face mask. I lowered my blade. I knew him, of course. It was Loken.
"You!"
I heard Ishan gasp behind me.
"What are... You shouldn't..."
Loken waved his hand, and an impenetrable white dome sprang into existence to surround the hapless Ishida Sworn. My gaze flickered back to the shadow power. He had come to a stop before me, standing casually with his arms folded and the fingers of one hand tapping against his face. "What did you do to him?" I asked, while weaving a mind shield tight about myself. Loken's painted black lips spread in a wide grin.
"What? No hello? No thank you, Loken? Or, oh my gosh, Loken, how did you get here?"
I rolled my eyes. The power sighed dramatically.
"It's so hard to get proper appreciation these days,"
he lamented. "Enough with the antics, Loken." I gestured to the corpses littering the cave. "I did all this on my own. I've no need to thank you. You haven't done anything to help me." Leaning forward, the shadow power pressed one manicured forefinger against my chest.
"Not yet, dear boy. Not yet."
He cocked his head to the side, eyes wide and inquisitive.
"But it is to help that you've called me, isn't it?"
I bowed my head. "An impulse I'm already regretting," I muttered under my breath.
"I heard that,"
Loken said sharply. I inclined my head in apology. "Sorry, I'm still a bit on edge from the fight." The shadow power waved his hand negligently.
"No matter, my boy. All is forgiven."
Swinging away, Loken tiptoed around the cave, idly inspecting each of the bodies.
"You do good work,"
he pronounced approvingly. Ignoring the power's remarks, I asked, "So I gather Benedine managed to deliver my letter after all?"
"He did,"
Loken said, turning about to face me.
"Quite a gamble you took, sending it to the Hamish and Spurin Trading Company. How did you know I was keeping an eye on the little gray merchant's correspondences?"
I shrugged. "I didn't. As you say, I took a gamble." Loken, of course, had been my backup plan. I'd known my schemes in the sector could go disastrously wrong, and if that happened, I had wanted someone whom I could rely on in my corner. Well, rely on was perhaps an overstatement. Loken was not the dependable type, but I knew enough of the power's own goals to know he would gleefully wreck any of Erebus's plans if he could. Which was why I had written to Loken about the nether portal in the valley, the shield woven about the sector, and my intention to destroy the artifact keeping it up. I'd also urged the power to find me as soon as the shield was down. What I hadn't counted on, though, was being the scion of a fallen house when he arrived. If I had known about my ancient bloodline when I sent the letter, I would never have risked entangling with Loken again. The capricious power was too damned perceptive, and I most emphatically did not trust him with knowledge of my wolf ties. Damn it, I hope he doesn't come to suspect anything. Reminded by Loken's visit that there were still several crucial game messages awaiting my attention, not the least being the ones related to my class evolution, I turned my eyes inwards and ran a cursory gaze over my player profile. A more detailed review of the adjudicator's messages would have to wait until later, when I had a moment alone.
Player profile: Michael. Level 76. Rank 7. Current health 100%. Stamina, 30%. Mana, 100%. Psi, 70%. Species, human. Lives remaining, 3. True marks, hidden. Pack brother. False marks, fabricated. Lesser shadow, lesser light, lesser dark. Classes. Available 3 points. Primary, secondary, by blend. Mind Stalker, fabricated. Mind Slayer, hidden. Tertiary class, none. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Thankfully, the secret blood trait was doing its work well. That's a relief. "Hello?" Loken called out. "Anyone there?" I refocused on the power. Sorry, I got distracted for a moment. "Is this really the time to be checking your player profile?" he asked in exasperation. "I said I was sorry," I muttered. "What were you saying again?" "I was congratulating you on your gambit," Loken said, sounding miffed at having to repeat himself. "It was well played. Congratulations." The power's eyes drifted slowly from my face downwards and then back up again. "You've grown, too," he said at last. I nodded, remaining silent. "But no third class yet, I see. Still only a mind stalker, then?" There was a hint of a question in Loken's voice, and I strove hard not to react to it. Had I done something to rouse his suspicion? "Like I've had time to go about hunting class stones," I scoffed, with what I thought was admirable conviction. "I've spent nearly every moment of every day trying to escape this damn sector." "You're desperate to escape Erebus's grasp, I imagine," Loken said with a sly smile. "What with your non-aggression pact about to run out?" I scowled, less at his words and more to conceal my relief at the shift in topic. "How do you know about that?" "I know far more than you believe, boy," the power replied with a chuckle. Again, there was a dark undertone to Loken's reply. Were his words a veiled threat? "Why don't you—" The power broke off, his head jerking upwards to stare at the roof. "Can you please do something about that gnome?" Loken asked plaintively a moment later. "I do so hate being listened in on." My gaze tracked Loken's, unsurprised that he had sensed Saya on the clifftop. In all the excitement, I'd forgotten about the youth. "Let me fetch her," I said. "Then we can get down to business." Chapter 154. A Gambler's Deal. Day 7, mid-morning. A few minutes later, I was back in the tunnels with a reluctant Saya in tow. On my way to fetch the gnome, the thought had occurred to me to ask Saya to teleport me somewhere else, anywhere else. But there were still some things I had left undone in the sector, and as appealing as the idea of fleeing Loken's too inquisitive presence was, I suspected doing so would accomplish little. The power had found me frighteningly quick after the shield generator had broken, and I still worried about how he'd managed the feat so fast. If I left, it was more than likely he'd find me again. "I don't want to meet him," Saya whispered furiously to me again for what felt like the 100th time. "Why do I have to meet him?" "There's nothing to be afraid of," I said, tugging on her arm once more when she balked at entering the cave. "Easy for you to say," she retorted. "You're no civilian." A moment later, she resorted to begging again. "Please, it's not for the likes of me to mingle with powers." "Don't worry," I said soothingly. "He won't." Loken popped into existence behind the gnome. "I don't bite, you know," Saya shrieked, jumping up in terror. If I hadn't thought to keep a firm grip on her arm, I was sure she would have fled. The power's face transformed into a mask of dejection. "Don't you like me?" Saya's mouth worked wordlessly as she tried to figure out a response to that. I sighed. "Don't toy with the girl, Loken. She's been through enough already." The power pouted. "You're no fun, Michael, but I think you're right."
His gaze slid back to the alchemist. "My dear, if you don't mind, can I place you in a stasis bubble? I promise you won't be harmed, but nor will you hear anything dangerous." Saya bobbed her head emphatically. Please do." Loken waved his arm again, and the gnome disappeared under a silver bubble. "There you go. Now we can talk," he said lightly. I eyed the dome about Saya suspiciously. It was a twin of the one Loken had placed Ishan in. "Don't worry. She's all right," Loken said, catching my look. "I'm a power, and she is a player, and by the rules of the game, I can't do anything to harm her. I've only placed her," Loken pointed to Ishan, "and him in temporary stasis. Once we're done, I'll release both." I nodded reluctantly. Loken clapped his hands together. "Brilliant! Now, tell me why you called me here." He gestured towards the corpses. "It was certainly not to help you slay your enemies. You seem more than capable of doing that on your own." "You read the letter, didn't you?" I asked. "I did," Loken said. "But as fascinating as I found some of your terms, I'm afraid I cannot agree to all of them." I scowled. "You're not trying to wriggle out of our deal now, are you?" "I've struck no deal with you," Loken said primly. Which was true enough, but I wasn't letting him off that lightly. I raised the palm of my hand and began ticking off points on my fingers. "I reckon I've done a lot to aid Shadow's cause here. 1, I've helped you find the location of this sector, which I'm sure you've been trying to find for ages. 2, I've destroyed the shield generator, allowing any Shadow agents you care to send to enter." I gestured to Ishan. I was sure Loken had eavesdropped on my interrogation of Ishida's sworn before showing himself. "And 3, I've even uncovered the Awakened Dead's schemes for the sector." I glared at Loken. "Surely all of that is worth the paltry sum of 1,000 gold." I hadn't written to Loken simply to ask for help. I suspected the power would have ignored such a one-sided request. Instead, I dangled the mystery of the Awakened Dead's machinations in front of him and, in exchange, demanded payment in the form of 1,000 gold and something else equally valuable. Loken shrugged airily. "But you've done all that already. And while I'm sure you had to work hard to accomplish everything you have, it's in the past. Done and dusted and all that. Why do I have to pay now? After all, it's not like you can undo any of it, can you?" Dumbfounded, I scowled at Loken. Does he really mean to? The power bent over and clutched at his sides as he burst out in laughter. "Oh, Michael," he gasped. "Your expression, it's priceless." I stared at him in consternation. If anything, Loken's amusement only grew. Fuming, I waited him out. Eventually, Loken straightened, his mirth subsiding. "You really are a gambler, Michael," he said, still grinning. "And for that reason, if nothing else, I will pay what you've asked. But let this be a lesson to you. In the future, don't trust in a power's generosity." I grunted. I didn't. And despite how Loken was twisting matters, I wasn't depending on his generosity. Still, there was no need to appear ungracious. "Thank you," I said grudgingly. "You're welcome," Loken replied solemnly. He paused. "But before I can pay you, there is one more thing I need you to do for me." I bit back a sigh. Here we go again. "What?" I asked evenly. Loken raised his arm and traced a slow circle about the cave until his fingers came to a stop, pointing at Ishan. "Give him to me." "What?" I asked, perplexed. Was Loken joking again? "I want you to give me Ishita's sworn servant," the power said, without any trace of a smile. I eyed him suspiciously. "What do you want with Ishan? And I thought powers couldn't harm players." "We can't," Loken agreed.
That's why I need you to give him to me." He paused. "Or more precisely, to one of my envoys." My mouth worked in confusion. "How do I give Ishan to your envoys? Is one of them in the sector?" Loken shook his head. "Sadly, I have no agents here." He pulled out an object from one of his many pockets. It was a silver bracelet, ordinary looking. "But with this, you can send Ishita's sworn on his way, wrap it around his arm, and press this button," the power said, indicating a small emerald stud on the center of the bracelet. "What will that do?" "It will teleport Ishita's agent to one of my holding cells in a sector belonging to Shadow." I frowned. "You still haven't said why you want him." "What do I want from one of Ishita's sworn?" Loken asked, amused again. "Why, information, dear boy. I suspect that mage over there will be a fount of information. There is a lot I hope he can tell me about those rich dungeon sectors." The power grinned, baring gleaming white teeth. "He will be especially useful since Ishita will not know I have him. His fellows will all think he's died his final death." "You believe him, then? You think Ishan was telling the truth about the wealth in those dungeons?" "I do," the power replied. "It ties in with other things my agents have observed." He rubbed at his chin. "For a long time now, I've been receiving reports of dramatic improvements in the levels of some awakened dead players. Leaps in ranks that you wouldn't ordinarily expect in a short span of time. Then, too, there are the rumors of the powerful items seen in their possession." Loken glanced at me and shrugged. "When you put that together with what the mage told you, it all makes sense." I nodded thoughtfully. Loken looked at me expectantly again. "So, can I have him?" I owed Ishan nothing other than what I promised him, the antidote. And if the tables were turned, I was sure the sworn servant would have no compunctions handing me over. "All right," I said slowly. As Loken's grin began to widen, I added, "But I want something additional, too." The power sighed. "Of course you do," he said faintly. "Go on. I'm listening." "I want an explanation," I said. "I thought I understood how dungeons in the game work, but if Erebus went to all this trouble of deceiving his own allies just to control a few dungeon sectors..." I shook my head. "Then perhaps my understanding is not as complete as I'd thought." Loken chuckled again, seemingly happy with the smallness of my request. "And that's all you want?" "That, my 1,000 gold, and the teleport out of the sector that I asked for in my letter," I added, not wanting to give him any wiggle room again. "Of course," the power murmured. "Then do we have a deal?" Loken nodded gravely. "We do." "You have sealed a pact with the shadow power, Loken." Before Loken and I could see to the conclusion of our pact, the power left to scout the sector, promising to be no more than an hour. I gladly acquiesced to the delay, having some of my own matters to attend to. After Loken vanished, I approached Saya. The power had released her from stasis before going. The gnome stood shivering in the center of the cave. Her arms were wrapped tightly about herself, and her eyes were downcast. It was not cold, though, and I realized that it had to be bodies strewn about her that were affecting her so. Walking up to her, I laid my arms on her shoulder. "Saya, can I ask you a favor?" The gnome blinked, and tearing her gaze away from the dead Worka, Basina had savaged her badly, stared at me vacantly. "Yes?" I gestured to the wyvern mother's corpse. "Do you think you could harvest her remains?" Saya's gaze flitted between the beast's remains and me. "Basina was almost rank 20, she squeaked. "Harvesting her is the job of a full-fledged alchemist. And you want me to do it?" she finished,
sounding half strangled at the end. Some of the pallor coloring her skin had disappeared, I noted. I shrugged. "I don't have one of those hanging around," I said dryly. "You'll have to do. Will you do it?" "Of course," the apprentice replied, her excitement shining through clearly now. But a moment later, her shoulders sagged. "Oh, but I don't have anywhere to store the ingredients." I retrieved the alchemy stone from my pocket and handed it to her. "Will this do?" "Yes!" she exclaimed, eyes widening. "Where did you get that from?" "From Gilar." I guided her to the wyvern. "Go ahead, and when you're done, we must talk." She nodded and set to work. Leaving her to it, I turned my attention to the other bodies in the cave. It was time to loot them. Chapter 155. Investing Wisely. Day 7, mid-morning. The 3 dead mages, Ishan was still locked inside his bubble, carried a treasure trove of equipment. Unfortunately, most of their gear was not suitable for me. Still, amongst the ones I could use, there were a few gems that had me all but rubbing my hands in glee. Laying out the trophies I'd recovered on the cave floor, I inspected each item in turn. "You have acquired 12 gold and 3 silver coins. Total money carried, 16 gold, 9 silvers, and 0 coppers. You have acquired 5 full mana potions and 8 major mana potions. You have acquired 3 invisibility potions. Each potion will completely hide your presence for 1 minute. Taking hostile action will break the enchantment. You have acquired 9 enchanted rings, 3 enchanted bracelets, 2 mage's robes, 3 pairs of enchanted boots, and 5 spellcasters' wands. You have acquired a rank 2 medallion of the Stygian Brotherhood. This item has an enchantment that allows the user to summon a Stygian beast from the void. Note, unless the caster is a member of the Brotherhood, the called creature will be hostile to the caster. Its enchantment can be replenished with mana. This item requires a minimum magic of 8 to use. You have acquired the Wayfarer's Boots. This item is indestructible and part of a legendary set. Find more pieces in the set to increase the benefits received. The Wayfarer's Boots increase the dexterity of the wearer by +4 ranks and allow him to soundlessly traverse even the noisiest surface. You have acquired a small bag of holding. This item contains an enchantment to store medium-sized and smaller objects. Courtesy of the enchantment, the bag itself and all the items stored inside are weightless. Only inanimate materials may be kept in the bag. Currently stored items, 0 out of 50. The mana potions were nice, but the invisibility potions were more fascinating and better suited for my own combat style. The Stygian medallion was another interesting item. Warka had been carrying it, which explained why it hadn't been used. Bessina had killed the elven mage too fast. I couldn't use the medallion just yet, but given that I would have to invest further in my magic attribute, I expected to be able to use it in the not-too-distant future. The bag was easily the most useful find. It would make lugging around all the loot I seemed to find easier. It had contained an assortment of other items, junk to me mostly, which I'd promptly discarded. By far the biggest and most noteworthy find was the Wayfarer's Boots. Zrex had been wearing them, and I could attest that they really made the user's footfalls whisper quiet. They offered a nice dexterity boost, too. But what I found more fascinating was the implication that there were more Wayfarer pieces to acquire, pieces that would increase the buffs I received. I would have to find them. The rest of the loot was an assortment of gear that, while valuable, were unsuitable for me or had prerequisites I couldn't achieve. They all went in my new bag of holding to sell at a convenient time. After I was done looting, I glanced at Saya. The apprentice was still busy with the wyvern, which gave me time to finally address the long list of game messages requiring my attention. Sitting down with my back against the cavern wall, I called up the waiting game alerts. You have reached level 76. I'd gained 2 levels from the battle, which, considering the ranks of my foes, was not much. But then again, I was sure it was the mages who had reaped the benefit from slaying Basina, not me. As for myself, I'd killed only 2 foes, Zrex and Lutra. My skills I didn't bother reviewing. They had increased only slightly. My new attribute points I invested in magic.
Your magic has increased to rank 7, plus 2 from item.
Lastly, I turned to the most intriguing game messages, the ones relating to my class evolution.
Your class has evolved. You are now a Mind Slayer. The Mind Slayer is a master-ranked class and unique to those with awakened wolf blood. It is a path that embodies some of the most feared aspects of wolf. A Mind Slayer doesn't just stalk his foe's mind and the dark corners of the world, he can act against them too, striking unseen, without warning, and often with fatal consequences. It is a class that made the assassins of House Wolf some of the most feared in the realms. Your class base trait has changed from Psy Wolf Heritage to Slayer's Heritage. It increases your dexterity by plus 2 ranks, your strength by plus 2 ranks, your perception by plus 4 ranks, and your mind by plus 4 ranks. Your class trait, Nocturnal, has changed to Nightwalker. Wolves don't just live in darkness, they thrive in it. This trait improves not only your sight, but all your senses, including smell, hearing, touch, and taste, when in darkened surroundings. Your class ability has changed from Mind Sight to Slay Sight. The Slayer can not only detect the unseen minds around him, he can manipulate them too. You have lost the ability Simple Mind Sight. You have gained the ability Simple Slay Sight. Slay Sight is an improvement of the Mind Sight ability in every way. Where all tiers of the Mind Sight ability provide only passive benefits, Slay Sight allows the caster to enact progressively more powerful manipulations against his targets with every tier the ability is advanced. Simple Slay Sight is an activated ability that allows you to sense every unshielded consciousness within a 10-yard radius and blind one to your presence for 10 seconds. This ability consumes Psi and can be upgraded with class points. Its activation time is fast. This is a class ability and does not occupy any attribute slots. My mouth opened in a soundless O of amazement. My second class evolution was nothing like my first, from Scout to Night Stalker. This time, the benefits were palpable. Avidly, I read over the messages twice more, making certain I understood the changes to my new Master class. Studying its details, I was left in no doubt that Master-ranked classes were powerful. Both the Slay Sight ability and the Nightwalker trait were a significant step up from their predecessors, and I could see multiple ways that I could have used them in previous encounters. Perhaps it's time I spent those class points I've been holding in reserve, I mused. There were definite benefits to improving Slay Sight in particular. What would happen if I invested all 3 of my class points in the ability and advanced it to Tier 4? I rubbed my hands together in excitement. All right, let's try. Michael? My attention snapped outwards to find Saya standing in front of me. Mutely, she placed the alchemy stone in my hand. You have retrieved an alchemy stone. New ingredients acquired. 25 vials of beast blood. 25 heaps of ordinary bone dust. 9 sacks of wyvern venom. 1 set of wyvern fangs. 1 wyvern heart. 2 sets of wyvern claws, and 48 wyvern scales. The stone was brimming with components. The gnome had done a good job, harvesting more from the wyvern than I could have managed myself. Thank you, I said gravely, and banished further thought of my player progression from my mind. It would have to wait for later. Rising to my feet, I drew the apprentice into the tunnel and away from the scavenged remains. We must talk about where you go from here, Saya. Oh? She asked. I remained silent for a moment,
gathering my thoughts. My brief time alone had given me space to think, and I'd come to the realization I had to leave the sector, and immediately. While the risk of Talon and the Howlers marching back to the fort and claiming the valley remained high, I could see no way to stop them on my own. And truthfully, I wasn't sure that was necessary anymore. With the shield generator down and the interests of both light and shadow roused, I suspected the other Force factions would have more luck in stopping Tartar than me. I turned back to Saya. I'm leaving the sector. Traveling back to the safe zone overland alone is too dangerous for you to attempt. So you have two choices. 1, come with me, or 2, go wherever you wish with the portal scroll. The apprentice looked at me in confusion. But if you give this to me, how are you going to leave? My friend will teleport me out. Your friend? She gasped. Her voice dropped to a breathless whisper. You mean the power? I grinned and nodded. What will it be then? Where will you go? Saya bit her lip. I'm not sure. I don't have anywhere to go. I raised one eyebrow. You don't? The scroll will take you anywhere, even back to the safe zone of this sector. I paused. You could always return to Galar, you know. Saya hung her head. I can't, she whispered. Why not? I asked gently. Geller didn't send me out to the forest, Saya admitted. I don't know why I let you think that. She sighed. I suppose it was easier than the truth. I went out on my own because... The apprentice fell silent, and I waited patiently for her to go on. Saya raised her head and met my gaze almost defiantly. I went to the forest alone because I'm a failure. Galar was about to kick me out. He said I was worthless and that I'd never amount to anything as an alchemist. I had to prove to him I wasn't. Her chin trembled, and water formed in the corner of her eyes. She wiped them away. Much good it did me. Anyway, he won't take me back in. It seemed I'd done Galar a disservice, if only in my thoughts. He had not endangered his young apprentice. She'd done that all on her own. My gaze flitted over the despondent gnome, considering her thoughtfully. I sympathized with Saya's plight, but wasn't so sure she was right. From what little I knew of Galar, he seemed the acerbic sort, and not one to display affection. But he had placed a bounty on Basina, and that must mean that, in some sense at least, he'd cared for his apprentice. Still, I didn't think Saya would believe me if I told her as much. And perhaps Galar is right. Perhaps she isn't cut out to be an alchemist. Whatever else he was, the gnome was a master at his craft. I rubbed my chin. Maybe there is an alternative. Saya stared at me with reddened eyes. What do you mean? What do you know about running a tavern? By rights of your bill of ownership, you have appointed the player Saya as the tavern keeper of the Sleepy Inn in the safe zone of Sector 12,560. After I described to Saya what I meant, she was downright enthusiastic about the idea. Brewing drinks, she told me, was more exciting than harvesting ingredients, and she didn't need to be much of an alchemist to create alcohol. For my part, I was more than happy to employ Saya as a tavern keeper and let her keep a share of the profits. I'd purchased the building less because I wanted to run the place, and more because I needed Benedine to leave the sector and carry my message. I'd never expected to recoup the money I'd invested, and was only too glad that Saya was willing to take over the running of the tavern. Given that the sector was now open to everyone and seemingly home to a sought-after series of dungeons, I expected business would pick up significantly, which would benefit both the gnome and me greatly. And truly, even though I planned on moving on from the sector, I was not done with it. The valley was home to the direwolves, and one way or the other, I would return here. I wonder what Benedine will make out of this. The unfortunate barkeeper was sure to think I'd swindled him, but I couldn't help that. All right, I said to Saya after we'd gone over all the details. You're sure you remember everything? She nodded. Good, I said. Then you better be on your way. And don't forget to claim the bounty reward from Galar on my behalf. That note I gave you should suffice to convince him. The money will help you get the tavern going. I got it. Promise, Saya said. Stepping forward, she wrapped her arms around my legs. I won't forget this, Michael. I grinned. You make a success of that place, and soon it'll be me who's thanking you. Smiling, Saya stepped back. Maybe, she said. She waved a final goodbye, then, unrolling the portal scroll, began to read from it. A moment later, she disappeared. Chapter 156. Another Ending. Day 7, late morning. You're full of surprises, Michael, Loken said, appearing behind me the moment Saya was gone. I never thought to see you become a merchant. I chuckled. I didn't either. Are you ready to talk? Loken asked, as we strode back into the cave. I nodded. What did you learn from your jaunt through the sector? Loken's face took on an unwantedly serious cast. Matters here are more interesting than I expected. It's strange to find 2 goblin tribes in a sector, much less 3, although someone went to a lot of trouble to see one of them destroyed. He looked at me questioningly, but I remained silent. I hadn't told Loken everything in my letter, and the less he knew of my abilities, the better. With a smile, Loken went on. Then there is the presence of the envoys. For 3 of them to be here in an... I stopped short and stared at the power. Did you say 3? He nodded. Who? I demanded. Loken arched one eyebrow at my tone, but didn't remark on it. There's the Tartan captain, Talon, for one. He's a well-known figure in the realms, and while I've never had the pleasure of meeting him, he is reputed to be more diplomatic than his fellow Legion captains. Tartar usually dispatches the good captain on missions when a more deft touch is required than the heavy-handed hammer that he normally employs to resolve problems. I nodded thoughtfully, surprised that the simple-seeming captain I had met in the safe zone was a respected figure in the game. Go on. Then there is Amgira, Loken said as he resumed walking. I frowned. At my look of confusion, Loken smiled. She went by the name Mariga in this sector, I believe. Ah, I exclaimed. You've heard of her, I see, Loken said. Finding her here was truly a surprise. I was more impressed by Loken's ability to uncover the druid's identity so quickly. He hadn't been gone that long. What do you know about her? I asked casually. She is an envoy of Arena, and one of the wiliest players about. There was no mistaking the admiration in the power's tone. Clearly, even Loken, a master of deceit himself, was impressed by Mariga's, I suppose I should be calling her Amgira now, skill at deception. She left quite a mess on her way out, too, Loken added. Oh? I asked, as we came to a stop before the silver bubble encasing Ishan. Oh, yes, she destroyed the Howler fort around the safe zone yesterday, leaving not even a single stone standing, and she did it while in her true form. The power smiled. That's how I knew it was her. The players in the village could talk about nothing else except the mysterious winged woman who had rained down fire from the sky. I blinked. Destroyed the Howler fort. The news was both astonishing and pleasing. With neither a fort nor a shield generator, the Dark was even less likely to claim the sector now. No wonder Talon was upset. The captain must have already known about the fort's destruction when we had spoken, I realized, and suspected I had something to do with it. Who is the third envoy? I asked absently, still preoccupied with Loken's revelation. Stain, of course. I stared at the power. Stain is an envoy? How? I broke off. Of course he is. I should have caught on to that fact much sooner. Loken chuckled at my expression. You didn't know? Well, make sure you stay away from him. You're nowhere ready to cross swords with someone like Stain. I nodded. For the time being, I had no intention of going anywhere near the undead. But, as I was saying, Loken continued, to find 3 envoys in any sector, much less one as out-of-the-way and small as this one, is nothing short of miraculous. Loken gestured to the stasis bubble. As for why they're here, Ishita's follower has already told us that. The dungeon sectors that the awakened dead discovered, I stated. Exactly, Loken said, rubbing his palms together. I can't wait to explore them myself. You still haven't told me what is so valuable about them, I pointed out. Loken sighed theatrically. Ah, yes, I almost forgot about our deal. Well, let's get it over with. Sit down and let me explain, he ordered, seating himself on the floor. Sinking down into a cross-legged stance opposite him, I waited for him to go on. What do you know about the Nether, Michael? Loken asked. I scratched my chin while I thought. I know that it houses the game's dungeons. I paused. And that it's difficult to travel there. There is also no way to teleport into a dungeon sector the way one can into a kingdom sector. Both those things are true, but not the entire truth, Loken agreed. The Ether and Nether have existed as long as the game has. Both are voids of nothingness with little pockets of land that we call sectors floating inside them. Despite these similarities, though, the Ether and Nether are very different from each other. The Ether is a bright void, shiny and easy to see through. Its sectors are easy to reach. Loken's voice turned dry. Assuming, of course, they aren't shielded. I nodded, having understood this much already. The Nether, on the other hand, is murky, Loken continued. Its sectors are hidden and impossible to get to without using the network of ley lines connecting them. Ley lines? I asked, vaguely recalling mention being made of them before. Ley lines are what allow the Nether portals to exist. They are magical threads stretching through the void to form a bridge between sectors. Most scholars believe the leys were formed during the long-ago cataclysmic event that led to the Forever Kingdom's dissolution into isolated pockets of land. Why they only originate from nether sectors, though, no one knows. I see, I said. If you recall, you traversed a ley twice already, once to enter this valley, and before that, to reach the dungeon where we first met. I nodded. Got it. Do you see now why control of the ley lines and the sectors anchoring them, like this one, is crucial for any faction wanting to delve into the Nether? I do, I replied, but I still don't understand why the Nether is so important. I'm getting to that, Loken said primly. Lowering his head into his hands, the Power paused to gather his thoughts. Do you know what the game's purpose is? He asked finally. I stared at Loken, perplexed by the strange detour in the conversation. No? Power, Loken said. At its heart, the game is about gathering power. Do not forget that. He smiled wryly. It's why we have named ourselves such. We, powers, fancy ourselves as being the pinnacle of power in this world. Loken looked away for a moment, his gaze going distant. Although sometimes it does not feel that way, he whispered so faintly I barely heard him. Catching me leaning forward, the Power shook himself and refocused on me. Where was I? Oh, yes. Power. The essence of the game is about gathering power. Call it what you will, progression, evolution, leveling. They are all the same thing. Loken paused to meet my gaze again. I can see you're still wondering what this has to do with dungeons. I nodded.
Simply put, there's nowhere else in the Forever Kingdom that a player can gather power as quickly as he can in a dungeon. The game has specially designed them for that purpose. Of course, not all dungeons are equal. Some are meant for low-leveled players, still early in their evolution. But others, like the network of dungeon sectors that the Awakened Dead seem to have discovered here, are meant for elite players. And they can conceivably elevate a player to godhood. I stared at him. Godhood? Loken nodded gravely. Of course, not every player can reach such heights, but it doesn't stop most from trying. I frowned. I still don't understand. The dungeon that I passed through, that you yourself saw, was nothing remarkable. Why would... I stopped short as I saw Loken shaking his head. The dungeon you went through, Michael, was a reseeded one. What does that mean? The sector was already cleared by the Awakened Dead, then reconfigured for their own purposes, supposedly to train Erebus's candidates. It is the wild sectors of the endless dungeons, the ones seeded by the game itself, that are desired by those who aspire to become powers in their own right. I bowed my head and fell silent while I pondered on that. It seems that the Dark was lucky twice over with their find in this sector, Loken mused. Not only did they find a ley line leading to a section of elite dungeons, but they also discovered a hereunto unknown connection to their own dark-controlled nether sectors. That makes this valley doubly important. The power's gaze drifted to the silver bubble. Questioning Ishita's sworn is bound to be interesting, he murmured, almost to himself. After a moment, his gaze refocused on me. Have I satisfied my end of the bargain? Do you understand the importance of dungeons now? I do, I said. Loken rose to his feet and tossed me the amulet. Then put this on the prisoner, and I can send you on your way too. The silver bubble about Ishan disappeared, and I kneeled beside the mage. His face was a picture of befuddlement. What happened? Withdrawing the antidote from my potion belt, I held it out to Ishan. Here, this is yours, like I promised. Loken looked at me questioningly, but did not interfere as the mage downed the contents of the wyvern antitoxin. You're letting me go? Ishan asked in surprise, his gaze darting from me to Loken. In a manner of speaking, yes, I murmured. Before the mage could protest, I slapped Loken's amulet about him and pressed the emerald stud. In a blink, the mage vanished. You have fulfilled your pact obligations to Loken. The power chuckled. Well done, and as promised, here is your money. Pulling out what looked like the very same keystone he'd shown me in the dungeon long ago, Loken laid his palm across its sigil-carved surface. The power Loken has deposited 1,000 gold into your Albion bank account. Done, the power said, smiling in satisfaction. Now, only to see to your own transportation. He bowed elaborately. Where to, good sir? He asked mockingly. Ignoring Loken's antics, I answered. The Nexus. Whatever he was expecting, it was not that. The Nexus? Loken asked in surprise. Why do you want to go there? I'm tired of rattling around at the edges of this world, I lied smoothly. I want to see what sits at the heart of the game. I paused. Besides, I'm rich now, and it's time I properly equipped myself. I grinned. Where better to do that than in the biggest market this world has? Loken tilted his head to the side and studied me the way one would a strange puzzle. A bold, if somewhat reckless move, he remarked finally. Are you sure you want to go there? Was it just me, or did the power seem reluctant? I nodded. I am. As you wish, Loken said, somewhat curtly, I thought, and waved his arm. A portal sprang open before me. I stepped towards it, but paused
just before entering. "Oh, there's just one more thing." The power looked at me questioningly. "I've been meaning to ask, how did you find me so quickly? I expected you to take longer to reach the sector, much less my own location." Loken smiled. "I suppose I shouldn't be telling you this, but if you're going to the Nexus, you'll discover the truth soon enough on your own," he said cryptically. I waited patiently. The power held up the keystone. "When you touched this in the dungeon, you didn't just consent to opening a bank account, but also to the tracking spell I laid on you." I gaped at him. "You did what?" I asked in a half-strangled voice. "Once the shield dropped, I knew your location instantly," Loken finished with a cheerful grin, ignoring my look. "Remove the spell," I demanded. Loken's smile widened. "No, that wasn't part of our deal now, was it?" I stared at the power for a drawn-out moment, then sighed. It was my own fault, really, for trusting the self-proclaimed trickster. I would just have to find a means of removing his spell myself. I spun about to face the portal again. My work in the sector was done, and I had a lot to think about. Now it was time to look to my own future, and perhaps, just perhaps, evolve into something greater. "Farewell, Loken," I called over my shoulder. Before he could respond, I stomped towards the portal and, without further ado, stepped through. Transfer through portal commencing. Leaving Sector 12,560. Entering Nexus. Loken has fulfilled his pact obligations to you. Your pact with Loken is closed. You have fulfilled all your pact obligations to the envoy, Amgira. The Power Arena has deposited 1,000 gold into your Albion bank account. Your pact with Amgira is closed. Michael at the end of Book 2. Player Profile, Michael. Level 76. Rank 7. Current health 100%. Stamina 100%. Mana 100%. Psi 100%. Species human. Lives remaining 3. True marks hidden. Pack brother. False marks fabricated. Lesser shadow. Lesser light, lesser dark. Attributes. Available, 0 points. Strength, 2. Constitution, 14. Dexterity, 24. Perception, 24. Mind, 41. Magic, 7. Faith, 2. Classes. Available, 3 points. Primary, secondary, by blend. Mind Stalker, fabricated. Mind Slayer, hidden. Tertiary class, none. Traits. Slayer's Heritage, hidden. +2 dexterity, +2 strength, +4 mind, +4 perception. Beast Tongue, can speak to beastkin. Marked, can see spirit signatures. Nightwalker, hidden. Improved senses in the dark. Anointed Scion, hidden. Bound to House Wolf. Inscrutable Mind, +8 mind. Secret Blood, hidden. Conceals bloodline. Skills. Available skill slots, 0. Dodging, current 50, max 200. Dexterity, basic. Sneaking, current 61, max 200. Dexterity, basic. Short swords, current 55, max 200. Dexterity, basic. Two-weapon fighting, current 49, max 200. Dexterity, advanced. Light armor, current 42, max 140. Constitution, basic. Thieving, current 39, max 200. Dexterity, basic. Chi, current 47, max 410. Mind, advanced. Meditation, current 67, max 410. Mind, basic. Telekinesis, current 46, max 410. Mind, advanced. Telepathy, current 46, max 410. Mind, advanced. Insight, current 62, max 240. Perception, basic. Deception,
Current 57, max 240. Perception, master. Abilities. Dexterity ability slots used, 13 out of 20. Crippling blow. Dexterity, basic, short swords. Minor piercing strike, 5 dexterity, advanced, short swords. Lesser backstab, 5 dexterity, advanced, sneaking. Basic trap disarm, dexterity, basic, thieving. Simple lockpicking, dexterity, basic, thieving. Mind ability slots used, 8 out of 41. Simple charm, mind, basic, telepathy. Stunning slap, mind, basic, chi. One step, mind, basic, telekinesis. Minor reaction buff, mind, basic, chi. Simple astral blade, mind, basic, telepathy. Short shadow blink, mind, basic, telekinesis. Minor chi heal, mind, basic, chi. Simple mind shield, mind, basic, meditation. Perception ability slots used, 14 out of 20. Improved analyze, 5 perception, advanced, insight. Lesser trap detect, perception, basic, thieving. Conceal small weapon, perception, basic, deception. Facial disguise, perception, basic, deception. Ventro, perception, basic, deception. Lesser imitate, 5 perception, advanced, deception. Other abilities. Simple slay sight, hidden, class, basic, telepathy. Known key points. Sector 14,913 exit portal and safe zone. Sector 12,560 nether portal and safe zone. Equipped. Spider's Bite short sword, plus 15% damage, webbed, concealed. Ebonheart, plus 30% damage, concealed. Common Fighter's Sash, plus 3 short swords. Enchanted Leather Armor Set, plus 20% damage reduction, minus 4 dexterity. Slotted Potion Belt, 2 minor heal, 3 moderate heal, 1 full heal, 1 full mana potion, 3 invisibility potions. Common Thief's Cloak, plus 3 sneaking. Apprentice's Ring, plus 2 magic. Acolyte's Ring, plus 2 faith. Troll's Talisman Bracelet, plus 6% damage reduction. Gift of the Unbound Ring, immunity to Tier 1 and 2 entanglement spells. Band of Stillness Ring, immunity to Tier 1 and 2 mind spells. Wayfarer's Boots, legendary item, plus 4 dexterity. Backpack, small bag of holding, alchemy stone. Medallion of the Stygian Brotherhood, summon Stygian beast. Backpack contents. Money, 16 gold, 9 silvers, and 0 coppers. 20 field rations. 2 flask of water. 2 iron daggers. 1 bedroll. Goblin writ of safe passage. Bounty letter authorization. 1 coil of rope. Short sword plus 1, plus 15% damage, plus 10 short swords. Tavern bill of ownership. Tartan token. 4 full mana potions. 8 major mana potions. Miscellaneous loot. 13 enchanted rings. 5 enchanted robes. 8 spellcaster's wands. 3 enchanted bracelets. 3 enchanted boots. Alchemy stone contents. 111 out of 150 ingredients stored. 25 vials of beast blood. 25 heaps of ordinary bone dust. 9 sacks of wyvern venom. 1 set of wyvern fangs. 1 wyvern heart. 2 sets of wyvern claws. 48 wyvern scales. Bank contents. Money, 3,046 gold, 4 silvers, and 9 coppers. 2 full healing potions. 2 basic steel short swords. Open tasks. Find the last wolf envoy. Hidden. Find Saravax. Stay true to wolf. Hidden. Acquire a mana-based class. This has been Way of the Wolf, The Grand Game, Book 2. Written by Tom Elliot. Narrated by Andrew Tell. Copyright 2022 by Tom Elliot. Production copyright by Tom Elliot.
Thanks for listening.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.